Jesus.
Hey! Quit it! It's midnight. Give me that phone. No more playing tonight. You hear me? Inside with this. Go home.
Hey! Knock it off. It's midnight. Give me that thing. Hiss! No more didgeridoo tonight. You hear me?
They get cat behavior so good in this.
No, because cats are robots.
Hey! Knock it off. It's midnight. Give me these. No more symbols tonight. Understand? Inside. Go home. Hey! Knock it off. It's midnight. Give me this. Hiss! No more gongs tonight. Understand? Inside. Go home.
Hey! Midnight aerobics now? The whole porch is shaking. Volume down, pause off the neighbor's nerves, and at least cool down before 3 a.m., okay?
Cinema.
Wait, hold on. I had a D point, guys. Fuck. It was with a dog. I'm gonna find this. This? No, it's not this. Fuck. Oh, this one was... I don't think this is an AI voice, right? Somebody can tell me.
What are you doing? You walked into a fucking cactus. What are you, a masochistic Roomba? Just aimlessly bumping into shit? Honestly, at this point, I could recite your death animations frame by frame. Funny how you get to forget. You're basically a sentient pinata at this point, except candy is your shitty loot. Let's check the scoreboard, shall we? Fall damage, 76 times. Lava bass, a casual 40. Creeper cuddles, 20 explosions to the face. And drowning? That's 15 times you forgot breathing was kinda important. I felt you die the same way, hundreds of times. And you call me the program. That's quite ironic. Don't you think?
Jesus. I swear to God, sometimes the ones that I like disappear. They're trying to hide them from me. They're trying to hide the Kino from you guys. Okay, hold on. Let me look one more time. Closer. Okay, I just actually suck at looking at thumbnails. That's what's really happening when I can't find them. Let me get a Red Bull, 1 sec.
No, that's unhealthy.
You sure it's dead?
What if it's a trick? It could be bacon.
Yeah, he's dead.
You kill it?
No. The cold got him. I think he was ill.
Well, good either way.
Good?
Well, yeah. Whether you got him or the cold, it don't really matter. Either way, it's one less wolf we gotta worry about snapping us up in the night.
Vicious monster. I hope it suffered. Yep, that's just what it deserves.
Vicious monster, huh? For wanting to live?
What?
If they don't hunt, they don't eat. And if they don't eat, they die. So are they vicious for wanting to live?
Well,
This video's not
I guess
Kino.
they can't help but be vicious. Cruelty is in their nature. So it's only fitting they die a cruel death, eh?
Dogs are akin to wolves, you know. They ain't much different than me.
Don't be ridiculous. You're nothing like them.
Let's all-
Not at all.
Let's all low W
No.
so he thinks it's really good.
Far as I can tell, the only real difference between them and I is I don't got to hunt for my food. If my master didn't feed me, I'd have to kill to keep living too. Then maybe I'd be the one snapping you up in the night. If seeing this poor fella lay dead in the snow gives any of you some sense of pleasure, do me a favor. Keep it to yourself.
He went to
You
jerk
sure
off.
it's dead?
What if it's a trick? It could be bacon.
Yeah, he's dead.
You kill it?
No. The cold got him. I think he was ill.
Well, good either way.
good?
Well, yeah. Whether you got him or the cold, it don't really matter. Either way, it's one less wolf we gotta worry about snapping us up in the night.
Vicious monster. I hope it suffered. Yep, that's just what it deserves.
Vicious monster, huh? For wanting to live?
What?
If they don't hunt,
Wait,
they
did it
don't
finish
eat.
once or is it looping?
And if they don't eat, they...
It must be looping, right?
They love it. It's so good.
Good. It was. It was Kino. Thank you. Oh my! Wait, have I ever shown these two? If these guys break up, I will never believe in any relationships again. This is my favorite Instagram couple. Okay.
You may think that this is innocent right here. You may look at her and be like, "What?"
Wait, not this one. This is weird too, though. Do women really read these fucking weirdo romance novels? Where like vampiric men are like raping the protagonist over and over again? Seems kind of crazy. Oh no, this guy got. This is the last one. Sorry, fuck. I need to not waste so much time on these.
What? So you're this massive... Wait. What? So you're this massively powerful, half-human, half-alien super warrior.
I mean, saying that about myself feels a little conceited, but...
What I'm saying is, you can dodge bullets, much less any attack I throw at you.
Well... yeah, honestly. Why do you ask?
No reason. Wait.
What?
My love, say what you just said a second ago again.
I don't have any clothes, and I need more because I just feel like I never have anything when I need to pack or when I need to. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh.
Jack. No, it's okay.
Oh.
It's not. Hey, it's not that I don't have clothes. Would you stop? It's that I don't have the kind that I need when I need to wear the kind that I need. Jack,
Really makes you think.
I don't think she has any clothes, guys.
I need you to stop.
I don't think she has any clothes. Oh, and there's a pile of clothes here that were folded.
Listen, there's too many single DGGers in chat to get this, okay? There's some of the worst normie slop. It just happens, okay? Just trust me, okay?
Friend Sarah, she'll be joining us for today's session. She hasn't
This guy always has good reels too.
played a lot of D&D before, but it really shouldn't be a problem.
Hi.
Oh yeah, it's no problem. Last we left off, Henry's barbarian Guntum had defeated the dragon terrorizing Phandalin. He rolled this nasty crit and decapitated the dragon in one hit. That's the least I could do.
Oh, wow. Taking it out in one hit.
Yeah, it was no problem at all, actually.
Yeah, well, with those big, strong muscles, I'm sure you can hit pretty hard.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Now, all you guys meet up back in the tavern. You're trying to figure out exactly how to get the evidence to show the mayor you destroyed the dragon. Now, there's many ways that you... Hey, what was that?
What was what?
You talking to Henry like that?
I wasn't talking to Henry. I was talking to Gunter.
Okay, well, we've known Henry for a long time. Don't you feel weird talking to him like that?
Trent, relax. We are in character, okay? Don't get all insecure because I'm playing the game.
Okay, but... Suddenly, the bandits get out of their disguises and ambush you all. Oh, great. I'm an evocation wizard, so I'll just cast Fireball. Yeah, I'll start swinging on them.
That is so brave and honorable.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe you should pick me up and swing me around.
What the hell is that? Trent, please don't interrupt roleplay. Am I going insane? Yeah, I'll pick up Sarah and I'll protect her.
Oh, how manly.
You literally just used her real name. We haven't even established her character yet. Trent, this is a platonic D&D relationship, okay? Don't be such a stick in the mud. They're making out right now in front of me.
Trent, please, I'm playing the game. You're being insecure.
How am I insecure? You're actively kissing him. It's called role-playing. This is not role-play. It's infidelity. Whatever. So, like, you want to go get a drink after this or what?
Oh, no, I have a boyfriend.
It's good, trust me. Laugh.
problem in box heaven right now, couch heaven right now.
I like every single cat reel that pops up on my thing as well. All of them. This is me gaming with Mr. Mooten. Because I know how long
Can we
it
go
is.
back and play the Legendary?
We're never
Halo
playing
2?
League again, Moon. That's never happening.
I said Halo 2.
We didn't even finish Halo 1.
Oh, yeah, we gotta go finish that. Are you a quitter?
Yes.
Let's start our Legendary Halo 1 run again.
Holy shit. This kid with Down syndrome
You're not doing anything else.
plays the guitar?
Oh no, he's addicted to reels. Is that Dan?
Yeah, it is. You gotta be careful with the racist reels, because when you start liking them, you get like infinite racist reels as well.
Like,
Oh,
that's not
you
how
like
the
one
Africa.
racist reel? It's
Like,
GG,
that's
dude.
not how the book works. Israel. Holy shit, you were right, Light. India. Light.
Not good.
I saw that one.
Not good. This happened to me and Mooten once in Miami. Okay. One more and then we're streaming. Okay. Fuck. Hold on.
I think the couch got in. I
Oh
hear
my
it
god.
laughing, so.
That's good.
Can you make the last one good?
Yeah, that's what I'm making sure I'm getting at. Kino.
You gotta put an aura farming tournament up if you're gonna make it good.
Oh, we're doing an Aura Farmer one. Well, let me
You
go
gotta.
back. Let me go back. Let's see. The Aura Farmers are like hit or eh. They're never miss because they're always Aura
Yeah,
Farmers.
agreed.
They're never miss. Sometimes they're like eh.
The new Michael Jackson one was eh. It was fine.
On the subway or the train or whatever.
I don't think so.
He does the
It was
lean
like-
move on the train when he tries to Piccolo's like stop the train with your powers, and then Jackson.
No,
does the lean.
okay, I haven't seen that one. That one sounds good though.
It's not that. Well, fuck. Here, I'll play that one. This doesn't count as my last one though, because I'm just showing.
This doesn't count.
Can't believe I'm late to Jinwoo's match.
Does the aura farm with his cape too?
Our cape's the only thing on your mind?
Is he just going to keep standing there? There are free sits everywhere. Something about this guy pisses me off.
Vader, you can stop moving objects, right?
Yeah, why?
Stop this train.
What has gotten into you?
He doesn't realize how vulnerable he is. He's standing in the middle of the train aura farming, so putting a sudden stop to the train will only make you fall like a fool, losing aura in the process.
Just how much do you want this guy to lose aura? Well, I don't mind.
It's that same move again! How does he keep getting away with this?
Who the hell is that guy?
What's this? Is Jin Woo about to make his move?
He summoned his shadow with a bow.
What type of aura farming technique is he planning to use?
Can't believe Mr. Piccolo's about to miss this.
Looks like we made it in time.
Yeah.
Can the two of you sit down? Jin Woo, why did you teleport me here? Jin Woo, you good?
You alright?
Is he seriously asking her that question?
He caught the arrow?
He risked that girl's life for the sake of aura farming.
Could it get any better than this?
Your friend is really good. That technique was hard to pull off.
The you alright technique. It's a technique where you stop someone from getting harmed last minute. It's usually executed from stopping a flying object or someone's weapon from killing someone.
Is this this man crazy?
Let's see how Loki responds to that. He shapeshifted to Hawkeye?
Is he planning on copying my technique?
If he's using the same technique, then his clone must be nearby.
Steven, he's up in the sky.
Wait, hold on! He did a no-look!
I don't even feel like this was better than the other one. Oh, he dies. Never mind. Wait, I don't think we watched this one on stream. Okay, last one for real. I don't know if we watched this on stream or not. This doesn't sound like anything.
How long has he been doing that now?
10 minutes.
Well, if it isn't my nigga Sung Jinwoo. What brings you here?
You need to check this out.
An aura farming tournament?
I had to let someone of your caliber know about it. All types of aura farmers will be there. You know where to find me.
Is aura farming that serious?
I guess I'd rather go watch.
Don't act like you're not dying to go.
Do you need a ride?
What's good, everybody, and welcome to the Aura Farming Tournament from the same studio that brought you the Dap Up Tournament, but this time co-hosted
Did you ever
with my
read Solo
nigga
Level?
Char.
Thanks for having me.
I have no clue who that guy is, other than he always shows up with Piccolo to Aura Farm.
Here, Steven. Today's match looks like it's going to be one for the books.
Yes, it does. Who you got for the win today, though?
I'm kind of juggling two
That's a
balls
crazy
right
thing.
here.
Let's head over to our man Jeff on the floor. Jeff!
Yes, Steven, let's have a look at the matchup today. We have Yagami On the other side, we have Escanor, who seems pretty nervous.
What am I doing here? I have no aura.
To be honest, I have
Okay, you know what? We have watched this one, and that one's not even that funny. Okay, that's all we got for reals today. Okay. Anything else, Moon, before I cast you aside?
Nope. Do court memes. I'm ready.
What do I have on?
Bye-bye.
Or I don't think I... That's second up. I'll think about it.
What's your first thing up?
I don't know. Let me just click through some other memes out real quick. Hold on. What is this? New double pump tech. Is this even a meme, or is it just him shooting shotguns?
Just ban that guy.
Okay.
All right, I'm out of here. Ciao.
Be careful. Hold on, I'm just catching up on what I have open real quick. DSP escalates his ongoing feud with Asmongold. Asmongold, read your ex DM'd you lazy shit, or I'll stop talking about me like a bitch. Damn. Oh no, true. This genuinely got to be the worst era to die in. True. Oh man. Arc Day 3. What is this?
Huh?
Okay. Too much. Chill. Okay. Hasan's stuff we'll put here. Because that's like a whole last thing we got to go over. What is this real quick? Jack Doherty has been arrested in Miami on charges including drug possession and resisting arrest. I wonder what that means.
What? No.
I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got it. Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up. Go. Back up. Go.
Chill. Go to the sidewalk now. Go to the sidewalk now. You want to go with him?
Funny. You want to be fucking funny.
Go to the sidewalk now.
You want to be funny. You say to get on the street, go on the fucking street. I know who the fuck you think you are, bro. No, you're fucking not.
He was trying.
Like, after I fucking do this, who the fuck are you, bro?
I was trying to walk up the street.
Doesn't matter, bro. All you have to do was get in the fucking sidewalk. That's it. You want to be fucking funny. That's it, bro.
Free JD. Free JD. Dude, great.
I wonder what happened. Was he like smoking weed or something, or? Just trying to make a video. Ooh, I wonder if he was trying to troll too hard. He got. You kept up on the DSP memes? Nope.
And I can swing a couple fists, I ain't scared to fight. Grab another bottle from the pile of us, and then I smash your end head, I make it pay the price. Up in the strip club, I pop Cristal, pop hello, step.
Trump stuff, Trump stuff, Trump stuff.
JD Vance and Mark.
Trump stuff. Tom Bilyeu. This had to do with his SEC charges. I didn't read through this, but I glimpsed some of it, and it looks it looks a little not good. But I feel like if I dove into that on a conversation, I think that would be the end of our bridge. Although he brought it up. I don't know. Maybe next time we'll see. Wait, what is this? Okay. Quick name?
Old human embryo. It is a 3-day-old human embryo. It is a collection of 150 cells.
Wait, this is Sam Harris?
That may sound like a lot of cells to lay people. It does, but there are 100,000 cells in the brain of a fly. Now, it seems to me, if our concern is about suffering in this universe, it is rather obvious that we should be more concerned about killing flies than about killing 3-day-old human embryos. Now, this may sound like a very provocative claim. I would argue that it shouldn't.
Okay. I don't care about this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. We're all queued up for now. Are you satisfied with how the Lila debate went? Yeah, I guess. I'll talk about that later. I should add that. Lila debate. We'll do that at the end. Oh, so you didn't do the debate yet? Yeah, I already did. Okay. What has been going on? Yesterday there was some meme event that I went to, and then at night I wanted to go out and hang out and drink a little bit on my favorite Austin street on 6th Street. And while I was out with my good Nazi friend, I'll say LS for an abbreviation to keep it anonymous. My other wonderful Lauren friend. So apparently every single person in Austin, I guess, knows who I am for whatever reason, okay? So we walk up to some bar, and the guy's like, oh, hey, are you Dustin Rivera? I'm like, yeah, hey, what's up? And then I hear a noise to my left, and I look over to my left, and Lauren De Laguna is just standing there, like, fucking cracked out. Her eyes are like, I'm like, what the fuck? With her little phone out, like she's recording me. And then I see the other Lauren has gone running the other way. Cause like, okay, this is fucking crazy. And then Lauren De Laguna 180s and starts running after her with her little phone out. And then I'm looking at, and I just have no idea what the fuck is happening. I look back at the, I don't know if you would call him like the bouncer or whatever else. And he's like, do you know that woman or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, the crazy one. And he's like, yeah, apparently he says she's trying to make it as like a stand-up comedian here now or something. And I'm like, okay, interesting. So then I start walking that way because I don't know where all the Laurens have run off to. And then eventually Lauren De Laguna, turns around and starts walking back to me. And then she starts with her phone out. She's like accusing me of stalking her and just like following her and patrolling the streets looking for her. And I'm like, I don't know why you're here. I didn't even know you lived here or were traveling here, whatever. And then, yeah, so that was this. I think I take my phone out. I take a few selfies because apparently she's recording the whole thing. So I don't know if she's planning on like saying some like crazy shit about her interaction. So obviously I'm going to start recording it too. So I'm like, okay. And then I think we chat for a little bit. I think I make fun of her a little bit. And that was my... Yeah, Jesus Christ. I think somebody might have the link to her Instagram story. I don't know if anybody has it.
This is my best friend, Lauren De Laguna. How you doing?
You came to Texas to bother me.
I literally am gang stalking her right now. I am gang stalking this wonderful lady.
I work here.
You work here?
I work here.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience?
Yeah, you're free. You're fucking weird.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for...
Why hasn't she released her point of view? My guess is she was hoping either me or Lauren would say or do something crazy, I guess. I don't know. But nothing happened. So I think she made a few streams talking about it.
For stalking me. You're a one-man... This is a one-man gang stalker army right now, okay? So thanks for hanging out.
And you just keep making Texas... As to why I need to be deposed.
Do I really? Are we recording each other now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How are you doing? How's life in Texas?
I'm gonna go to my boss.
Okay, be careful. Say bye. I'll see you around. I don't know when she comes back.
Why are you following me?
Because I'm bored and I gang stalk in real life.
You're fucking free. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Sad.
Since you deposed or subpoenaed her, you must have known that she lives in Texas. I don't think she ever got subpoenaed in Texas. I'm pretty sure she got subpoenaed in Florida. Because I think she complains about getting subpoenaed later on in Florida. How drunk were you in this clip? I was pretty drunk at this point. I was pretty toasted. I almost thought... I had like a 1 second freak out moment. Because I'm like, am I hallucinating right now? Because I had no idea why the fuck this person just run up to me. I'm like, how is she here?
You're fucking free. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
You're sad. You live sad. You
Yeah.
are a pedophile.
True.
I mean, Rose.
True. Queen.
And there she goes.
Stay safe. Be careful.
Okay. That didn't answer the question, but go off, Queen. What didn't answer what question? Why would I know that she lives in Texas? I have no idea that she lives in Texas. Why would I know this? Also, I'm on 6th Street. This is like the most popular street in Austin. So I don't know what you're implying that I would go. Am I just not allowed to go to Austin anymore? What are you talking about? Jesus.
From tonight.
Apparently she made some video here.
I got a bunch of new follows due to the Destiny drama, so I'm just going to briefly state what happened. I was at my job, and Destiny and Lauren Southern showed up where I was working tonight.
I don't know what she means by show up where she was working. I don't know where she works. Some people said she works at like the mothership maybe we were just going to bars. I don't think she was working at the bar we were going to, because she literally, you can see she runs across the street afterwards to go to her boss or whatever. I don't know where she works. We were just going to bars, but...
And just, like, we're patrolling the area that I work. They...
Patrolling? Patrolling?
We're patrolling the area that I work. I moved from Florida to Texas to get away from Destiny.
You moved states to... I haven't seen this person for, I want to say, over a year? What do you mean, get away from me? What?
When I was a public defender in Florida, he sent attorneys to my place of work to send me a subpoena. He had my ability to do it at home. He had multiple different ways to do it, but he decided to disrupt me at work.
To receive a subpoena? Are you okay? Destiny, so do you think she stalked you all the way through? No. My guess is she probably just saw me and probably Lauren and was excited to try to get some crazy video. That's my guess. I seriously, because I don't know how she would have even known I was there. There's no way she was like... No, I'm pretty sure she must have just seen us and wanted to run up and get a video. That's my guess.
And now he's doing that again. He's telling me that he's going to, like, ruin my career and that my life is over and that I haven't done anything to this man. I'm not Pixie's attorney. He lied about that. He's filed bar complaints. He's tried to get me stripped of my license. I haven't done anything to this man.
She is very particular about the things she says for a very particular reason, but that will come out in the future.
Other than I dated him and then broke up with him.
We have never dated before, and she absolutely didn't break up with me. She fawned over me, told me that she loved me, that I was the only guy she'd connected with in years and wanted to date me. And then when I said, I don't think I'm looking to date anybody after Melina, 3 days later she decided that she fucking hated me. It's kind of cringe not to go over all the old memes again, but... Somebody linked this timestamp.
Like, I think this was before she formally asked me out, but like, I knew it was coming because, yeah, she started to get... but like, this happened like 5 different times, okay? But like, this is so crazy.
Oh, I took pictures of these. Thank God. Oh, yeah, fuck. Because she would send me messages like this, but then she would delete them after. So when I would open Discord, they're like not there.
Cringe and mean. I'm sorry, I was really drunk. I don't know why I told you that. She would do this a lot. Like, oh, I'm drunk. Today's her actual birthday. Message her on Instagram, and then this is one of their friends. I love you so much. I would do anything to make you happy. And then when I opened my phone, like these last like 2 messages would be like deleted. And like, Jesus Christ. Oh, and then I started because I realized that she was getting like super obsessive. So I was trying to like not hang out with her. So I was like, I do this because this woman is like literally minding herself. Like I can't. This is like, yeah. Next date on the 29th. Also, I want you too. I'm gonna be out of town on the 29th. That's when my big debate is in New York City. When is my next date with you then? Good question. LOL. I'll be cramming like crazy the next week and a half. Maybe sometime middle of next month. That's so far. I know. And then between these 2 messages, she sent a message asking me out. She was like, oh, like we should go on, or I want to be your girlfriend or something. But then she deleted it. So I screenshotted this because like deleting messages. And then I said, also listen, I'm 100% going to remain nice typo. Going to remain single for a long time. LOL. I'm mega focused on work/career stuff. So don't mind yourself getting hung up on me or anything. I don't like anyone else though. And I'm going to be great. I suck now, but I'm going to be licensed and start a practice. You're the only person I've texted with a really long time. Like Jesus, like Jesus Christ. But she.
But yeah, it was awkward. This should just be like an awkward thing that just remains between 2 people. But for some reason, she just decides to run around publicly saying that we dated for a long time. The last I've heard, she says we dated for 9 months. But like, yeah, anyway, it's just annoying. Whatever. Anyway, that was my Lauren's adventures. Apparently, she also made another story saying to explain why she looked high on meth. I don't think she necessarily looked high, but Jesus Christ. That's pretty good foresight from you. She's unhinged. Wow, thanks, buddy. Good foresight would have been never talking to her ever. Jesus. What phone were you using to record the De Laguna encounter, the video call or cinema? That would be my iPhone 17. The default video quality is like 1080p, but I just changed it to 4K, 60 FPS. Hell yeah. Get them big, wonderful videos. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's not much more to talk about for that, which is kind of weird. New court docs. Oh, we have new court memorinos. One of the spicy meatballs is half dropped. Okay, let's see. They skipped a deposition that was noticed, meaning it was registered with the court, basically. And then they needed to show the judge why they skipped it and didn't say anything about it. Was that this one right here? Who are they? Doe? Doe and her lawyers. Yeah. So just to catch you up on this ridiculous deposition situation, okay? So you can understand like the context for this, the setting for this. So imagine somebody asks you, "Hey, we should go out to eat," and you're like, "Okay, yeah." Or like let's go out to eat. Or do you want to, yeah, let's say, do you want to go out to eat? You say, yeah. And they go, okay. How does the 15th work? And you're like, yeah, I'm free on the 15th. Do you want me to pick you up or what? And they're like, I'm actually not free until the 25th. And you're like, okay, I'll meet you on the 25th then? And they're like, no, you agreed to the 15th. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, but I mean, I thought you were gonna be there. Doesn't matter. You agreed to the 15th. So I'll be there the 25th. You'll be there the 15th. Like, well, no. We're not going to go at two separate times. This is stupid. And they're like, nope, you already agreed with it, and I'm going to go file with the court. You're going to be there on the 15th. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to tell the court you're going to be there on the 13th then. Good luck. And they're like, I don't agree to that. It's like, okay, take it up with the court. If you're going to notice us on this date, we'll notice you 2 days earlier. Fuck it. Like, if you don't like it, then register something with the court. They're just like playing stupid games with the depositions. But like, we didn't want to have to do 2 depositions like a month apart. It didn't make any sense to like have my lawyers fly out like at 2 totally separate times. You want to schedule these like close to each other. But because they like played a word game, not even a word game, they were like, yeah, are you guys free on the 6th? And we're like, yeah. And they're like, well, we're not free all this month. It's like, okay, well then we'll do next month. Nope, you already agreed to this. It's like, it's just stupid. It was just dumb. So this is like everything is a fucking game with these people, like child's games. It's just the most retarded high school shit. It's just so goofy, okay? But, okay. So we noticed their deposition, I think, for the 3rd. They not only did they not show up for it, they didn't tell the court that they weren't going to show up for it. They didn't contest it with the court. So in the eyes of the court, they just skipped their deposition for no reason. So then the court demanded an expedited response from plaintiffs saying, hey, you need to show a cause for why did you skip this and not say anything with the court? Like you have to explain why you did this. Somebody said, is the norm that depositions occur on the same day? No, they don't have to occur on the same day. But generally for depositions, usually you're pretty flexible. You're trying to schedule things so that it works for all the parties. And my lawyers have to fly in from California to do their stuff. So like if they're going to fly in to be with me while I'm being deposed, then it'd be nice to do her deposition like a day before or a day after it so that they're here for the same thing instead of having to do 2 separate times. This shouldn't be a problem. Most people have no problem scheduling things like this. It should be pretty easy to do, okay? It's not a big deal, okay? It's not that hard, all right? So, okay. So anyway, they skipped it. So the judge issues them essentially a show cause saying you need to show a good cause for why you skipped this and didn't notice the court. Plaintiff J. Doe, by and through her undersigned counsel, respectfully submits this response to defendant's motion for protective order and in support thereof states as follows. Defendant's motion for protective order rests on a false narrative that omits key facts demonstrating plaintiff's good faith and defendant's obstruction. In reality, plaintiff diligently sought to coordinate both depositions, offered multiple reasonable in-person dates, and properly noticed defendant's deposition for November 6, 2025, a date defendant's counsel proposed and confirmed. So there's two huge things you'll notice for this. One, she's playing games. We had no problem doing my deposition first, whatever. We had no problem scheduling things together. We had no problem with any of this. The issue is them playing games, trying to lock us in on a deposition date 3 weeks away from theirs. We didn't, initially when we were scheduling these, we never thought that they would do that. But they try to lock us into that and they're playing games. Also, keep in mind, okay, even if all this is true, what they're supposed to be demonstrating right now, in my understanding, is they need to tell the judge not why they skipped the deposition. They need to tell the judge, why did you skip it and not even tell us? Because they didn't even tell the court, why didn't you notice the court? Why didn't you file a protective order? Why didn't you do anything to say that you weren't going to show up at this? And that's what she's supposed to be saying right now. Not that we couldn't agree on dates, but why didn't you tell the court? Defendant refused each of the multiple offered dates for plaintiff's deposition, despite counsel's availability, unilaterally and improperly noticed her deposition for a date he knew she could not attend, and then refused to appear for his own properly noticed deposition unless plaintiff capitulated. So we did agree to tons of dates. We had no problem changing things, but they tried to lock us in on the 6th without telling us that they weren't going to be available for like a month after. And then also, if we noticed the deposition, you didn't like it, why didn't you file a protective order with the court? And then refuse to appear for my own. I didn't refuse to appear. We filed a protective order to not appear for mine because you skipped yours. That's what you're responding to. It's stupid. Contrary to defendant's self-serving assertions, he made no effort to accommodate plaintiffs or her counsel's schedules or minimize her costs or burdens. We did. We had no problem doing it later on. But for some reason, they had to do mine on the 6th, and they wouldn't reschedule mine. Or I'd say reschedule. We didn't even 100% lock that in. But it's just stupid games. Plaintiff informed defendant that she was not available in Miami on the unilaterally noticed November 3rd date due to her class schedule at her school in Illinois, and because it would necessitate missing 3 full days of classes due to travel time. Since plaintiff was planning on being in Miami for her school's Thanksgiving break, she offered the dates of November 21st, 24th, or 25th in order to avoid the unnecessary burden of missing her classes and expensive traveling to Miami twice. Also, interesting that plaintiff is apparently broke or poor, needed to fundraise $50,000 for her court case, but they've easily spent in excess of $100,000 or $150,000 on this court case so far, for sure. But now also has the money and time to move to a whole other state and attend grad school? Where's all this money coming from? What? Okay. But defendant expressly disregarded the inconvenience and effect on plaintiff. Instead, the defendant's only concern, and the only reason for this discovery dispute, is that one of defendant's 5 attorneys, out-of-state counsel Mr. Bretler, suddenly and disingenuously claimed he would be burdened by having to travel to Miami twice. Moreover, and contrary to defendant's assertion, plaintiff's counsel never represented that they are available to depose defendant on November 24th or 25th, nor are they available since plaintiff's lead counsel, Ms. Peters, has prior commitment issues outside of Florida, and co-counsel Mr. Garcia cannot take the deposition due to health constraints. Okay. Defendant has not and cannot show good cause for his scheduling shenanigans, unilaterally scheduling plaintiff's deposition for an unavailable date and then refusing to appear at his own agreed-to deposition and now insisting that depositions be held consecutively. If you couldn't appear, why didn't you file with the court? Why didn't you file with the court? Also, we agree we can do anytime. We agreed. We had no problem doing other dates. But you guys literally tried to lock us in on the 6th. We had no problem. I'm pretty sure it even shows up in Bretler's emails. The record demonstrates the defendant's purported burden is disingenuous, and even assuming it is not, no authority supports prioritizing the convenience of out-of-state counsel over that of Miami-based parties and local counsel in Miami forum. Defendant's conduct constitutes discovery abuse, not cooperation. The court should deny defendant's motion. Why didn't they file with the court? If I had to guess, maybe she's getting a little overwhelmed. I think we've pushed a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of stuff that's like stacking up on them. Like there's still multiple people that we haven't gotten to subpoena. We don't have any testimony from Abby, who is their only witness left in this case. For stuff we'll see later on, everything they felt on Rose completely fucking fell apart, and that's a disaster for them now that they have to deal with, that we're pushing them on as well. We'll see if that shows up in a court doc. We still have a ton of outstanding discovery. Pixie is too busy goofing off, I guess, in other states or taking Instagram pictures and hasn't turned over still basically anything for discovery. We have basically nothing from them. And then now they're like skipping depositions. They haven't made available. Like it's just everything is like a disaster. It's just, they haven't. Yeah. So my guess is maybe she's starting to get overwhelmed on stuff. I don't know. On September 17th and 19th, plaintiff's counsel requested defendant available dates for deposition. Defendant's counsel responded on September 22nd. The defendant was available the first week of November, and on September 26th confirmed November 6th, 2025 for his deposition. Plaintiff served a formal notice of deposition for that date, which defendant's counsel acknowledged, stating, "We will calendar Mr. Bennell's deposition on November 6th. Yeah, but this was before we knew that they wouldn't be available for a month later. Thus, by September 29th, defendant's deposition date had been mutually agreed, noticed, and declared. Noticed and calendared. It was not until 1 month later, on October 30th, that defendant's counsel first indicated the defendant would not appear and improperly conditioned his appearance on plaintiff's appearance. Again, this is just scheduling depositions. This shouldn't be like a big deal. This shouldn't be that hard. Like, this is not like, this is nothing important. We're just scheduling. Hold on. Just waiting, my good friend. After defendant's deposition was confirmed, his counsel requested dates for plaintiff's deposition in Miami in October. Plaintiff's counsel informed defendant that because she was attending school in Illinois and based on her class schedule, she was not available in Miami in October and instead offered the date of November 21st in Miami. Defendant's counsel, Mr. Bretler, stated he was unavailable November 21st and again insisted on dates in October. Plaintiff, based on her class schedule and requirements governing class attendance, then offered the remote deposition dates of October 24th, November 7th or 14th, as well as additional in-person dates in Miami on November 24th or 25th. I'm pretty sure initially they said she wasn't available in the entire month of November, but okay. On October 1st, Mr. Butler rejected all of these dates, again insisting on October dates in Miami. Again, we have no problem doing these dates, but they wouldn't let me move mine. They wouldn't let me move mine. Well, I say move, but we didn't even 100% lock it in. They didn't want to do mine near. They were playing this stupid, weird game. It's so dumb. This is so cringe. All of this is so cringe. Plaintiff's counsel, Mr. Garcia, responded, Mr. Bretler was apparently available on November 24th or 25th and explained that plaintiff was not available in Miami other than November 21st, 24th, or 25th due to currently residing in Illinois and because any other in-person dates would necessitate missing 3 full days of classes for 2 days of travel. Okay. Firstly, Jesus. How long does it take you to get there's got to be direct flights from Miami to Chicago. I don't even know all this, whatever. Also, again, you moved states, without her wife, by the way, that she tried to marry for a green card. You moved states, okay, are going to grad school in another state. Where is all this money coming from? I thought you were broke. I don't know why you needed to fundraise for all of this, for this court case. It's cost you 3x the funds you've raised so far, but whatever. Since plaintiff was planning on being in Miami for her school's Thanksgiving break, she offered the dates of November 21st, 24th, or 25th. The defendant did not wish to take her deposition remotely in Illinois, and in order to avoid missing her classes and the expense of traveling twice to Miami, Mr. Bretler expressly dismissed plaintiff's unavailability and inconvenience. Plaintiff was not available to be deposed in Miami on November 3rd because she had a full day of class scheduled. Then why didn't you register it with the court? That's what this show cause needs to be for. I don't know if either I don't understand this or Jonas doesn't understand that. That's fine. If you say you can't make it on November 3rd, why are you saying this now after skipping it? Why didn't you notice the court? Why didn't you file anything with the court? Why not file a protective order beforehand? Furthermore, due to the location of her school, it requires a full day of travel to get to Miami and another full day of travel to return to Illinois. November 3rd is also a Monday, so you would only missed 1 or 2 days of school, but okay. For this reason, and based on her class schedule and requirements, she was not available or able to appear for a deposition in Miami on November 3rd, since it would have necessitated missing 3 full days of classes. Maybe they have Sunday classes? Additionally, traveling to Miami and back from her school is very expensive, with round-trip flights averaging $900. Is that even true? There's no way. You must be able to get flights for less than $500. Round trip? Maybe less than $400? From Miami to, is it ORD for Chicago? Search flights. Non-stop. Bro, I'm seeing flights for $193. Come on. $900? What is she, flying first class? Plaintiff offered the dates of November 21st, 24th, or 25th, since she would be in Miami on those days, or alternatively 3 remote deposition dates. Again, these dates are fine. Let's just do mine right after or right before. I'm not going to fly my lawyers out twice for this, okay? Defendant's narrative that he must take plaintiff's deposition during the same week as defendant's deposition to avoid unnecessary burden and expense is contradicted by the record. On September 26th, 29th, 30th, and October 1st, after defendant's deposition had been calendared for November 6th, defendant's counsel repeatedly insisted the plaintiff provide dates for her deposition in October, showing no concern then about his unnecessary burden and expense. He also showed no concern for plaintiff's unnecessary burden and expense and having to miss classes and travel to Miami to be deposed in October or on November 3rd in Miami. You sued me in Florida, you dumb idiot. You sued me here. You chose the venue, so you don't get to claim unnecessary burden or expense. This was your venue. So I don't know why the fuck you moved out of state and now you're too lazy to show up for your fucking depots. That's on you. Then on October 2nd, out-of-state counsel, I like how she says, out-of-state counsel, Mr. Bretler, suddenly expressed a newfound concern with his own burden of having to travel twice to Miami, and for the first time insisted the plaintiff's deposition be taken during the same week as defendant's. But if cost saving were genuine, defendant could have deposed plaintiff in Illinois on the proffered date of October 24th, immediately following the October 23rd deposition of a non-party witness in Illinois, attended by 2 of defendant's California's attorneys. I don't even know if we were talking about doing her depo then, and I don't even know if we knew she lived in Illinois then. Maybe you guys should have offered that date. However, Mr. Bretler had to be in Miami for another matter on November 4th, which is why he offered and agreed on November 6th for defendant's deposition. Rescheduling defendant's deposition so that both depositions would be taken the week of Thanksgiving would not actually minimize any burden or inconvenience, since Mr. Bretler still had to be in Miami the first week of November, and thus would still be traveling twice to Miami. I don't know what he has scheduled here. I don't know what he has scheduled back in California. Why would you assume just because he's here for another matter, he would be able to just squeeze in a day or 2 for deposition for a whole other thing? I mean, maybe she's bored. Maybe she has nothing going on in her life or nothing scheduled in her life. I don't know. Thus, defendant's claim of unnecessary burden is plainly disingenuous. Ignoring plaintiff's stated unavailability and burden, on October 3rd, Mr. Bretler insists the plaintiff appear for a deposition, blah, blah, blah. I think this is all just... This is just the most cringe shit ever. But she never gives a good reason in any of this, I don't believe, for why she didn't notice the court. On the eve of defendant's November 6th deposition, defendant's counsel announced that defendant will not appear for his deposition on November 6th unless plaintiff appeared on November 3rd, effectively holding his own testimony hostage to coerce compliance with his unjustified demands. Then just notice the court. Files in the court saying you're not going to be there. How can we hold you hostage? Why not file with the court? This is what you do. Well, I say this is what you do, but apparently she fucks half her filings up, so... Plaintiff's counsel are not available and never represented that they are available on November 24th or 25th to depose defendant. Defendant falsely asserts that plaintiff and her counsel represented they're available for deposition on November 24th, 25th. In fact, plaintiff's counsel advised during the October 7th meet and confer, and again by October 10th on email, that they could not depose defendant on either date because plaintiff's counsel were not both available in Miami on those dates, and thus they could not agree to changing defendant's agreed upon deposition. I don't know why you don't need to both be here. I still don't understand how they can do her depo on the 24th, 25th, but not yours on those dates. I have no idea. I don't know. What is her argument for that? Ms. Peters has prior commitments outside of Florida, and co-counsel Mr. Garcia, recovering from medical procedures limiting his speech, cannot conduct defendant's deposition, though he can attend to defend plaintiffs with Ms. Peters' remote assistance. Okay. Why can't she just remote depose me if that's what you guys want to do? For these reasons, and in good faith, plaintiff's counsel offered those dates only for plaintiff's deposition, not for defense. Okay, because you have to speak less when you're just doing objections versus when you're reading to depose somebody, I guess. Cringe. This is all just cringe. That's our cringe thing. Mr. Garcia can't talk much. He had no problem talking during the hearing, but maybe I guess he's had a surgery since then. Declaration of Joan Peters. This is just about emails. This is this is September 30th. We asked for dates in October for an in-person deposition in Miami. Please provide plaintiff's availability to sit for deposition in person in Miami, Florida in October, or we will unilaterally notice her deposition for a date and time that works for Mr. Bennell and his counsel. It cannot be that your client is not available for an in-person deposition any days in October, and her only availability in November is the week of Thanksgiving. If that is the case, she will need to make other arrangements in order to comply with the discovery obligations and the lawsuit that she filed. How can you sue me in Florida and say you're not available for 2 months? What are you doing? You don't live here anymore? That's not my problem. You sued me here. This is the venue that you chose. And then this is Garcia. Jane Doe. I am currently pursuing a degree in an out-of-state school. My school is approximately a 2.5 to 3 hour driving distance from the closest airport. It must be nice to have so much money and so much time to not work ever, have no jobs, no income, fundraise a free $50K off my reputation on X, on Twitter, and then go to out-of-state grad law school, whatever she's doing, I guess. Must be nice. Between September 22nd and September 30th, I spoke with my attorney, Carlos A. Garcia Perez, numerous times regarding my available dates to be deposed in this matter. I informed him that based on my current class schedule at my school, and in order not to miss classes, I could only be available for an all-day deposition remotely on October 24th, November 7th, or November 14th. I also told him that based on my class schedule, and in order not to miss classes, I could travel to Miami and be available for my deposition in person on November 21st, 24th, or 25th. Go to page 8 in the main doc and read part 4 of their argument. Wait, what? The federal rules and local rules require cooperation and mutual accommodation, discovery, scheduling, defendant's conduct, unilaterally noticing, and unavailable witnesses. What about it? Did you go over any of the case law they cited in their response? They use a case from the same judge that's overseeing your case. Is it this one here where Judge Torres rules on this? I didn't. Usually when I look up, I just stopped reading their cases they cited because all of them were just so wrong. Is there a docket for this, whatever this case is? Oh, here, I guess I can look for the particular filing. Fuck me, I hate searching for this shit. Does this tell me the particular docket entry? Is it this? Check DMs. What? No justification. Okay. Let's see. Plaintiff's motion to compel defendant's deposition and sanctions. In connection with the same facts that above, plaintiff filed a motion to compel defendant's deposition and sanctions on June 15, 2017. Specifically, the plaintiff requests that defendant's deposition be compelled to occur no later than July 1st, and that plaintiff be awarded fees and costs associated with the filing of the motion, all related work, preparation for defendant's deposition. In response, defendant argues the plaintiff has not carried her burden of proof nor met established criteria for either an order compelling defendant's deposition or an award of sanctions. Scheduling conflict is completely avoidable. Defendant contends the emails between the parties could not have been clear and that only defense counsel will be available on June 13th. Now the defendant, as such, acknowledges that plaintiff has, in bad faith, continued to threaten to unilaterally set the defendant's deposition on dates plaintiff counsel is not available and is scheduled not to be in the United States. Therefore, defendant requests that the court deny plaintiff's motion, find that plaintiff has failed to meet the requirements set forth. Federal rules of appraisal authorizing positions. Okay, so it sounds like they filed a motion to compel. It wasn't just like a scheduling or notice of the court, but this was a motion to compel somebody to show up for a deposition, I guess. Without rehashing all the email communications and so forth, we find that defendant was substantially justified in not appearing for the deposition that plaintiff unilaterally said in the case. There is no confusion that defendant was out of the country on June 13, 2017, and that only defense counsel could be present at that date. Nonetheless, plaintiff scheduled defendant's deposition out of frustration and incurred unnecessary costs and fees. Plaintiff's motion lacks any merit because there was absolutely no justification for unilaterally setting defendant's deposition on a date that defendant was obviously unavailable to appear, and plaintiff's conduct was also unwarranted because the discovery deadline in the action is not end until June 28th. 2018. Oh, that's like a year away as well. As such, plaintiff's motion is denied the parties directed work in a professional cooperative manner on a date. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit different because Destiny, she was justified in not showing up because they filed this motion. I don't know what you mean. She and they, I don't know what, you're using way too many pronouns. But in this case here, it sounds like somebody filed a motion to compel somebody to show up for a deposition when they clearly weren't available. And the judge is saying, well, we're not going to agree with this motion to compel them to show up here because they're not available. However, in our case, they just didn't even notice the court. They didn't say anything to the court. So I don't feel like this applies here that well. But also, I don't think that none of the cases they cite usually apply that well to anything they're talking about. But they filed a protective order beforehand. That's why she was justified in not showing up. In the other case, yeah, sure, maybe, yeah. Okay. What did she say? I provided these dates in good faith and in an attempt to facilitate the scheduling of my deposition without undue burden, without jeopardizing my class standing. My school's handbook states a failure to attend classes may result in being dropped from the course, a grade reduction, or failure. I told my counsel that I could not be available for a deposition in Miami on November 3rd because I had a full day of classes scheduled. Furthermore, due to the location of my school, it requires round-trip flights to Miami average $900. Based on my class schedule, I plan to be in Miami for a week over the Thanksgiving break. Thus, to reduce the burden of costs and the burden of disrupting my studies and class attendance, I provided the date of November 21st for my deposition in Miami. When I was told by Mr. Garcia the defense counsel was not available on that day, I then provided the additional dates of November 24th or 25th. Okay, good one. Okay, anyway, that was this stupid meme. I think they still haven't dropped their USB drive off at the court. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what's going on with her or what is happening, but okay. Kind of a big meme. Let me use the restroom real quick and then we were invited to file a reply to a response that they had, I think, to related to our motion to dismiss, basically. Are there any big dates we are looking at for when things might progress or wrap up? So I think that discovery ends on December 16th, and I'm hoping that we get the motion to dismiss ruling within a week or two after that, hopefully. I think it looks really bad. So the motion to dismiss, remember, has to do with whether or not the court can hear the case. They get to reply to our motion to dismiss. However, the they didn't put any new evidence in their court doc. They didn't put any new evidence in their replies or responses that say that the court can't even hear this case. They just keep like doing these weird Kiwi Farms attacks on like my evidence, saying that it's not good enough, but they are offering nothing of their own. And again, we're 6, 7 months, 8 months into this case, and they have nothing. So my hope is getting higher on this. I never really thought that we would win on the motion to dismiss. The idea is motion to dismiss would happen. The judge would probably reject this because on the motion to dismiss, you basically read the whole complaint generally as true, although their subject matter jurisdiction question might be different. But then we would get guidance on that for the motion for summary judgment, which would come, I guess, a few months later. And the motion for summary judgment is where I expect to win. But I'm getting higher hopes in the motion to dismiss since they seem to not be able to have any evidence for anything they're saying, which is nice. But we'll see. And they keep doing dumb shit. So this is our reply relating to their reply relating to the motion to dismiss. Pursuant to the court's paperless order, dated November 5th, 2025, defendant Stephen K. Bonnell II hereby submits the following reply brief in further support of his motion to dismiss, specifically to address the changes that plaintiff's expert witness, Joseph Pena, made to his expert declaration to correct certain errors in the record that he identified. Plaintiff's corrective filings confirms and resolves the central fact precluding subject matter jurisdiction in this case. In his amended declaration, plaintiff's own expert witness now expressly concedes that Bonnell's transmission of the video to Rose occurred on April 9th, 2022, nearly 6 months before the effective date of the Cardi statute and consistent with the testimony of other witnesses in this case. Mr. Pena's admission resolves the only jurisdictional question underpinning plaintiff's federal claim, whether Bonnell sent the video after the effective date of the Cardi statute. He did not, despite plaintiff's continued attempts to obfuscate this straightforward issue before the court. The remainder of Mr. Pena's amended declaration does nothing to change the fact that Bonnell's sole transmission of the video occurred prior to the effective date of the Cardi statute, and his motion to dismiss should be granted accordingly. Section 2, Mr. Pena now confirms that Bonnell's transmission of the video preceded the effective date of Cardi. Mr. Pena's amended declaration eliminates any ambiguity. He now concedes that Bonnell's transmission of the video to Rose via Discord occurred on April 9th, 2022. Mr. Pena's new conclusion is consistent with the substantial evidence in the record, including from the non-party deponent whose ex-boyfriend impersonated her in Discord correspondence he was having with Bonnell while pretending to be Rose, as well as plaintiff's own acknowledgement that she could not conclusively determine that Bonnell's transmission of the video to Rose occurred after October 1st, 2022. So I'm sure this will start to filter out into more motions or things, but they managed to, a member of Gistigal's Discord server harassed the victim's family into being basically deposed by plaintiff's attorneys. And in the process of this deposition of her a few weeks ago, a whole bunch of pretty insane shit came out. And then one of those kind of crazy things that I found out was I have never apparently talked to this person in my entire life. And it gets more complicated and worse than that, but this account was being ran by, I'll say, another person for the entirety of this account's existence. There's just like the whole story on this is very insane, but I imagine that'll be coming out of more things. I don't know how much I'm technically allowed to talk about since it's a deposition that's not like publicly available, but as well as plaintiff's own, how did you find this out? Because it came out during her deposition. So there were no phone conversations with Rose. I don't think I talked to her. When Pixie initially asked me about this a year and a half ago, I thought I'd had a conversation with her, but when her boyfriend or whoever was on that solo account reached out to me, he said that I'd never talked to her, so maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm mixing a conversation up I had with somebody else, but I guess I never did. It's still possible that I did, though, when all the details of this come out, but it's pretty wild, but it's possible there were only text conversations. But where am I at? Continue browser was plaintiff's own acknowledgement, but you cannot conclusively about. Okay. I don't know the exact date. The dates are reversed. It's actually blah blah blah. This whole like dates reverse thing were fucking. This was like retarded as fuck. But moreover, Mr. Pena has also retracted his accusations his accusation of that Bonnell engaged in evidence spoliation. In paragraphs 7, 17, and 18 of his original declaration, Mr. Pena asserted and concluded that Bonnell's Discord chat export had been tampered with, that Bonnell had deleted or altered messages, and therefore Bonnell's evidence of the April 2022 transmission of the video to Rose is not reliable and would require further discovery. In his amended declaration, Mr. Pena concedes that his initial conclusions were incorrect, and he admits that Discord's time grouping design feature explains the supposed inconsistencies he highlighted in his declaration. Mr. Pena now withdraws his prior claim of evidence tampering and no longer asserts that Mr. Bonnell manipulated the data demonstrating the April 2022 transmission of the video to Rose. Plaintiff herself acknowledges that the paragraphs in her opposition predicated on those now withdrawn statements are no longer supported and should be disregarded by the court. Mr. Pena's amendment corroborates Bonnell's position. Since the outset of this case, the Discord log export reflecting Bonnell's correspondence with Rose is accurate. The message thread with Rose is intact, and Bonnell's transmission of the video occurred in April 2022, preceding the effective date of Cardi by nearly 6 months. Wait, so plaintiff knew about the Rose stuff, and they still added the footnote in one of their filings. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff about that, but hey, we'll wait until more comes out. Pretty crazy. Pretty gross. Can you explain why the expert witness would say this stuff? Well, he retracted some of what he said. He just doesn't know what he was talking about. I don't know if... Well, one issue was he was copy-pasting stuff, which we saw verbatim from Kiwi Farms. He even left one of the links on accident there. So we saw that. So I don't know if he just never even did a real analysis or if they just paid an expert witness to copy-paste stuff from Kiwi Farms. But, so, yeah, I don't know. The guy was an idiot. Rather than submit admissible evidence to conclusively establish subject matter jurisdiction here, which is what they should have done, by the way, plaintiff instead relies on a purported expert's testimony to obfuscate plaintiff's fatal jurisdictional defect. Worse still, Mr. Pena was retained to assess alleged tampering of Discord messages, yet his own core accusation was based on a basic misreading and or misunderstanding of Discord's own interface. Such a fundamental misunderstanding of the platform confirms that no actual forensic analysis was performed. His conclusions were the product of unfamiliarity with the very system in which he claims expertise. To be clear, Mr. Pena's retraction confirms that no tampering or fabrication occurred and exposes the unreliability of the very opinions upon which plaintiff relies. Even now, Mr. Pena only speculates that Bonnell's evidence is unreliable unless digitally fingerprinted, but he identifies no actual alteration, loss, or destruction of data. Instead, Mr. Pena relies entirely on a negative inference that the absence of a cryptographic hash somehow renders the production unreliable. Such speculation is not a forensic finding, but a rhetorical attempt to manufacture ambiguity where none exists. The date on which Mr. Bonnell transmitted the video is the dispositive question. It is easily resolved from the face of the Discord chat log, the evidence in the record, as well as by plaintiff's own expert's admission. No specialized computer forensics knowledge is required to read a date stamp. Plaintiff's continuing effort to reframe the transmission of the video on Discord as a complex, continuous disclosure is nothing more than an attempt to obscure the record and preserve a theory that her own expert cannot substantiate. Conclusion, for the reasons stated herein and in Bonnell's moving papers, Bonnell respectfully requests the court to grant the motion dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. And that's where we're at now. Big names. Did they get to reply to this reply to that? I'm not really sure. No clue. Will that deposition ever be made public? I have no clue. I don't know how that works. I guess we'll find out. ETA on the next big memes? Probably within the next couple weeks, I think. Did your lawyers depose her too, or just plaintiff? I mean, mine asked a few questions, but I can't really speak with any specificity. But it was a rough. It was just rough. That was just not a good. Pixie's. Let me just say, Pixie's a demon. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I'll just say that much. Let me see. November 7th, 28th. Okay, I think probably within 2 weeks we'll see some memes. Would you accept a Willie Mac interview? I'm probably not just gonna do any interviews on this shit. I'll just say my final piece when everything's done. Because fuck all this shit, but... But also, just like as a quick thing, and my tongue is a little tied. I can't, like I said, I don't think I can talk much about this. But like, if you could think for like 2 seconds, if you use your brain a little bit, especially if you get away from like the weirdo shit line, you just think about like the facts of the case and like how everything worked out. It requires at the very least one like insanely crazy, disgusting, criminal, international individual. But it's just funny to me that, not funny, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's actually really fucked up and really sad. Because of the obsession with like outing me on everything, there's been a person who's been completely and totally skipped. And there's also been like a victim who has been relentlessly harassed. And a lot of that harassment has come from Justical Server. And they'll even admit it. I don't know who, they just see this person talk about me a lot. This person is like talking about, I don't think that this girl or whatever was involved, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what makes you sure if they were involved? And I've spoken to her. Lots of people from Justical Server reached out and harassed the victim, harassed her family, harassed people around them. This has been like an ongoing thing from that community. So, and then all of it is basically happening behind the curtain of Pixie's court case because she's still obsessively dragging this out when they know they have nothing and no case. And every day that she drags it out is another day that she's providing cover for like a truly unbelievably insane individual. But I guess we just have to wait until this ends. Yeah. How much longer could they drag it out if they exhaust every possible avenue? I mean, if they got lucky on their motion for summary judgment and they survived that, then trial would be June of next year, right? Isn't it like June 16th of next year? You spoke about meetings with New York law firms. Are you planning on going after it anyway? I can't do that until this case is over. Like, this case is costing me so much money, and I can't risk. There are strategic and legal reasons why I can't do both as well at the same time, but the one of them is money related and psychological bandwidth related, but you know who the criminal catfisher is? I don't think you should refer to this person as a catfisher. That's one of the things that they did, but it's not even close to the worst thing that they did. Not even remotely close to the worst thing that they did. Okay. I think that's it for now. I don't know if there's anything else. The most satisfying takeaway from all of this is how red in the face the riled dude at all must feel after having grilled countless DGGers on how saying, hey, I'm probably going to wait until the case wraps up and all the facts are on the table. No, because the goalpost always shifts. The current COPE goalpost on half the people is that I'm still going to get like arrested for child porn or some crazy shit. But then the other half is that like, well, actually every single time like wasting Destiny's time or money is actually based. So even if nothing else comes from it, this is okay. It's totally based. Initially it was going to be, I was going to go to federal prison and get raped my whole life. And that was going to be the base thing. But now the base thing is just like, oh, well, if you waste his money, then then that's great anyway. So, you know. They say that Rose has to say she wasn't the one posting. The person who is identified as Rose or whatever has not been in control of any of the accounts that anybody knows about ever. That whole story is insane and crazy, but I can't get into any more details. That whole story is insanely disgusting and crazy. But we have to wait for more stuff to get filed. So, yeah. Has never been control ever, as in while it was with you, or ever, 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 ever. I know you can't answer, but is that why the feds were talking with you, with the memes you said about? No, the feds only ever come to my place over like death threats and shit. But can you speak about the phone call that you allegedly had with the person named Rose? I don't know if I had a call with this person or not. When I first talked to Pixie, I hadn't talked to this person in over a year, I think, or 2 years. My recollection was I think I had a call with her when I was at an airport a while ago, but it might have been with another person. But I thought I did. I know that they've offered to call me, and I know that they've offered to call them, but it might have been with another person. Or actually, it might have been with them too. I don't 100% remember. It's been a long time. Also, Solo initially said he told me that I'd never talked to this person, but then he posted on Kiwi Farms that he had a recording of me talking to this person, so I'm not sure. If I think hard, I don't know, because I reread all of our logs, and I don't think I actually had to call them. So I might have just misremembered that, but... Okay. Unrelated, but this is how Tom Bilyeu speaks. Stop. Why would he not publish that call if he had it? This guy doesn't want anything published about the actual person involved. There's a very particular reason why. Yeah. People post the images of her in your merch to discredit the idea that she had no idea. Is that explainable? The actual story is just so crazy and disgusting. Let me just say that the person that was running this account put in a huge amount of effort into mind-fucking me. Let me just... And the other person involved. That's... Yeah. That's all I can... Yeah. Fuck. Ask me in a few weeks. We'll see what else shows up in court filings. But, yeah. It's pretty wacky. That's a Jew stalker point. I will say this, just because so many people have posted it, and I think it's very funny, because I've seen a lot of people posting that, like, oh, how could you possibly have pictures of merch? It must be a real person. Or they must be talking to him. Yeah, it really seems like it, huh? I kind of thought the same thing. It's pretty, yeah, that's absolutely true. So I like that people are posting that as evidence of me absolutely lying or fucking my lies or my story up, because I think it goes to show how fucking insanely weird the actual story is. But hey, okay. That's all I got for now. All right, moving on to the next thing. Fall of MAGA. I don't think I actually have that much to say here. The Epstein stuff has gotten hijacked like crazily. But not just the Epstein stuff. So in the past, I've said that there's a few things that I've said. Okay. One is that, okay, I was speaking a lot off stream. I was just doing it. Small stream was working. But there's kind of like three different things going on with Trump. Okay. So Trump is a narcissist. Trump is a cult leader. And Trump doesn't do anything with like he's not a kingmaker. He doesn't like have successors. All right. So when I say Trump is a narcissist, I mean like he doesn't care about the MAGA movement. He doesn't care about the Republican Party. He doesn't care about the United States. He just cares about his own shit. All right. He does very well at like attacking other people or ostracizing or otherizing people from his own kind of like cult, but that's it. But also he doesn't appoint other leaders. I don't know if I noticed it like Evo Morales, I think, had this issue, or like socialist leaders, commies run into this problem where when they become dictators, they don't actually want to appoint any other politically powerful people. All they want to do is like roll. They just want to rule under their own like single person rule with no other like powerful people. I don't know if it's because they're threatened by other people. They don't like to share the megaphone, but there have been other people that have shown up. And I think some people in the public make this mistake. If you're retarded, you've made this mistake, but it was always clearly obvious from the beginning. I said this a million times. People like Elon Musk were only politically powerful or politically relevant because Trump was lending them political aura. That's it. Otherwise, these people are like autistic, ketamine-infused retards that no one cares about. This has been true for a lot of the people that have shown up around Trump. It's true for a lot of the ideologues that control Trump. So like J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller. It's not true for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is popular. She's been a monster fundraiser in the past. I think her house raises, she's raised more money than almost anyone else in the party. She is, and she represents like a very real, she feels like a real person who's like a real MAGA, was from QAnon and has fought with the media and is like very much, I would say almost like an AOC of the right, kind of. And if she starts breaking hard with Trump, Trump is going to be in a huge bad spot. Trump can very easily excise like Massey, like these people who are betraying MAGA, or can very easily excise people like Elon, who the fuck cares? Oh, I'm going to make my own political party. Okay, little bro, put the spaceships in Mars. No one cares, you fucking retard. Marjorie Taylor Greene, he cannot do that with. Even if he does somehow win a fight with her, it's going to come at great cost to his own political coalition, and he won't be able to survive it. And he'll like the strong ally is going to be gone. Oh, and then also, you're in this weird area where, as we come up to the midterms and beyond, the MAGA political capital is becoming less relevant because of the three reasons I gave earlier. Trump's a narcissist. He's not a kingmaker. He doesn't do anything to help anybody else. All he does is attack, attack, attack. Well, if you know that Trump's not going to be able to survive physically or like politically because he'll be too old, he's probably not going to run for a third term being as old as he is, right? Well, what are you going to do now? Who's going to be the new leader of the party? And people are still, I think people have kind of been looking around. You're not really saying anything. People are kind of looking around. You've got this weird like Fuentes, Candace, Megyn Kelly-ish, Tucker Carlson split, but these people aren't like elected people. I don't know how much political power they have with real people. I know they're famous online or whatever, but Megyn Kelly splitting is not good. That's a scary, very not good thing. So you have like, in my opinion, this is probably one of the scariest tweets I think I've read from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think this was this morning? Yeah. Good morning. I want to thank everyone who texted and posted and commented support for me. You all are so kind and I appreciate love and support you too. I never thought that fighting to release the Epstein files, defending women who were victims of rape, and fighting to expose the web of rich, powerful elites would have caused this. But here we are. That's Trump. And it truly speaks for itself. There needs to be a new way forward. That's a spooky sentence. You don't want to hear that from MTG, okay? Oh, wait, hold on. One quick meme thing, because everybody in Gisticle server who said they didn't want to cover my stuff anymore because it's too boring. I keep seeing this cope over and over again. The funny thing is, even if it was a catfish, what would change? Like, it's such a weird lie. Oh, they also assume I'm all lying about this too. Imagine a predator that gets catched by Chris Hansen would be like, well, I'm not a real predator. I just talked with a person that pretended to be a minor. So I don't know if you've ever watched To Catch a Predator, but in To Catch a Predator, that's adults pretending to be kids. It's not kids pretending to be adults. Like, To Catch a Predator wouldn't really make any sense if Chris Hansen was like, well, here you said you're 20 years old. I'm going to come over and fuck you. But like, did you like, it's this, I don't know. I think it's just because Gisticle like okayed this weird talking point that like this whole server sycophantically runs with it. But Chris Hansen did not have people pretending to be adults to catch predators. It was people pretending to be minors. I don't know why. I don't know how nobody in the, well, it's because they're all so obsessed with hating me that they can't like form any independent thoughts that, yeah, I don't know. But the toxic political industrial complex thrives on ripping us all apart, but never delivers anything good for the American people, whom I love. Never delivers anything good. So one of the things that MTG has been talking about recently too is that prices aren't going down, right? So this is difficult. Prices aren't going down, and that was something she hit Trump on, and Trump really doesn't like this. Destiny, God, I hope it matters, but I feel like it's just going to be another thing about Trump that is forgotten in a few weeks. MTG, no, is not somebody who's going to be forgotten in a few weeks. This is a central MAGA figure. This is not somebody who can just disappear. The PIC tells us, what is this, the political something class? The PIC tells us to hate each other, fundraises off why we have to hate each other, and pits Americans against each other to the point of violence and nearing civil war. Oh, political industrial complex, maybe? This is also wrong. We can have our own differences and differing opinions, but we can still love and respect one another. We have far more in common than we have apart. I believe in the American people more than I believe in any leader or political party, and the American people deserve so much better than how they have been treated by both sides of the aisle. The way forward is America first, America only, and that may be the most dangerous pursuit of all. So one of the big things here is that all she has to do is like focus on the issues and take the high road. The MAGA Trump cannot. He's just so bad politically. He cannot manage his political status. It's misstep after misstep after fuck up after fuck up. He just cannot ever, he can't do politics because he's a dictator. He's like a king. He's just never navigated an environment politically. And all Marjorie Taylor Greene has to do is just basically sit back and kind of do this like better than thou, both sides, but MAGA representative, and just absorb the Trump attacks. And I don't know. So she tweeted this at 11:40 this morning. I'm now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world. The man I supported and helped get elected. Aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who are radicalized by the same type of rhetoric being directed at me right now. This time by the President of the United States. As a woman, I take threats from men seriously. I now have a small understanding of the fear and pressure the women who are victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal must feel. As a Republican who overwhelmingly votes for President Trump's bills and agenda, his aggression against me, which also feels the venomous nature of his radical internet trolls, many of whom are paid, this is completely shocking to everyone. My phone is blowing up with constant amazing support. I'm so thankful. The political industrial complex and the toxic violent nature of American politics must end. Our country is worth saving. It can only be done if we pull together and save ourselves. So she's starting to hit on a lot of these talking points in terms of like aggressive rhetoric from like the MAGA people, like radicalized people. A lot of them are Russian bots. There's radical internet trolls. It's the same type of stuff that the Epstein victims got. And then like, we need to come together and save America, America first. Like, yeah, I don't know. Trump has just been, I think, like retruthing a bunch of weird shit. Laura Loomer tweeted this yesterday. I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of the great state of Georgia. Over the past few weeks, despite my creating record achievements for our country, including a total and complete victory in the shutdown, closed borders, low taxes, no men and women's sports, or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, as opposed to being in the laughing stock that we were just 12 months ago, having trillions of dollars, record-setting invested in the USA, and having created the hottest country anywhere in the world from being a dead country just 12 months ago, and so much more. All I see wacky Marjorie do is complain, complain, complain. It seemed to all begin when I sent her a poll stating that she should not run for senator or governor. She was at 12% and didn't have a chance unless, of course, she had my endorsement, which she wasn't about to get. She has told many people that she is upset that I don't return her phone calls anymore. But with 219 congressmen/women, 53 U.S. senators, 24 cabinet members, almost 200 countries, and an otherwise normal life to lead, I can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day. I understand that wonderful conservative people are thinking about primarying Marjorie in her district of Georgia, that they are too fed up with her and her antics, and if the right person runs, they will have my complete and unyielding support. She has gone far left, even doing The View with their low IQ Republican-hating anchors. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So if I would be looking to this race, if Trump stakes out like a huge position on trying to primary Marjorie Taylor Greene and fails, this I think this is like the end. I don't know what Trump does past that point. And I feel like historically, when Trump stakes out like big support for candidates in these races, I feel like they tend not to do that good. But yeah, he's been retweeting. You chose your side. You joined the Democrats. You want to better your political future in 2020 instead of helping President Trump fix his country. He's just been like retweeting attacks on her. Your political future just ended. Hope it was worth it, sellout. I'm from a district similar to yours. Massey's, in fact. These are all bots, by the way. I know my family, friends, and I cannot wait to vote against Massey. I bet many of yours feel the same. Don't pretend it's just about the files. Others are doing the same, and we're fine with that. Okay. You've literally been all over the map since he told you the truth. You're not built for the Senate, and you never will be. You speak on things wildly without having any deep understanding of any subject you speak on. Your Doge subcommittee was a complete failure, and the most successful part of it was a freshman congressman from Texas. Imagine blaming Doge on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, man. New MTG tweet. The ratio in this post should serve as the ultimate warning to all my Republican colleagues. You vote no on Tuesday to release the Epstein files and face severe outrage from America. Republicans don't have support from women, and this right here is a perfect example of why. Uh-oh. I will be voting no on the Epstein hoax. The Democrats are using the Epstein hoax to distract us from the winning of President Trump and his administration. My message to my Republican colleagues, don't let this noise keep us from delivering on the mandate the American people gave us. President Trump, I stand by you in the fight to save America. I'm not going to let this hoax manufactured by Democrats slow us down. 2.9 thousand likes, 10,000 comments, 1.5 thousand retweets. Uh-oh. Here's his last 2 tweets attacking MTG, or truths. Marjorie Traitor Greene is a disgrace to our great Republican Party. Lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Brown, green grass turns brown when it begins to rot, betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned left, performed poorly on the pathetic View, and became the rhino that we all know she always was. Just another fake politician, no different than Rand Paul Jr. Thomas Massey, who got caught being a full-fledged Republican in name only. Make America Great Again. Good luck. Damn. What is Megan up to? Hold on.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything.
Uh-huh. You guys always are and seem to have no insights for us or make any good predictions about anything, but okay.
And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
So, just to be clear, 15 is not barely legal, okay? That would be very illegal. Okay, I don't know why we would... You could at least say like 17, or at least say like 16, 17. Why would you go to 15? Why would you go that low? Why not? Why would you go that far?
And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby.
What does this even mean? They could pass for younger than they were, but they would look older than they were? What does that even mean?
And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer.
They used to call it child porn, not kiddie porn to see, but okay.
That for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first...
What are these boundaries that we're drawing?
First came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. You know, it's just whatever.
I mean, like, there is, but also both are wrong. So, I mean, like, I don't know what the point is of trying to argue this here, but okay. Can you rationalize why Megan or Shapiro types are committed to hitching their wagon to the pro-child? Well, they just, like, people are just, people's political instincts are flaring up, and they're trying to figure out, like, where the future is. So if, like, Trump survives all of this, then they want to be with Trump. And that's, I guess they are imagining that the Trump camp is going to make it through all of this. This is kind of a longer one. We'll see how much of this we watch.
J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio would be the most normal ticket on a field against the Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson. Like, that is the future of the right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're covering some of the internal divisions that are surfacing within the Republican Party and the MAGA movement more generally. Now, these are not the kinds of divisions we saw during Trump 1.0, where there was a cabal of secret adults who were willing to vent to reporters behind the scenes but weren't willing to speak out. Those characters have largely self-deported from today's Republican Party. These days, the internal dissension is coming from, should we call them the crazy Republicans? I'm going to go ahead and do that. The crazy Republicans, if they even are Republicans in any sense of the word. So we talked to some Republican voters about some of the big disagreements going on, from Trump running for a third term, to the filibuster, to the mainstreaming of anti-Semitism on the right, and the recent Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes debacle. Everyone you're going to hear from today voted for Trump in 2020 and in 2024, but there are some tensions that they're wrestling with below the surface. My guest today is Robert Draper, staff writer for the New York Times Magazine and author of Weapons of Mass Delusion: When the Republican Party Lost Its Mind. Hey, Robert.
Hey there, Sarah.
So tell me this just as a level set, because you've written a lot about this. What are the fault lines within the GOP that you, like when you're exploring this, what do you think are the most interesting, and what do you think are going to matter the most as we move toward 2028?
Well, the one that has become the most prominent, Sarah, is over Israel, and that causes a kind of conflation between people who are anti-Semites and avowedly so, and people who might call themselves anti-Zionists.
There's another reason why you know that Trump sucks at politics. People are like, oh, Trump ended the war. Oh, Trump ended the war in Israel. If Trump could end the war, he would have ended it on day one. Like, he clearly couldn't. Like, this ended when Israel wanted it to, and now they've gotten basically every concession they wanted to for the United States. Like, it really does look like Trump is completely and totally controlled by Netanyahu. Now, I don't think that he is in, like, the crazy, neo-Nazi Jews controlling everything sense. I think he is in that he just doesn't know anything about Middle East. He obviously likes Netanyahu more than anybody from the Palestinian or Arab side. And so whatever Netanyahu says, he's like, oh, okay, sure. And then the people around him are, probably fans of Israel or whatever. So you're basically fucked on his side. Well, I mean, not fucked, but like he's going to be always going to be like a super Israel simp.
Or something, or who believe it's not in America's best interest to be, in their view, led by the nose from Israeli interests, and that has caused all sorts of fractures, as I'm sure we'll talk about. There've been others. I mean, by and large, there is still a striking unity around Trump, but it's not entirely unanimous. I mean, Nick Fuentes being the notable exception, the white nationalist Fuentes, who used to be on board with Trump and no longer is, and seldom misses an opportunity to savage Trump on his own show. Fuentes has a following that's difficult to quantify, but it's real and it's growing. The people who see themselves as custodians of a conservative movement, and Charlie Kirk, for example, when he was alive, would have been at the top of this list, do all that they can to keep everyone on the right corralled together and mainly unified in their antipathy of the left and trying to focus on the left as a common enemy, which is why the apostasy of Fuentes towards Trump and the just big mess that has been created regarding Israel has made that task a great deal more difficult.
So if the Israel fault line is sort of the one you're watching the most, tell me, is it different than the fault line on the left? Because the left also has this fault line, right? The Democrats had this fault line. It was very prominent in 2024. Does this mirror that same fault line, or is it substantively different in some way?
It seems to be substantively different. And now there certainly are anti-Semites on both sides, right? But you don't find that many people on the right who are pronouncedly anti-Israel, who are pro-Palestinian. You will find some. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been a very, very notable person in this regard, who have expressed the view that what's taken place in Gaza constitutes a genocide. Tucker Carlson falls in that category as well. Here and there, you'll find some real sympathy towards the plight of Gazans, maybe towards Palestinians writ large, but that's usually not where it is. It's on the right. It's mainly America.
I just want America to represent its own interests, and we need to be isolationist, and we shouldn't be sending money to any other country, and we don't want to get involved in any more wars. It's always like this.
First dictates that we take care of our business at home. Why are we spending so much money over there? Where on the left, I do think that there is a very hardened view against the Israeli government, and certainly in some areas, bigotry towards Jewish people.
And you don't think that same bigotry towards Jewish people exists on the right? Because I got to say, the anti-Semites on the right feel like they got a real home these days.
Oh,
well, there is. It's just not part of the mainstream, like, MAGA thing. It's just like the Fuentes division and probably the Candace Owens, like the very online people that are definitely, they're very loud online and they're growing online, but I don't know how much political relevance they have yet. Although it's growing. Can you define Israel simp from your perspective? You are pro-Israel, but not a simp. So what would a simp do that you wouldn't? Trump will acquiesce to literally anything Netanyahu wants. I don't know what you're like. Trump will support basically anything that Netanyahu says he wants or needs, or will do anything. No. He won't rein in anything Netanyahu does either. Like Netanyahu has free rein to conduct his foreign policy in whatever way he wants. Sometimes even corralling the U.S. to help.
Towards Jewish people exists on the right, because I got to say, the anti-Semites on the right feel like they got a real home these days.
Don't get me wrong. There certainly are tons of those on the right, and I'd say if anything, they feel more comfortable expressing that outwardly without mincing any words than on the left. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to suggest.
No. I'm trying to. This is like, because people are very interested, and I'm very interested. I have watched these fault lines sort of emerge because pre-October 7th, it wasn't as on people's radar nearly as much, and now it has become this defining issue in both parties, and it has sort of it shines a light on sort of the roach of anti-Semitism. And what is interesting about the right is, I would say, push back if you think this is wrong, but I would say on the left, they try.
Did you see that Anna Kasparian said she watches Candace Owens? That's not surprising me. Anna Kasparian is completely lost. She's like a full-on conspiratorial lunatic. Her and Jank are now like full-on like the Israel did 9/11 memes. Like those people are insane now. They're gone. They're fully gone now.
Interesting about the right is, I would say, push back if you think this is wrong, but I would say on the left, they try very hard to say this is not about being anti-Semitic. This is about, being anti-Zionist and the role that Israel plays in the world, and we're anti-Israel's government, and much more sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinians, as you sort of lay out. That is like, this is a humanitarian crisis, and America should not be funding it. And I know you're right that the America First element, and sometimes I think people don't always realize that America First isn't just a slogan, right? It is a statement of prioritization, and a big part of that prioritization is isolationism. Like, it's that why would we send, although somehow we've managed to send a lot of money to Argentina recently, which some on the right are mad about, because their whole point, the whole animating feature from these folks is anything that draws.
I don't know if that played well with literally anybody on the right. I don't even know. I just haven't followed it close enough. I don't know what the political justification was for helping Argentina, unless they're trying to gear up for some weird civil war in South America, like where we're getting rid of the Colombian leader and fighting Venezuela, and we need like an ally. I have no clue what the fuck. I truly don't know.
Our attention away from what we are dealing with here at home is a distraction, is bad for us, and we shouldn't be doing it. And it's weird, though, how that then blends with what has been a very active sort of Groyper subculture that kind of tinges with the darkest corners of the manosphere, the incel culture, the Andrew Tate women-hating culture. Like, anti-Semitism is also in there, and it's all kind of baked into this weird stew that Trump has allowed to become a not just welcome sort of part of the coalition, but sort of a more and more a sturdy part of the coalition, like a necessary part, which is why the Heritage Foundation thing blew up, because it called into stark relief, are we letting these people into the coalition or aren't we? And Heritage's answer was, yeah, we're letting these people into the coalition. And obviously there's been some pushback to that from what remains of the vaguely responsible right. Do you think that sounds right?
I think that sounds right, yeah. And certainly the Groyper subculture, and for your listeners, Groypers are the group of sort of white, disaffected conservative males, of which Nick Fuentes is the leader, that there's like an undisguised antipathy, not just towards Israel, but towards Jews as a problem in the United States, as people who control the culture, who control so much of industry and so unfairly and at the direct expense of the sort of white Europeans. And yes, it's certainly, America First is, I think, a distinct ideology, albeit one whose chief protagonist, one would think, Donald Trump, continually confounds with things like his $20 billion bailout of Argentina, leaving people, to sort of assume a kind of pretzel logic, of all this. But there are a number of people I've talked to, and I'm sure you have too, Sarah, sort of thought leaders in the conservative movement, who said, well, you not only can be America First and be pro-Israel, the two are very compatible with each other, because it's Israel is this great strategic ally of the United States and does all this dirty work in the Middle East, saving us the trouble for having done so. There are others, Tucker Carlson among them, who say Israel is actually a net liability strategically and is a drain. And you do see online in Groyper subculture that particular view being elevated. And Fuentes has said that now everyone has come to his side. And of course, that is a classic conflation of anti-Semitism and an arguable suspicion about just how supportive Americans should be of the Israeli government, given what's going on in Gaza and given our limited resources at home. But circumstances have enabled Fuentes to pull that one off.
Yeah. As the air turns crisp and the holidays draw near, comfort becomes the best gift of all. Quince delivers layers that last, sweaters, outerwear, and everyday essentials that feel luxurious and make holiday dressing and gifting effortless. Quince has it all. $50 Mongolian cashmere sweaters made for everyday wear, denim that never goes out of style, silk tops and shirts that add polish, and down outerwear built to take on the season. And down vests are a key part of my wintertime lesbian uniform. I love a good vest. Quince is one of those brands that I've gotten fully addicted to since I've had them as a podcast sponsor, and it's going to be a big part of my holiday shopping this year. I've been spreading the Quince gospel all over my social circle as well as my podcast audience. Honestly, Quince Italian wool coats are at the top of my list. This is what I'm asking for if anybody wants to get me a present. The cuts feel designer and the quality rivals high-end brands, but without the high-end markup. By working directly with ethical top-tier factories, Quince skips the middlemen and offers prices 50% less than similar brands.
Cool.
Step into the holiday season with layers made to feel good, look polished, and last from Quince. Perfect for gifting or keeping for yourself. Go to quince.com/thefocusgroup for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. We love you, Canada. That's QUINCE.com/thefocusgroup to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/thefocusgroup. I want to start with the focus groups by talking about the Trump 2028 question.
In Israel, the liberal and leftist opposition actually say the opposite, that Netanyahu is controlled by Trump. In my opinion, it's both sides, and they have leverage over each other. I would have to see explicitly and particularly what they say, but the biggest push in Israel from the more extreme sides is they don't like Israel taking money from the United States because they think that it restrains Israel in terms of what they could do. But in terms of like a president, like most people in Israel that are huge, like Netanyahu simps or right-wingers, are happy that Trump was elected over like Kamala, but they're worried that a future president would be able to restrain Israel more if Israel's relying on the U.S. for aid or whatever.
Because this like question mark is going to hang over our politics in a very stupid way probably until 2028, until everybody's like, sure, he's going to leave. Right. And it's not really something, I think, it's not really something Trump can attempt without the buy-in of a critical mass of Republican voters, which I think people assume he has, but I'm pretty skeptical of that, in part because so far the bulk of those we've talked to have been less than enthusiastic about the idea. So let's listen to how this sounded in our most recent groups of Trump voters.
I think the purpose of the term is to represent the population. 8 years is sufficient to kind of get your agenda out there and give the next person up their thought. We don't want to create a system and go back to 1700s.
8 years is enough, whether I like the guy or don't like him, whether it's male or female in office. If I like the person or not, it's not relevant. I don't want to be stuck with somebody I don't like for longer than 8 years.
I see where Nancy Pelosi is going to be retiring after, 40 years? I wish we had term limits in the House and Senate, too, but that's just a personal thing.
I just think that, with this second term, he comes in to do what he has to do. I think that to make sure that he stays moving quickly to get the things done. But I also think that, again, I'm a big J.D. Vance supporter. If you take that off the table, it puts, I won't even say pressure, but it makes it so that within that same amount of time, he really has to sort of mentor in ideas, get J.D. Vance on board, because I do think that he is a good bridge between the young people and the people in power. I just had a funny conversation with my father-in-law, and basically it was about how between the generations, like the slang words that are used for the kids in the skibbity and the 6'7", like at his age, he's like, I have no clue what these kids are talking about.
Martial law would have to be it from what I understand from my limited pea brain. I hope that the country is not in anywhere near that shape where martial law needs to be declared at all. So, no, I think he needs to go enjoy his money and his retirement and his kids and grandkids.
So that last guy was responding to whether there were any circumstances, because the moderator was asking this, a war or terrorist attack where the group wanted to see Trump do an end run around the Constitution. And so basically this guy was like, I guess if he had to declare martial law because something was terrible was happening. Although I would like to just point out that is maybe exactly what Trump would do, right? Like declare martial law, although for no good reason, much like the way that the National Guard is currently in our streets. So there have been a couple polls on this, and the third term idea is usually underwater among Republicans in the 35% to 40% support range. There is something though that like a certain corner of the MAGA ecosystem, like Steve Bannon, whatever, that they're taking very seriously, and that some elected Republicans, including Trump himself, are sort of unseriously promoting and going along with. So, for example, giving out Trump 2028 hats, selling them in the White House gift store. So, how seriously do you take this third term prospect, and how seriously do you think that the people around Trump take it, and what would make Trump pursuing this more or less likely?
Yeah, I took it seriously enough to look deeply into doing it as a long magazine story, and I've since tabled the idea because I'm not convinced that there is a whole lot of locomotion behind the idea, apart from Steve Bannon talking incessantly about it on his War Room show. And I've heard Bannon's arguments for it, the necessity of it in his view, etc.
It's scary that they would support it if he were to do it, but I really truly think that the health thing is the biggest issue right now. He's again, like, I guess like MAGA and centrists in real life will cope on it, but I think leadership sees like Trump is not in a good state physically or mentally. Like, I don't know if this guy's stroking out behind the scenes or what, but like he very clearly, I don't know if he's going to make it through this term, let alone running for a third term.
I think it's really striking, frankly, Sarah, to hear how opposed every one of the people you had in your focus group were to this. You couldn't find any sort of sympathetic voice in that regard. However, a caveat does come with that, and that's that if Trump tells people to change their minds in his base, they're likely to change their minds. I mean, you heard your one listener mention the one circumstance, a state of emergency, the need for martial law, and you're exactly right, Sarah, to say, as you did before, that is, of course, the circumstance that one could see Trump paving the way for right now. Already talking, he's used the word war with this, war with the Venezuelan drug cartels, that he's seeded distrust in our electoral process, and so if he believed that we could not have fair and honest elections in 2026 and then maybe 2028, he could suspend them, and if he were to do so, would the base really turn on him? Well, they haven't yet. Thus far, having listened to one of the focus groups in its entirety, I was struck by how so many of them repeated what we've heard so often from Trump supporters, that he's a man who tells it like it is, and they tend to go along with him. They tend to trust him because they believe that he is transparent. Another word that I heard used a lot. So if Trump turns on a dime and said, "Actually, I think this is necessary. I think it's necessary for me to run again. I think I can do it again. I think the Constitution allows me to. But regardless of that, I think the emergency, the times warrant it. I think the base will be with him."
Yeah, can I just say, I do think sometimes we get ourselves wrapped up around like, oh, well, Trump's going to run again, and I just think that's very unlikely. I don't think that he can't run again constitutionally. Voters don't want him to do it. The question is, though, will he leave? And I just think that's a different question,
Yes.
and it's really highly based on, I think, does he feel like staying at the time? Like, by the time he gets there, is he whatever age he is? Does he think something bad will happen to him if he leaves? Will he get prosecuted for something? Like how much control? Like, would he start? Like, I don't think that there's any question now, having seen what we've seen with the National Guard, the bombings of the Venezuelan post. Like, would Trump declare war to stay in power?
I mean,
probably.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And by the way, while I think that you're right to focus more on will he leave rather than could he run again, there is actually an argument about the how one interprets the 22nd Amendment, which I won't bore you or your listeners with.
I'm familiar with it.
Yes,
No.
and scholars, including some who are serious, have advanced that
No.
argument. But I think even Trump himself has said that he feels that's a little too cute, and to try to turn the 22nd Amendment into something other than what the standard interpretation of it tells
This
us.
is the idea that he could run like as the vice president with J.D. Vance, and then he's still in control, puppeteering, whatever.
That's one. So he'd be the Putin to Medvedev, basically.
Right,
and
exactly.
The even cuter one is that a Vance and a Rubio could run as a ticket, and then they would stand down after they're elected. The Republican-controlled House would make Trump the Speaker. Trump would then elevate Speaker Trump all the way. He would ascend us next in line. So there's that as well. Super clever.
No, it's cringe. Also, apparently Fetterman fell down. Bro. 20 stitches later in a full recovery, I'm back home with, I'm guessing, his wife and the kids. I'm overwhelmed and profoundly grateful for all the well wishes. Truly grateful for UPMC for the incredible medical care that put me back together. Thank you so much. Is he going to go back to being a liberal now after this head injury?
Super clever. So the focus groups that we did, that we are discussing today, of these two-time Trump voters, they took place against the backdrop of the government shutdown. So the government, it looks like, as of this taping, they will have a deal by the time this airs, and government will be back up and running. But there was a real divide in one of our focus groups over whether Republicans should act on their own to eliminate the filibuster. Because if we were going to get out of the shutdown, there were really only two ways: Dems caving, or Trump and Republicans nuking the filibuster so that they can pass it themselves. And so we asked them about this, and there was some trepidation. The other thing we asked about the shutdown was just sort of what they thought the electoral impact would be. Like, who did they blame? Just kind of the normal pundit stuff. And there was some trepidation about how the shutdown was going to play come election time. So let's listen to how this tension sounded.
We need to open it up, per se. We need to make this happen. And since we've already got the influence, we just need to move forward. So if we need the filibuster to just get the votes, then that needs to happen. So we can, get the lights on for the folks that need it. The biggest thing I think for that is that this government shutdown is just a huge black eye on the Republican Party. And the Democrats are going to use that against us in the future. And the longer this takes for us to get the government open, the more, even though it's, their fault, per se, it's not going to look like that.
I think they need to vote for the filibuster, to eliminate the filibuster and go forward, because that would have been done by the Democrats, but for Manson and Senator, she's from Arizona too. She's no longer
Sinema.
Thank you. If it wasn't for them, the filibuster would have already been broken during Biden's term. So it's going to happen anyway. So let's just get it done, and then let's move forward with the next few years.
I mean, they can do it if they get in. Hopefully that won't happen in the future, but of course we know that's a possibility. And so I don't want them to get that opportunity to do it. So I'm not sure. I want this done. I want it passed for us, but I don't know. I'm just not sure.
We don't need no filibuster. 60 votes. We need that. We need the majority, not just a barely one vote over. Because if you just get that one vote over, it's going to keep switching. The laws are going to keep changing over and over every administration. It should be the majority, and hopefully it'll be a Republican majority. And I don't see that happening in the future. Especially the way the last elections went, Democrats got the majority, and I think the shutdowns it's doing that. More people are jumping on the Democrat bandwagon because the shutdowns like bringing the economy down. So we need to get rid of that, right? We need to keep the filibuster there, and it's a good thing for this country. Got to keep everybody equal.
So, number of things going on there. One was sort of the implicit assumption that the shutdown was hurting Republicans,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, right.
From these Republicans.
Well, look, Sarah, that's what President Trump has said. He said, didn't think it's fair, but that it clearly blew back against the Republicans.
Why do you think Mitch McConnell was so sort of precious about the filibuster when it's funny to listen to these Republican voters? Because on one hand, on the 2028 question, there's sort of natural Republican conservative instincts rear their heads. They're like, term limits matter. And then on the filibuster, though, pretty mixed. And there was a bunch that was like, no, blow it up and like, let's get our agenda through while Trump is in there. Because this is one of the things people love about Trump.
Because he seems convinced by the 20-second argument being valid. Well, it's because it's bullshit. It's clearly, we're not supposed to have a president for 3 terms. That's clearly the argument. Now, if you want to say, could Trump do a runaround on it? And would this Supreme Court support him? That's a fucking coin flip. But it's a bullshit ass argument legally. Now, could Trump do a runaround on it? Possibly. Like I said, I have no faith in the Supreme Court to do anything responsibly, but
even the ones that don't love everything that he's doing, they love that he is doing something, that it feels like he is advancing things through sort of the sclerotic, can't get anything done Congress, whatever, Trump's just doing stuff, and voters like that. But so why was McConnell so protective of the filibuster, and why do you think Thune is following suit in a world where they want to give Trump basically everything he wants?
Yeah, I do think that McConnell is a believer in the Senate as a deliberative body, which distinguishes it from the House, and that the implication that flows from that is that if you eliminate the filibuster, you bring the Senate one step closer to the sort of everyday chaos that is the House. And the filibuster has worked for him in the past. It's worked for him when Harry Reid thwarted it with the nuclear option. He's held that over the head of Democrats. But I also just think that, so to me, the question isn't so much, I guess, as someone who grew up covering institutionalists, like McConnell, it surprises me less that someone like him, at his age of 80 or whatever, still believes that. And it's more striking to me how anti-institutional so many MAGA voters are, and they may not articulate it as such, but I think that they basically believe in a strong, unitary executive. I think your focus groups indicated that they see a practical limitation to the executive authority, which is that Trump has done all this stuff by executive order, and that doesn't last, which I thought showed a certain amount of sophistication on the part of the focus groups for them to recognize that and to say that this stuff needs to be codified into law. But I think that there's nothing about the performance in the Senate over the last several years that has imbued in people in the focus group with any kind of confidence that the Senate as an institution and all of its subsidiary parts are worth preserving. And I think that their distrust or dismissiveness of the filibuster flows from that.
I think you're 100% right. Okay, I could talk about the filibuster for a long time, but I want to move us on because I think I want to get into this very interesting character that you have spent a lot of time with, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She, during the past government shutdown, she's just behaved like a different person, like an alien, has snatched the old Marjorie Taylor Greene that we know and replaced her with like a normal human kind of. And, I've certainly speculated that her heel turn against the GOP establishment, going on The View, trashing the GOP leadership and their lack of a healthcare plan is probably a 2028 play. I think that's what she's doing. Although it's interesting to me, she's running to the normie side of things, given who she is. Let me tell you what, we asked the voters what they thought of it, and that act was not landing with them, at least in these groups that we fielded. Most hadn't really followed what she's been saying, but those who were not super impressed. Let's listen.
She's just all over the place. She's a rhino. I think she's a rhino right there. She's Republican when she wants to be Republican, but right now she's kind of talking with the Democrats more, freaking trying to hold her hands more or something. To me, it seems like she's just a rhino.
I don't know what's going on. Just like you have John Fetterman sounding like a Republican, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene sounding like a Democrat. There's some weird stuff going on. I can't explain it. I don't know if it's like these people put on acts just to get into office to be here, but I'm really shocked at what I'm seeing coming from her, and I'm really disappointed because I liked her a lot.
I don't follow it to a T, but I've never really liked her, honestly, so I never really took much of what she said seriously.
Seemed like the Democrats have had consistent infighting, and now the Republicans are doing that. And you just see this train wreck happening. You're like, I don't remember the name or where the governor was elected, but Jay something, who was calling for the murder, basically, of people and their children, and he won, and you just wonder, like, holy crap. And then you see the Republican Party start to do this, and those people are getting voted in now. Let's not start destroying our party from within, because what's going to happen come 2028, That's terrifying. And you just want to, tell them, zip it. Just shush.
Okay, so you've covered Marjorie Taylor Greene at length in your book, and we have forgotten how awful she is, especially early in her congressional career. She was out there accosting David Hogg, yelling at transgender congressional staffers that they were really men, saying that Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason, speculating about the Rothschilds and their space lasers causing wildfires, just nuts. And now she's on Caitlin Collins talking about how Adelita Grijalva, I'm sure did I get that? Okay.
Grijalva, yeah.
She's saying, oh, she should be sworn into Congress. And she's one of the most outspoken members of Congress in either party about releasing the Epstein files. What has gotten into her? We've had a great deal of speculation about that over here at the Bulwark. I think
I can put a lot of speculation to rest because I'm in frequent touch with her and I have a lot of insight into what's going on with her and what isn't going on with her. As to 2028, I don't know. I think she's probably leaving open that possibility, but there are other things at play too. But start with this: she's not a Democrat. So for the people in the focus group who think that, like, she worked with the Democrats very briefly with Ro Khanna in an effort to open up the Epstein files. But
Ro Khanna is already like an outsider kind of Democrat person too. So
otherwise, she has found no common cause with them and has nothing good to say about them. I do think that with Republicans, it is a case of familiarity breeding contempt. That the more she's gotten to know her Republican colleagues, the less she's liked them and the more she sees them as phony. And she had promised me that she would be doing this, that the next time the Republicans came into power and ran the table and yet did not get done what the America First constituency expected of them, she was going to be screaming from the rafters about it. And she hates Obamacare. She always has. But she also hates the fact that healthcare premiums have been rising. And she learned this from her own daughters, who are now worried about their premiums due to the subsidy perhaps doubling. And so she's made a lot of noise about that. She also, had told me that she's been, during the shutdown, she's been at home a lot, like, most of the members of Congress are. She's talked to her constituents. She has heard constituents use the G word, genocide, in reference to Gaza. And I think that there's a lot of, why are we spending so much money over there killing children when there are people here who need the money more? And so I think she hasn't been untrue to her principles, but as to why she's being so outspoken about it, I think she feels, not getting this directly from her, but I think it's evident that she feels a certain sense of betrayal in terms of the loyalty she has shown the Trump administration and how it has gone largely unpaid. We've reported on this and stories about how Tony Fabrizio, the Republican pollster, dropped a poll saying basically that she'd get creamed in a Georgia Senate race. And so Green is of the view that that was basically put in there by certain people just to kneecap her chances. Trump did not lend any encouraging words.
That Mark Cuban tweet to Elon Musk, when Cuban told Musk, like, there will be a time when you think you need something from Trump and you will get absolutely no reciprocation for everything you've said or done for him. And that was absolutely true. Yeah, again, Trump is not interested in helping anybody else. Everybody's just a means to an end for him.
She was mulling over the possibility of running for governor of Georgia. She hasn't been offered any cabinet positions. And there are other reasons for her just to believe that she is kind of homeless. She was booted out of the House Freedom Caucus for the sin of siding with Kevin McCarthy on some things. And so the one person she likes is a person who is very proudly homeless, and that's Thomas Massie. And Massie is this kind of libertarian Republican who's been very outspoken about releasing the Epstein files and of right.
Wait, real quick. There was a photographer that took a bunch of pictures at an Unfuck America event like 3 months ago. Does anybody have a link to that website? What the fuck was that website with these pictures on it?
We have other things that he has in common with Marjorie, and so yeah, I mean that's kind of where she's at. But it is interesting to see her, like, especially given how hostile she was towards the mainstream media, now being on The View and on CNN. She has indicated to me that she doesn't like it when mainstream outlets constantly refer to her QAnon past and the Jewish space lasers and all of that stuff. But that she feels increasingly comfortable with the possibility that she'll get a fair shake, or at least that her own viewpoints will be, honestly aired.
I saw some quotation from her to the effect of, like, I got it wrong on QAnon. Is that right? Has she sort of renounced?
Yes.
Like, what's the growth pattern been for her?
Yeah, and look, I do think that, though I said a couple of minutes ago that I think she's largely remained on track with her America First beliefs, I do think that behaviorally we've seen a real evolution in her. I mean, those things that you were citing, which I also did in my book about her, like chasing David Hogg down hallways and harassing AOC, those were when she was a so-called influencer in 2018 and 2019 and was an avowed QAnon person. She doesn't do that kind of stuff now that she is an elected official, since she was elected in November 2020. And she made clear to me that her QAnon views grew out of distrust of the mainstream media and the permission structure given by people on the right to seek alternative information elsewhere. And then there formed this whole community of people who she knew, people who did CrossFit gym like she did, people who were friends of hers on Facebook, who were starting to read these Q drops. It was kind of fun and sort of a parlor sport. But she said that it also, it imposed a certain kind of logic on areas where there was a lot of lack of clarity. Now she's since, no, I don't think that she believes that Democrats are faces of baby corpses on their own faces or anything like that. It's, she has been clear about how she got it wrong. She's defensive on the subject because she feels like, why is it that every story that the New York Times writes about Elizabeth Warren doesn't include that she once claimed she was part Native American, to get into Harvard? Or why is it that Senator Blumenthal isn't always mentioned that he was not honest about his military service? And yet every time a story is done about me, it always has the obligatory paragraph about being a conspiracy theorist. I hear her, but it's a notable beginning point of a revolution and kind of hard to forget.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the answers to that might be that she's just newer. Like those are it happened more recently.
Yes.
That she was this person. Like what Elizabeth Warren did in college just probably doesn't bear as much on what Marjorie Taylor Greene was doing in 2018. But okay, but I take that point. I guess one of the things that I've been wondering about, and something you're saying makes me think that this might be true. Because for me as sort of a never Trumper, what was astounding to me was learning that so many of the people who I had grown up and they had taught.
President Biden reacts to Marjorie Taylor Greene on his way to give the State of the Union. Wait, what is this? My king.
Me what it meant to have conservative principles. Like they were the ones imbuing those on a younger generation. It turned out they had none of those principles. And it's a wild thing to suddenly be around a bunch of people who they were the ones sort of telling you joined their side, whatever. And then you're like, oh, you guys didn't mean this at all. Not even a little bit. Is that the experience that she's having in Congress where she's like, wait a minute.
Yes. The answer is yes. I mean, she's
she
like,
principled though? Is she?
Yes.
Are we finding that she's principled?
Yeah, no, I think that Greene has always been principled. You could argue with her principles. You could say her principles are misguided. You can say that her, views on immigration are really strident. That her views, that she sees as kind of a zero-sum proposition. That everything that an immigrant gets is at the expense of, some able-bodied working-class white person or something. But no, I think that she does have principles, and she's certainly come to fall into the sadder but wiser category of people who recognize that Congress is increasingly a do-nothing body. It's frustrating to her. Now, I will say this, that I mentioned earlier that she's not a Democrat. She has not made the slightest effort, as far as I know, to ever find any Democrat with whom she could see common cause in advancing certain legislation. There was a point in time, around the time of the J6ers being at the D.C. jail, that she was very interested in criminal injustices, perpetrated. And since Trump pardoned all the J6ers, she's gone conspicuously silent, on that particular subject, like so many other people in the Republican Party. But at least for a moment in time, it was of interest to her, but she never spoke to any Democrats about it. Having said all that, though, yes, she's become really disillusioned with leadership, with colleagues who seem much more interested in the performativeness, which is, of Congress, which is a bit ironic coming from her. But I do think that, she's the Doge subcommittee of which she was chairwoman, didn't have much teeth in it. But she actually really, I went to a couple of hearings. It was interesting to see because, she really comported herself as a chair, and she recognized the Democrats and wasn't insulting to them, and ran an honest hearing. I think that she took seriously the notion that, okay, we Republicans are in charge. Let's act like it. I think she's been very disappointed that a lot of her colleagues haven't fallen suit with that.
Last Marjorie Taylor Greene question. It was funny to me to hear a voter call her a rhino, because this is what you get. Everybody, whether you're Liz Cheney or you're Mitt Romney, but if you fuck Trump.
Jesus, wait, okay, hold on. This guy's MAGA. I'm not answering him. You keep asking me, why isn't Trump treated Putin like Elon? Putin is the leader of another country. Trump can't just say Putin sucks and get rid of him. Putin is the leader of a whole other country that Trump can't do anything about. He has to deal with Putin to some extent. He's gone back and forth on him, but Trump can't just wish Putin away. I don't know why you keep Putin has nothing to do with any of the local leadership that Trump could exert influence over. Yeah.
You are suddenly a rhino, because Republican used to have actual meaning. There used to be ideas behind it. Now there's just Trump. And so if you don't support Trump, or you are perceived to not be supporting Trump, you're suddenly a rhino. Is that going to be tough for her? Does she get tossed, or is her brand now kind of big enough to withstand her being somebody who goes against the grain? Does she need Trump at this point, or does Trump need her, or can they both just live in their own ecosystems? What do you think?
Well, I think that the answer to that question is she herself is trying to find that out. That's why she's going on The View, for example. I think she's trying to find out just, how does my brand play beyond Congress and beyond Georgia. She's not a party person. And so the idea that she's a rhino, well, obviously that's meant to be a pejorative, is in a way not entirely inappropriate, given that she has said recently, I'm not sure that I'm not a Democrat, but I'm not sure that I'd call myself a Republican anymore. I mean, she really does have a hostile view towards her own party. And so I think she may come, as Massey does, to wear that independence as a badge of honor. Now, how far this gets all of her, and whether she's been very careful, every, conservative leader not named Nick Fuentes, to not disassociate herself from Trump. She has said in stories that we at the Times have reported that she feels like Trump has gotten bad advice from his staff. That's a very familiar one that we hear. But she has been loath to criticize Trump himself. And so I don't think we're going to see her step out the way Nick Fuentes did. And for the record, also, she loathes Nick Fuentes. So it's I doubt she'd want to be in his camp. But I don't see her separating herself from Trump. But then again, we'll see. I mean, she's given the Trump administration some heartburn with some of the things that she's been saying and doing. It may well be that she comes to figure out, what the hell do I have to lose? I might as well, just staying by Trump's side has gotten me only so far, and in fact has been at times a bitter pill to swallow. So we may see more independence from her, but I think she's testing the waters on all this stuff now.
Well, it will be interesting to see where she goes from here. Okay. The last couple sets here are a bit contradictory in nature. We're going to focus on the rising anti-Semitism on the right for a second, even though we've talked about this. In recent months, we've heard, especially with young people on the right, a rise in anti-Israel sentiment, sometimes related to the actual war in the Middle East, but it can also be, there's like some obvious anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And this is the part that I really want to get to, is just how many of the conspiracy theories on the right now end with the Jews. Like, that's where we land. It's not something that our whole group was dabbling in, but we do occasionally hear a smattering of this from Trump voters. And in these recent groups, it came up when people were skeptical of how Charlie Kirk actually died. So let's listen.
I follow Candace Owens very closely. I have for years. A lot of people will, the left wingers or even some people on the right say she's crazy. But if you listen to her, she's extremely articulate, and she also investigates things. She doesn't just come up with her own theories. And she worked for Turning Point for years. She was on college campuses with Charlie for a long time. So she knows the ins and outs of that organization. So she's not going to stop until it's found out. Hopefully she's not next, honestly. But I think they're, inside Turning Point, maybe even inside the government, inside, some relations with Israel. There's just some things that we're not being told. And it's just not adding up. And she's really the only one who's willing to ask those hard questions and to get to the bottom of it. And I would think that our government, Trump included, would be like leading that force. So that's been a concern.
I think Charlie Kirk was having such a profound influence in the political arena and the religious arena that the radical left, and I mean the radical left, like people that are being socialist and heading toward communism, are pushing. So it's scary. I don't know. I don't know what's truth anymore, but I would be questioning on, was it a young man that just got radicalized from watching videos and being in chat rooms? I'm questioning that.
There's not necessarily a distrust towards the overall picture. I just think there's a lot of discrepancies that either could be cleared up that are not being cleared up. I think that if I step back from the thing that happened, which I feel like there's some discrepancies in how it's all being explained, I think that it was something that revealed certain things that are going on outside of the U.S. political system that are tied to other places, that it shined a light on some other things going on. And so maybe that's why they're taking a little bit of time to really get into the meat and potatoes of the details of things of it. They're letting that light kind of show other things out. But I do think that they could have really gotten in and said, hey, this, and this, and this doesn't seem like it adds up, but this is why, and they didn't do that. So I think it shined a light on stuff that's going on with Israel and things that are tied to that. One thing that I've appreciated seeing Donald Trump do is like he stands up to Netanyahu and says like, that's not going to be okay. Don't do this thing, where you see just about everybody else folding on, this whole Israel thing. Maybe I was not paying as close attention as I needed to be, but it seems like right around this time frame, Charlie Kirk got assassinated, and you started seeing a lot more. So like the curtain came back, and then like so much stuff was like tied to Israel. You saw a lot of political people going and doing all this stuff, but Donald Trump has stayed firm throughout that process of like, he's doing something wrong, I'm gonna tell him not to do that thing.
So you've spent a lot of time reporting on Turning Point, both before and after Charlie Kirk's death. And what is the way forward for them now without Charlie?
Sure. Let me first just say that is a very commonly expressed sentiment on the right, that Charlie Kirk's assassination, that there's more to it than meets the eye, and that and a lot of insinuation that the Israeli government played a role in it. As to where Turning Point goes forward after this, it's more easy to say what won't happen than what will. I mean, Erica Kirk is the CEO now, and she's greatly respected and beloved within the organization, and a lot of people on the right love her as well. She's not a polemicist like her husband. She's not going to go on college campuses and debate people. She has only campaigned at a grand total of one event, I believe, for Andy Biggs. And that was really just to introduce her husband, where Charlie did that all the time. So she's not going to be a political organizing force. She's not going to be a confidant to either President Trump, or if he's followed by J.D. Vance, who was so close to Charlie Kirk, or to him either. I don't see, how then Turning Point USA remains the political force that it was, except insofar as it continues to incubate conservative ideology on high school and college campuses. I think there's every reason to believe that they'll remain formidable in that view. But, the other way in which Kirk was so significant a force was that he provided, whether you or I agree with this, version or not, he provided a certain kind of role model for young conservative males, and this very Christian oriented, very traditional family, very pro marriage. Kirk is gone now, and presumably those young males who are looking for a voice, looking for some kind of leadership, that maybe some of them will turn to the Tate brothers, maybe some of them will turn to Fuentes. This is where Kirk really was just such a dominant and irreplaceable personality. There's no one inside Turning Point USA who could be expected to fill that void.
All right. Well, we also talked to these groups about Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes, which touched off the Firestorm, the Heritage Foundation, which is this storied conservative think tank, which in my youth, or not even in my youth, I did lots. That was like they always had like talks there and events there. And so I've spent a lot of time in their atrium or whatever. We've heard from some Fuentes viewers in our groups before. So I've had we've specifically had younger people where they talk about Fuentes a lot. In fact, my conversation with Will Summer a couple months ago, if you want to listen to more of that, we did that episode not that long ago. But these groups were largely not tracking this particular disillusion. And they weren't like Fuentes defenders, though they did defend Tucker's decision to have him on. Let's listen.
What I've heard is that Tucker has really taken some heat for even interviewing him and kind of giving him a platform, but I believe that just because he interviewed him doesn't mean that he agrees with him or he's trying to promote him. He's just trying to get the information out there. So he seems to be, this Nick Fuentes, an up and coming leader of the socialist movement. He's pretty close to being a true communist. And he's said that Hitler was a good man. I mean, that's how far he is. So I didn't see the total interview, but just the fact that Tucker was sitting down with him to kind of get his viewpoints. He seems to be grabbing a big following of these nut jobs, really. So Tucker was just under a lot of heat for even bringing his name to the table.
The thing that I respect about Tucker is he pushes back. He's not just giving this person this platform to spew their crap. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes, but I respect Tucker for not bending the knee and staying true to himself and covering all angles from everyone, because that's what we're lacking. Let him show his true colors. A lot of people don't agree with what he says. Absolutely. I think he's not a very good person, but I think that when we talk more and when people stop talking, that's when bad things happen. So let's talk. There's just this consistent division that will never go away if we can't even talk to each other about things, even again with our worst enemies. And Tucker made it very clear in the Dave Smith interview after the Nick Fuentes interview, after he's getting all this slack, that, this is the reason why. And it's very Tucker of him.
I absolutely agree. Free speech. This is what America was founded upon. If you want to be racist, it's your right to say and feel whatever you want to say and feel. But I don't feel like people should be censored for how they believe. If that's how you feel, speak your mind. But the very little that I'm hearing this Adolf Fuentes, some remark he made about Stalin that's going viral. And I'm just like, wow, that's terrible. I don't know how true it is because I didn't hear it directly, myself. It's just what I'm hearing is going viral. But I'm like, You know, I didn't know much about Nick Fuentes at all prior to the Tucker Carlson interview. Just I've heard of him and things about him. But honestly, I admire Tucker Carlson for even taking it there to let someone who I guess is controversial in the sense to come onto his platform and speak their mind, because he does push back.
I didn't know who Nick Fuentes really was. I mean, last year in December when the attempted assassination on him happened, I saw it in the news, but I didn't know who he was. I didn't look into him until the Charlie Kirk situation happened. I see a lot of memes. I'm on social media a lot, and I saw a lot of people saying, like, oh, Nick Fuentes can be the next Charlie Kirk, and I didn't realize, like, those messages were coming from probably Democratic liberal people, and I went and looked up Nick Fuentes, and I watched a couple of his streams because I thought maybe, maybe stuff that he's saying is being clipped out of context. I need to see this for myself. And I watched probably 3 of his 2-hour streams, and I was dumbfounded by the stuff that he was saying. But like what everyone says, let him say what he wants. Let Tucker Carlson let him come on the podcast, say what he wants, and let people be the judge of whether they're going to support him or dislike him.
So Nick Fuentes now has around 1 million followers on Twitter. He's become sort of a household name, certainly just in politics. Maybe not a household name, in every household, but like certainly on the right and certainly in people who follow politics. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you said hates him, she was one of the early stars to go to one of his white nationalist conferences when he wasn't as big of a deal. But one of the historians you talked to, and I think this is really right, and I want to dig into it as like a closing conversation. He said, what we're seeing is Fuentes, Carlson, Vance, and others, and I would throw like Candace Owens in there, Laura Loomer, engaged in the battle to be the legitimate heir to Trumpism. Do you think that's a fair read of what kind of influence Fuentes wants to have on the right? Or like, do you think, because we're watching just the crack up on the right now, and some of it is, as I've been watching it, I'm like, okay, is this partly trying to fill the void that Charlie Kirk was really, he was like a pretty larger than life figure. He was kind of a glue in the movement. And a lot of people have been looking at Megyn Kelly lately. Is she the glue? And so she's basically taken this, I will not say anything negative about Tucker or about anybody else. I'm Mr. Johnny Clean Hands here. But like, is this what's happening? Are we trying to be Trump's heir, Charlie Kirk's heir, lead the right? Is that how these people view themselves? Is that what they're fighting for?
I think to some degree, Fuentes doesn't strike me. I've, talked to him a few times as a terribly strategic person, but he has pretty good instincts, and he knew, he was a severe critic of Kirk when Charlie was alive, immediately doubled back on the heels of Charlie's assassination, devoted an entire program to really talking about what a giant Charlie Kirk was, and now is loath to say hardly anything about Kirk, though he said a couple of unkind things about Kirk's widow, Erica. But he's very conscious of the fact that following is up for grabs, and I don't know that Fuentes possesses no organizing skill of the type that Charlie Kirk once did. And he is, a true unmade bed of a human being. And there's actually, I talked about it on the show about how he slept on his couch for a day because he had put all of his freshly washed clothes on his bed and didn't feel like folding them. And so that's Fuentes' shtick. And
honestly, that's relatable to me.
No, totally. Yeah, no, and again, I think he's very clever at describing in a self-deprecating way the life of his own, listeners in addition to himself. What the focus groupers, it was interesting. A lot of them didn't know who he was, but I suspect that that's generational, that if they were 25 or under, they would have known. It was interesting.
Go back. Wait, fuck. I didn't have this on speaker at all, so I did not hear anything. Hold on.
Unkind things about Kirk's widow, Erica. But he's very conscious of the fact that following is up for grabs, and I don't know that Fuentes possesses no organizing skill of the type that Charlie Kirk once did. And he is, a true unmade bed of a human being. And there's actually, I talked about it on the show about how he slept on his couch for a day because he had put all of his freshly washed clothes on his bed and didn't feel like folding them. So that's Fuentes' shtick. And
honestly, that's relatable to me.
No, totally. Yeah, no, and again, I think he's very clever at describing in a self-deprecating way the life of his own, listeners in addition to himself. What the focus groupers, it was interesting. A lot of them didn't know who he was, but I suspect that that's generational, that if they were 25.
Reminder: the focus group was talking about Nick.
In my youth, or not even in my youth, I did lots. That was like they always had like talks there and events there, and so I spent a lot of time in the atrium or whatever. We've heard from some Fuentes viewers in our groups before, so I've had like we've specifically had younger people where they talk about Fuentes a lot. In fact, my conversation with Will Summer a couple months ago, if you want to listen to more of that, we did that episode not that long ago. But these groups were largely not tracking this particular disillusion, and they weren't like Fuentes defenders, though they did defend Tucker's decision.
You have to go further back than this. What, did it start as soon as I walked out?
To have him on. Let's listen.
What I've heard is that Tucker has really taken some heat for even interviewing him and kind of giving him a platform, but I believe that just because he interviewed him doesn't mean that he agrees with him or he's trying to promote him. He's just trying to get the information out there. So he seems to be, this Nick Fuentes, an up and coming leader of the socialist movement. He's pretty close to being a true communist. And he's said that Hitler was a good man. I mean, that's how far he is. So I didn't see the total interview, but just the fact that Tucker was sitting down with him to kind of get his viewpoints, he seems to be grabbing a big following of these nut jobs, really. So Tucker was just under a lot of heat for even bringing his name to the table.
The thing that I respect about Tucker is he pushes back. He's not just giving this person this platform to spew their crap. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes, but I respect Tucker for not bending the knee and staying true to himself and covering all angles from everywhere, because that's what we're lacking. Let him show his true colors. A lot of people don't agree with what he says. Absolutely. I think he's not a very good person, but I think that when we talk more and when people stop talking, that's when bad things happen. So let's talk. There's just this consistent division that will never go away if we can't even talk to each other about things, even again with our worst enemies. And Tucker made it very clear in the Dave Smith interview after the Nick Fuentes interview, after he's getting all this slack, that, this is the reason why. And it's very Tucker of him.
I absolutely agree. Free speech. This is what America was founded upon. If you want to be racist, it's your right to say and feel whatever you want to say and feel. But I don't feel like people should be censored for how they believe that that's how you feel. Speak your mind. But the very little that I'm hearing this Adolf Fuentes, some remark he made about Stalin that's going viral. And I'm just like, wow, like that's terrible. I don't know how true it is because I didn't hear it directly, myself. It's just what I'm hearing is going viral. But I'm like, I didn't know much about Nick Fuentes at all prior to the Tucker Carlson interview. Just I've heard of him and things about him. But honestly, I admire Tucker Carlson for even taking it there to let someone who I guess is controversial in the sense to come onto his platform and speak their mind, because he does push back.
I didn't know who Nick Fuentes really was. I mean, last year in December when the attempted assassination on him happened, I saw it in the news, but I didn't know who he was. I didn't look into him until the Charlie Kirk situation happened. I see a lot of memes. I'm on social media a lot, and I saw a lot of people saying, like, oh, Nick Fuentes can be the next Charlie Kirk, and I didn't realize, like, those messages were coming from probably Democratic liberal people, and I went and looked up Nick Fuentes, and I watched a couple of his streams because I thought maybe, maybe stuff that he's saying is being clipped out of context. I need to see this for myself. And I watched probably 3 of his 2-hour streams, and I was dumbfounded by the stuff that he was saying. But like what everyone says, let him say what he wants. Let Tucker Carlson let him come on the podcast, say what he wants, and let people be the judge of whether they're going to support him or dislike him.
So Nick Fuentes now has around 1 million followers on Twitter. He's become sort of a household name, certainly just in politics. Maybe not a household name, in every household, but like certainly on the right and certainly in people who follow politics. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you said hates him, she was one of the early stars to go to one of his white nationalist conferences when he wasn't as big of a deal. But one of the historians you talked to, and I think this is really right, and I want to dig into it as like a closing conversation. He said, what we're seeing is Fuentes, Carlson, Vance, and others, and I would throw like Candace Owens in there, Laura Loomer, engaged in the battle to be the legitimate heir to Trumpism. Do you think that's a fair read of what kind of influence Fuentes wants to have on the right? Or like, do you think, because we're watching just the crack up on the right now, and some of it is, as I've been watching it, I'm like, okay, is this partly trying to fill the void that Charlie Kirk was really, he was like a pretty larger than life figure. He was kind of a glue in the movement. And a lot of people have been looking at Megyn Kelly lately. Is she the glue? And so she's basically taken this, I will not say anything negative about Tucker or about anybody else. I'm Mr. Johnny Clean Hands here. But like, is this what's happening? Is it, are we trying to be Trump's heir, Charlie Kirk's heir, lead the right? Is that how these people view themselves? Is that what they're fighting for?
I think to some degree, Fuentes doesn't strike me, I've talked to him a few times, as a terribly strategic person, but he has pretty good.
One of the things that these people are saying, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think people usually make the jump from like punditry to politics. Like once you do punditry, you're pretty well in the world of punditry. And I don't even know if you have a desire. Like, I don't know if I would ever want to run for office. I don't know if Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Megyn Kelly ever have their eyes on office. I don't even know for Fuentes if that would be what he would look to. Now, these people could be, influencers such that they could point to other people that they would want to be elected, but
instincts, and he knew, he was a severe critic of Kirk when Charlie was alive, immediately doubled back on the heels of Charlie's assassination, devoted an entire program to really talking about what a giant Charlie Kirk was. And now is loath to say hardly anything about Kirk, though he said a couple of unkind things about Kirk's widow, Erica. But he's he's very conscious of the fact that following is up for grabs, and I don't know that Fuentes possesses no organizing skill of the type that Charlie Kirk once did. And he is, a true unmade bed of a human being. And I talked about it on the show about how he slept on his couch for a day because he had put all of his freshly washed clothes on his bed and didn't feel like folding them. So that's Fuentes' shtick. And
honestly, that's relatable to me.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, and again, I think he's very clever at describing in a self-deprecating way the life of his own, listeners in addition to himself. What the focus groupers, it was interesting. I mean, a lot of them didn't know who he was, but I suspect that that's generational, that if they were 25 or under, they would have known. It was interesting how so many of them said Tucker was staying true to his brand by having, anyone and everyone on, being a free speech absolutist and all, and Tucker pushed back. Well, the criticism Carlson is facing is that he really didn't push back that much, and especially given the fact that Fuentes was kind of on his Sunday school behavior, with Carlson left a lot of his more virulent views at the doorstep, on the way into to doing that interview. So for the uninitiated, that did not give anyone the crispest distillation of who Nick Fuentes is and what he believes. And so for those people who object to the interview, there's some who object to just the fact that Carlson, with his large following, platformed Fuentes at all. But I think more saliently, he was criticized for not pushing back on Fuentes and allowing Fuentes basically to kind of command a very sanitized narrative of himself.
Yeah, it was a total fluff ball interview. But going back to this question of the jockeying for position on the future of the right, because I sometimes get from a lot of people in the media when they ask me questions, whatever, they're like, well, what would it take for the Republican Party to go back to the party of...
To be fair, I could argue Trump was an influencer type with birtherism. Yeah, but Trump didn't have he wasn't like a political pundit though, right?
Romney, and then we could just argue about, taxes. And I'm like, listen, guys, there's no going back. It's never coming back. And let me tell you what, it's going... When J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio would be the most normal ticket on a field against the Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson. That is the future of the right. And what do you think? What do you think the future, because you watch this stuff really closely, where do you think it's all going?
Yeah, I mean, well, I do think that there is still a Republican establishment. There's still a donor class with formidable energy, and that has become increasingly at cross purposes with the MAGA small donor base. And so we'll see how that plays out, because clearly J.D. Vance is trying to appeal to both. It is a conspicuous silence on Vance's part regarding Tucker Carlson and his whole thing with Heritage and with Nick Fuentes. Vance is very close to Carlson, and if he doesn't have to take a position, he won't. But it's hard for me to imagine. I'm with you, Sarah. It's hard for me to imagine that the Republican goes anywhere near anything resembling, the days of Mitt Romney. And I think you're also right that a Vance-Rubio ticket would be looked back on as the most softball MAGA ticket imaginable, which is exactly why Nick Fuentes speaks in the terms that he does towards J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Steve Bannon too, for that matter. Not a fan of either of those. And so no, I think that where this is going is not wanting to sound like I'm idealizing Charlie Kirk or something, but that Kirk was so gifted at keeping the Republican Party focused on the common enemy, the left, and now we are clearly seeing a sentiment in which not just the rhinos, but a broadly expansive definition of Republican apostates or conservative apostates is going to really be the state of play. And I think we're going to see an increasingly fractured party, but one where...
I think there's two quotes, or there's one quote I keep in mind now, the evil always overplays its hand quote. And then there's the other concept I talked about before, where one of the issues you have with Republicans is they can do a lot of bad stuff, but people don't connect the bad outcomes directly to the Republican Party. They find a way to go around and blame Democrats. And this is why I was saying for a long time, you need to have negative outcomes for people so they can connect more their vote to the Republican Party. The issue connecting this to that, the evil always overplays its hand quote, is because Trump has no political instincts, number one, and number two, because Trump doesn't realize how much his insanity was kept on rails by his first administration. At some point, it's just too much, okay? The Argentinian bailouts, the Epstein shit, the government shutdown, the next longest government shutdown. It's the tariffs, the back and forth on the tariff. It's the signal groups. It's thing after thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. Even MAGA, or at least the outer perimeters of MAGA, are only going to be able to tolerate so much. Holy fuck. And he has no way... I don't know. I think you've typed this twice in chat. Surprisingly, very weirdly, the Argentinian peso bounced in a way that if the U.S. returns those pesos for dollars right now, they would actually get money. Doesn't matter. Why are we even currency swapping at all is the question. For you to try to approach this like some rational investment is fucking retarded and beyond misses the point. Okay? The reality is the Malay guy was nice to Trump, so Trump tried to be nice to them. That's it. The idea that the U.S. making some wise foreign investor is trying to do this is irrelevant and retarded. And nobody in the United States is even viewing it that way. They just view it as an Argentinian bailout, regardless of how true or not true that is. There's only so much, and that so much is a lot, but Jesus, again, we're not even a year in, and what the fuck?
As long as Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and increasingly Nick Fuentes have the traction that they do, the party's moving their way, not in the opposite direction.
Okay, Robert Draper, thanks for joining us, man. This was so good. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group Podcast. We'll be back next week, but in the meantime, remember to rate and review us on Apple Podcasts, subscribe to The Bulwark on YouTube, and become a Bulwark Plus member at thebulwark.com. See you guys next week.
Did you guys? I don't think we watched this on stream. Dude. This girl nuked the fuck out of this guy.
Your wife?
Holy shit. Oh, fuck. It doesn't have the lead up. Oh, my God.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
Don't talk about my wife. You shut your fucking mouth.
Rachel, are you there? Can you hear us? Rachel?
Oh, this is super edited. Fuck.
Hear me?
Yes.
Did you not have agency when you accepted this debate with Andrew?
Yeah, I did.
Then what did he do wrong? You do not sound like a person with a college education. And since you lost and you got humiliated, you thought the thing to do would be attack me. And where did you get the idea that I'm promiscuous? I've spent my entire adult life only in 3 long-term committed relationships, one of which is a, almost 20-year relationship with Andrew. Now we're like 18 years in.
I did wonder, hang on, Rachel, I did wonder one thing. Tell me, if she had aborted her children with those 3 relationships, would she be less promiscuous or not?
Yes.
Yeah, she'd be less promiscuous.
Yeah.
These people. Rachel, you should have killed her kids, Rachel.
Maybe she should have.
It's less promiscuous if I kill the children?
I mean, you're not killing children. You're having an abortion.
Did you just say to me that my life would be better if I had aborted?
Is this a cut to make the wife look good? I think
in
so.
your shoes, I would have had a better time doing that.
That fit when your wife has to call in to bail you out.
It's 3.
I thought I retweeted another clip of this. Oh, was it this one?
And has been. Your wife has 3 baby daddies. Yes.
Yeah, she'd be less promiscuous.
Oh, fuck. There was another one. Whatever. Hasan China trip. Wait, before we start this, I'm curious what this guy has to say. Hold on.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire upper echelon community. Okay, heck of a
Wait! This is kind of related to the last topic. Real quick, before we move on, what is this? Our lunatic.
And what was interesting is, for life, I'm watching Candace Owens's. Interesting is, for the first time in my life, I'm watching Candace Owens's show pretty much on a regular basis. I think, she says things that I don't agree with, that's for sure. But I really appreciate what she has to say about what's been going down in Gaza. I agree with her on Israel for sure. And I find what she has to say about the investigation into... Agree
with her on Israel. What do you mean by that? Like, you agree that 9/11 was a Jewish conspiracy? You agree that Israel is controlling the entirety of the... What? That's a very wide statement, but there's a lot of different interpretations of that, but okay.
Find what she has to say about the investigation into the assassination of Charlie Kirk, both fascinating, and I think what she's doing is justified because our authorities, our FBI, has, in my opinion, bungled this investigation. And there are all sorts of weird inconsistencies that I personally would like answers to. Now, some people are uncomfortable with Candace Owens doing her own investigation, acting as a sleuth. But the reason why I tell you guys I watch her podcast regularly is because I know what she has claimed and what she hasn't claimed.
Okay. All right.
Title, right? How could it possibly be true? This video is brought to you by Surfshark. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire upper echelon community.
Okay.
Okay. Heck of a title, right? How could it possibly be true that the literal country of China wants me to make propaganda for them? And to be completely honest, I didn't believe it either. That is, until I found out it was most likely real. How about this? Let me tell you a story. I'll try to make it interesting. And at the end of that story, all of you can decide whether or not the title is accurate.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I can't really be 100% certain here without actually doing it, which I'm obviously not going to do. Here goes. Once upon a time, like 2 days ago, I received an email. Not unlike many other emails that I get, I initially assumed it to be spam because, quite frankly, it looked like spam. I should probably add here, I get a ridiculous number of absurd emails. As an example, here's one from an OnlyFans agency called AJZ Modeling, asking to set up a Zoom call with me because they think I'd be a great fit for their service.
Wow.
Here's one from an agency called Easy Collab, I guess, which is apparently working with an AI dubbing company and wanted to commission a dedicated review. Here's an older one from something called Moo, which is apparently a stock trading platform, asking me to become a KOL, which apparently means key opinion leader, which is flattering, but obviously no. And the list goes on indefinitely. Actually, literally as I wrote the script, I got this one from some shit-ass solar company, trying to get me to be an affiliate of theirs. I get stupid emails all the time, but this one ended up being slightly different. Have a look. Quote, "Hi, Upper Echelon. This is Yu Chen from Winter Whale, a talent agency that collaborates with influencers across multiple platforms. We're inviting content creators under 35 to join a 10-day, fully sponsored trip through Suzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Handan, and Beijing as part of the 2025 China Global Youth Influencer Exchange, 14 to the 23rd of July, 2025.
Damn. Wait, hold on. Tyler, one break. 1 sec.
Now what? I just put the eyes on these thingies? The fuck?
Oh my god. Is he not... Does he know how to move?
Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Tyler One's mind cannot comprehend 3D space. He played WoW Classic for like 6 months nonstop, and his movement looked like a bot the entire time.
Shit's getting fucking real now! If I jump in, does it start? Okay. Let me... Okay, if I jump in, I bet it starts. Okay. Got my bow. Power 3, unbreaking. Got my sword. Got the pick. Fire pot. It's a dragon. Gonna have fire. I'll do both. Blocks. I need blocks to build, probably. I don't need torches. I have 3 cooked salmon. I have bread. I have apples. Can't forget the fucking apples. Armor, good. Sword's a little bit low. Bow. Probably gonna be the main thing. Okay, come on, baby. Come on. Come on! Come on! It's easy! Oh shit.
He's got this, okay? For some reason, I really want to raise our mouse right now. Logitech mouse? I don't know who made that. I want it. Go play. Oh, it's not even a mouse commercial. No, fuck. Rip.
Oh shit. Nah, bro. Nah.
Also, I understand this is like a tanky subreddit, the YouTube drama one,
I'm
but
gonna run down.
Streamer Destiny, who's being sued for rent warrant, films himself harassing an official witness to his court case. She's not a witness. She's not involved at all in the court case, so I don't know where this title comes from, but good one. Well, it's just because these people or deranged and hate me. But I've got to get reposted to LSF2 with the same title.
What the fuck? What is this? No, bro, I can't play. From those towers. I can't look at him, huh? Oh shit, there he is. He looks like KBD. That's a shot at me. Like webs. That one I shot blew up. They're tethers for something. It kind of reminds me how bookshelves tethered to enchanting tables. What is this shit? Is that a lingering potion? Yep.
Holy shit. Wait, did that just do 4 hearts worth of damage?
Heal?
Okay, this is gonna take a while.
Got it! Oh, got him! Bitch!
Dude, the tether things heal it until you blow them up or whatever, right?
I can't see that one up there. But he's chained. That's why he's not flying at me, because he's chained. And I'm shooting off the chains. Can you imagine? Oh, that had to be a hit. I don't see it. Was that a hit?
Is he really doing this?
Wait, they respawn. Wait, this middle one respawned.
Bro, who are these people? Look at how many times this guy posted about you. I have some people who like relentlessly stalk post about me. I mean, like, there's a reason why that Justical Discord server talks about me for relentlessly. D's nuts, lol. Holy shit. Oh, Queeman poster, DGG Snark poster, yeah. God damn. YouTube drama poster, Loner Box poster. Clipped live poster. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's some coordination with Hasan's Twitter community as well. I don't think they coordinate that much. I think when they see shit, they'll jump on it. But the real coordination is from like logistical community at Kiwi Farms adjacent people. What? I didn't even see what killed them.
Really? Really?
Dragonfire? Oh. Good job, guys. Okay. Well, back
done
to
in
this.
Beijing as part of the 2025 China Global Youth Influencer Exchange, 14 to the 23rd of July 2025. You'll co-create with Chinese influencers with 1 million plus followers and network with fellow creators from over 100 countries plus, joining in on high-level global discussions at WYDF. All major expenses, including airfare, hotel, transport, and meals are included. We hope selected participants to post 2 videos during the trip and take part in a collaborative highlight reel. If this speaks to you, please fill out this very short form. End quote. All right, so on the most immediate visual level, this email looks like a scam, and it still very well could be. But for starters, it didn't end up in my spam folder, and much more importantly, somewhere in a very dark corner of my brain, I remembered something. Hadn't China done something like this recently? Wasn't there an example of this exact phenomenon like this year? I wasn't really sure, but I did have a hunch. Well, it turns out the hunch was correct. I don't remember where it first happened across my feed, but there actually was an example of this exact same thing happening with Indonesian influencers, in fact, earlier this year in February. Check it out. Quote, Indonesian influencers explore Chongqing's unique charm, end quote, with an article that goes on to talk extensively about a group of 10 Indonesian social media influencers who enjoyed the memorable sights of China and were captivated by this leading destination for overseas tourists. It sounds good, right? Yeah, it does. But this is where I have to connect some dots. Bear with me. The trip was an all-expenses-paid, hyper-curated look at Chongqing City. But why was it happening in the first place? Well, to answer that question, let's consider where the promotion came from. First up is the Western China International Communication Organization, or WCICO, which is the headline that we read. The WCICO is one of the main networks responsible for the promotion of this trip. I'll spare everyone the research details, the threat analysis, and all the boring parts, of which there are many. But the WCICO is a recently expanded media apparatus working, quote, closely with China's central media while taking advantage of Chongqing's unique economic and geographic position, end quote. In essence, it's a more local player in the distribution of government-curated news. By itself, that may seem insignificant, but trust me, it gets a whole lot more interesting than that. On a side note, it is now time, once again, to match the demographic audience of viewership for the channel with brand deal discounts for companies that support the content, which means a special offer from Surfshark. Surfshark is a VPN, virtual private network, and VPNs have a bunch of different uses. They can help in some situations preventing certain types of phishing attacks, DNS tunneling, or DDoS attacks in particular. And they also help combat data tracking / harvesting practices by pretty much every single technology company out there. If you care instead about entertainment factors, Surfshark unlocks additional content on certain streaming websites by changing your geographic region, opening up additional options in your video library because of how licensing deals work. Surfshark also gets around regional censorship, websites being blocked in your region by the government, for example, which feels like a pretty pertinent thing to say right now.
Wow.
And helps protect your IP address with encryption, modification, and various other services. Crucial point that I mention directly every time on purpose. Surfshark does not keep logs, which is audit verified by Deloitte. There's a whole public report on that as well, which is a critical business decision for any VPN service and something I consider a prerequisite for advertising them.
Okay.
Also, they have what's called a warrant canary for anyone who knows or cares what that is. They have it. If you don't know and don't care, doesn't matter to you.
Cool.
If you click the link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, and use the code echelon at checkout, you can get 4 extra months for free with a special pricing offer. Again, link down below, surfshark.com/echelon, coupon code echelon at checkout for an extra 4 months of the service completely free. Big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring the channel.
Okay.
Okay, back to it. Another place, or outlet rather, I guess, that this trip was heavily publicized, this time with an entire sculpted promotional video attached to it, is called Global Link. And this is where it gets real good. For starters, there are very clear talking points being used. It's beautiful, the people are friendly, the nightlife, etc. And you could sort of see this happening even more if you compared it to what these people were also posting at the time on, say, Instagram.
Okay.
However, much more important than that, when you look into the company Global Link, you start to understand why. Global Link is one of the news portals for the Xinhua News Agency, which is the official state news agency for the People's Republic of China. It is a specific mechanism for the distribution of information related to the Chinese government and the ruling Communist Party. It is the definition, the very definition of propaganda. And just to hammer that point home, historically the agency has been described as the eyes and tongue of the CCP. Seems like a picture is forming, right? But it gets better. This trip, after being strategically covered and promoted by the CCP media arms, also received coverage inside Indonesia, this time from an outlet called Antara. But Antara, it turns out, has a direct cooperation agreement with the Xinhua News Agency. It's like a proxy for the tongue of the CCP. Make sense? This means that we had a sizable group of popular Indonesian influencers on a specially curated, paid for, and controlled trip talking about the real China experience and how great the country is, which was then carefully covered by at least 3 different state-linked media outlets, even so far as the largest and most directly affiliated government news agency itself doing an entire video about it. And now I see this email on June 10th, 2025, about a fully sponsored trip to 5 Chinese cities. Let me just pull back the veil a little bit before I build out the rest of the picture. This is what's called a soft power strategy. China has very obviously used this particular version of it before, at least once, but they've also used variations of the strategy in Poland and the Czech Republic. Back in 2024, an influencer named Jan Mihalik, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, I know that, but I did my best, was given a very similar all-expenses-paid trip to China, once again showcasing specific destinations and a curated snapshot of the culture, this time in the Xinjiang province, which, at least internationally, is known for human rights abuses.
Has Hasan made a definitive statement saying, like, no one paid me for this trip or no one covered any part of this trip? Or has he made just kind of cagey statements about it? Has he said anything like that?
The strategy itself has many different forms, but there's context missing right now, which is that China has a term called white monkey, where apparently foreigners will be hired for situational promotion simply because of their race. It's apparently based on a phenomenon where association with foreigners can signify a certain kind of international status. So if we look at these trips through that kind of lens, yeah, it's the white social media monkeys dancing and doing what they're told. Let's circle back to the original email that I got. According to—
Is there any evidence at all that he was paid? Well, he's doing a full-on propaganda tier trip, like praising the Chinese government. He was okay being profiled and having his phone taken. He's defending Chinese censorship. I don't know if he denied the Tiananmen Square thing or not, but he's basically saying that everything about China that's negative is a Western lie. It's basically a full-on, it's actually so much that I'd be like, there's no way he's doing a propaganda trip for them, because they usually would tell them, I would imagine, to be more subtle. So, yeah.
This, influencers under the age of 35, targeting youth, are being invited on a 10-day all-expenses-paid trip to 5 major cities: Suzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Handan, and Beijing. This was on June 10th. But also on June 10th, things like this began coming out. Here's an article from Bloomberg, quote, Beijing woos U.S. influencers with free trip to show real China, end quote. Or here's another one from the Economic Times, quote, China is offering American social media influencers an all-expenses-paid 10-day trip. Check terms and conditions, end quote. Each of these emphasizing the same 5 cities. This is a real thing. Presumably much the same as the previous Indonesian sort of pilot example, China is now offering state-sponsored expedited visas to popular U.S. influencers so that they can go on a 10-day carefully crafted visit to 5 major cities and show the real version of China. But I have to say right now, if this is in fact a legitimate email to me and not a phishing attempt or something like that, they're casting the net really wide. If I had to speculate, they're probably trying to replicate what happened with iShowSpeed. And for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it's kind of wholesome, honestly. iShowSpeed is an extremely popular Twitch streamer, or maybe not Twitch anymore, I don't know, he's just a popular streamer. And he did this whole world tour type thing, where he would visit a country, find something local like food or a landmark, and then just go nuts over it. He would praise it, say how great the place was, probably generate a massive amount of business in the process, and then move on. But there was always a sort of positive undertone to everything he was doing or posting. He would go places and talk about how amazing they were, which is presumably what the Chinese government is now attempting to replicate at scale with special government-funded trips.
I lived in China for 2 years. We called these white-face gigs, where you would sit on a panel and just be white in a suit at a corporate board meeting and make $100 for 4 hours of work. I had a friend who did a tourist show supported by the government where she went to random cities and did food reviews.
I'm not even going to criticize the concept itself or make it seem like a bad thing, because it's kind of not. But we should at least be honest about what it really is, and that is propaganda. The trip will include all sorts of landmarks and locations, which is awesome, right, on a cultural level, but also includes technology companies such as BYD or Xiaohongshu Technologies. This is a social media power play, and the thing to keep in my mind, or to keep in everyone's mind, is that it's not actually free. People who decide to accept the offer or apply or ultimately receive the visas and go, this is not a free vacation. You will be paying for this trip by posting what they tell you, when they tell you, and parroting talking points directly from the CCP, so that your Western audience can hear them from your mouth. That is the purpose. Stone cold simple. In about a month, midway through July, that is, the trip will supposedly be actually happening. So once again, if the email that I received is real, which I believe—
Yeah, wait. He likely got paid, but isn't this video on the same level as Israel pays people $7,000 per post? Has there ever been evidence that the country of Israel pays people to do that? This guy literally posted an email where a Chinese company was literally offering to do that. I mean, so this is already starting off at a higher level than any of those other things. So I don't know why. Yes, all things that look like a thing are the same thing, I guess.
It very well might be at this point. I would make the prediction that we're about to see a collection of extremely famous influencers, because they'll up-select based on whoever ends up being open to the offer after they cast an extremely wide net. We're about to see a collection of extremely famous Western social media influencers suddenly start parroting a whole bunch of identical talking points about the cultural superiority and technological brilliance or wondrous hospitality of China and the CCP. Because they're—
Ooh, that's really weird. Wait. Listen to what he just said. Hold on. Listen to what he just said.
Of extremely famous influencers at this point, I would make the prediction that we're about to see a collection of extremely famous influencers, because they'll up-select based on whoever ends up being open to the offer after they cast an extremely wide net. We're about to see a collection of extremely famous Western social media influencers suddenly start parroting a whole bunch of identical talking points about the cultural superiority and technological brilliance or wondrous hospitality of China and the CCP.
Now,
I have my mind, in my conscience, I have already become Chinese, okay? We were already white Chinese in this chat. I've already become full Chinese, okay? Let me just start by saying that. It's fucking sick, okay? You have abundant style consumption paired up with
the technology and everything. Okay.
Centrally controlled economy and economic system.
Okay.
That has yielded tremendous development.
Okay.
You have 1950s Soviet era building blocks next to the Gucci store.
Okay. Cultural
If there
stuff,
was more-
superiority.
If there was
okay.
ever a country that represented the synthesis, the things that I enjoy so much personally.
Wow.
If ever such a country existed, I do not know. You have to try the premium grilled chicken sandwich at McDonald's China, or I'm gonna report you to the CCP officials. You have met me at a very Chinese time in my life, Chad.
Now, to be fair, I mean, like, it's not really hard to make a video saying that, like, you're going to see more of this after Hasan's already done it. So maybe we don't necessarily give him credit. When was this made? 5? Oh. Oh, this video is 5 months old.
Net, we're about to see a collection of extremely famous Western social media influencers suddenly start parroting a whole bunch of identical talking points about the cultural superiority and technological brilliance or wondrous hospitality of China and the CCP, because they're trading propaganda for the backing of the government. I should clarify right now, it's not just a free trip, right, in their minds, it's about networking. And by accepting this offer, you trade your voice for state-sponsored backing. You will be promoted, you will gain followers, and most likely massive financial payouts as a direct result of all of that, because you are their white monkey, and they're going to make sure that people see you dance. I said I would tell a story, and I have, but there's a few clarifying points now. I checked the email header, and it doesn't appear to be spoofed. DKIM, SPF checks, etc., they all passed. The agency it's supposedly from doesn't really come back with much at all. But then again, I once accepted a gaming phone way back in the day called the Red Magic 6 from an agency with the same sort of non-existent internet footprint, and that one was very much real, so I'm not sure. I can't say for certain whether this is an actual attempt at getting me to participate in Chinese government propaganda or a perfectly timed spear phishing attempt. But either way, it's not going to work. I have routinely made content in the past criticizing the Chinese government, their policies, their connected companies, and more, which means that even if this were somehow real, I would probably get disqualified later on when they realized, well, now wait a second, hang on, he doesn't actually have a history of good behavior or a good social credit score or whatever. Give him the boot. To be fair, even if it were perfectly legitimate, I'd still say no, because I don't want to trade my voice like that. But brace yourself, because China is on the hunt for Western influencers, offering them all sorts of goodies and benefits and bonuses to toe the party line, which some of them will undoubtedly be willing to do. Basically, in about a month, check your feeds, because you're going to see a whole lot more inexplicably praising content about specific cities and companies out of China. Anyway, that's it. Like I said, at the end of the story, you can decide, but I'm pretty sure that China wants me to make propaganda for them, and this is my version of saying no. If you want to support the channel, since I will not be receiving the benefits of a Chinese state-backed sponsorship, there's links down below. Locals and Patreon, monthly memberships, the video sponsor, of course.
Does anybody have a link to the cities that Hasan visited? Oh, I guess these are large cities, so it wouldn't matter that much. Suzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Handan, and Beijing.
Influencers with 1 million plus followers, and
one of the crazier things I've seen, so I haven't watched all this because I don't, I've been traveling, I don't have time to keep up with my good friend Hasan. I'm sure Mooten and Dan have covered more.
No worries.
Dallas Stars fan.
Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
What is this?
Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Oh, no way!
It's a small one.
It's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Yeah.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
First, no, that It's a little red book.
It is basically.
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book. It's the Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible. Some may.
Especially.
So, I have no idea why the fuck you would feel the need to glaze Mao. There's no reason for it, okay? There's like tens of millions of people that died. There's a whole world of like crazy propaganda being forced onto people. the idea that you would glaze Mao is probably worse than the idea that you would glaze Stalin. This is like an unbelievably unhinged cringe. Like, this is just an insane. This is like the equivalent or greater to like Hitler glazing, like getting a book of like Mein Kampf. But the difference is that like usually, because neo-Nazis have figured out in the West, that like at least like, well, if you got a book of Mein Kampf, you would lie and say, well, I just read it because it's interesting, not because I think Hitler was a good guy. Or you might, if you're very crafty, you might say like, well, I mean, Hitler might have had some bad beliefs, but like he was an important leader at least, or he did some good things for, for Germany or whatever. But like this like full on glazing of Mao and everything, this is like, that's a wild, wild, wild thing to be involved in. Holy shit.
Over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Okay, these were incredible. Well, they weren't very rare at the time, but this is a red book. Okay, quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong, and this is an English version from this is, I guess, from 1966. Okay, so initially they actually started printing these. I mean, there were so many that they printed of these, and I think by this point they did not want the English versions to be printed. So they tried to secure all the copies back. They were trying to like get as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible, and this is really, really special. Thank you. So that's crazy. Wait, what's your name?
Dumer, we will.
What? You can call me Zulu. Zulu, thank you so much. This is incredible. Wow. Literally what I talked about on the stream, like the first day, I was like, I want one of the English copies of the OG Red Book. I actually want to get
She's like, you know, Bob.
if it's even possible, I want to get like if we can find it here, one of the early English versions.
For the mouse book.
Yeah, for the quotations.
You can find from the market today.
Yeah, because like it's very. I want the small one.
Wait, I want the small one.
You can find the market today.
Yeah. They've had millions of copies, right? That's amazing.
That's legendary loot.
By the way,
checks. I think apparently the interviews that he's been doing are with like, I don't want to say apparently because I haven't like stalked through all this. Are these like government appointed people or whatever, or who is this lady that he's like doing this interview with?
I also wanted to show my audience and the West.
CGTN, digital reporter. What is CGTN? She's literally everywhere they go? Wait, no shot. Link me streams. I don't believe you. She works for state media?
Western world in general, that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies, and that it's just another normal country, just like.
Okay, so.
CGTN is the English language news channel of state-run China Global Television Network, based in Beijing, China. It is one of several channels provided by China Global Television Network, the international division of Chinese state broadcaster, China Central Television, under the control of the Central Propaganda Department of the Chinese Communist Party. Okay.
Every other country is.
This is Hasan Piker, an American online streamer, influencer, and a political commentator who wields significant influence over the young demographic in the US. He's known for his daily streams.
Read the first line in the bias and censorship section. Observers have noted that the aim of CGTN is to influence public opinion overseas in order to nudge foreign governments into making policies favorable towards China's Communist Party through subtle means. Researchers Thomas Furin and Usha M. Rodriguez argued that CGTN has a dichotomous role as a credible media competing for audience attention on the world stage and a vital government propaganda organ domestically.
Featuring political commentary and media analysis, and has amassed a combined 4.5 million followers on Twitch and YouTube. In his streams, he often discusses China's development with his viewers. Now, he has finally taken his first trip to China.
I know Beijing is your first stop in your whole travel plan in China. It's probably just been 2 days for you to arrive in China. How's your experience so far?
It's been amazing. I haven't slept at all, but I'm I'm carrying myself because I'm so excited. It's been a remarkable experience thus far. But I was always very excited to come to China, so this has been a dream come true for me.
What do you want to experience the most, or what do you want to try the most?
The food, I want to see all the big tier 1 cities, but most importantly, I am super stoked that I'm going to get on a high-speed train tomorrow to go to Shanghai, because I also want high-speed rail in America.
Why? Why are you looking forward to visit China?
Well, part of it is because I talk about China quite a bit as far as like lessons to learn and what America could adopt and emulate, and seeing it in real time, I think is a lot different.
I can't believe I'm watching this. I just can't. I don't understand what the fuck is happening with people in the world. Like, I wish I could talk to Hasan fans. Like, how do you not just see this as like a blatant, obvious, like, this is like Jackson Hinkle tier propaganda. You're talking to like state-sponsored media about how excited you're to go to tier 1 cities, comrade, on the high-speed rail that's so much better than America, and everything's better than America. Like, this is like Tucker Carlson going to the Russian grocery stores and being like, look, they have food. Everything they taught us was a lie. All these people have groceries. It's actually crazy.
I wanted to show my audience and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies.
He also repeats this propaganda talking point over and over and over again. This idea that every bad thing that you hear about China, all the bad things are just rumors and lies. All of them are perpetuated by the West. Make no mistake, the United States absolutely has lied about countries and made shit up. For sure. 100%. We all did it, okay? Especially during the Cold War. Everybody was doing it. But this weird, like, simpery for just China is so... Especially, like, again, like, simping like fucking Mao. What the fuck?
And that it's just another normal country, just like every other country is. I know that.
I don't know why this is so insane to you. They know and they don't care. No, you fucking retard. It's insane because at the same time, okay, while these losers at fucking Variety or whatever are giving these massive glaze fests to Hasan and these, I guess whatever his PR firm is, they're putting in overtime work, are doing these massive glaze fests for how important this guy is to left-wing discourse in the United States. This guy's literally on full fucking Jackson Hinkle tier propaganda trips overseas. It's like, it's insane.
And also just outright lies, and that it's just another normal country, just like every other country is. I know that, but one, experiencing it for myself is good, and seeing it for myself is good, and then two, showing it to other people as well, I think will be a good opportunity.
Him talking about China.
At the heart of the People's Republic
oh boy.
of China in Chaoyang, Beijing. We are here, we are live, we're alive, and I'm so excited for this day and so excited to share it with you live behind the firewall, the great firewall. I'm so excited to share it with you that I'm live at 3 a.m. That's right, it's 3:30 here in Beijing, China, baby, which is of course 11:30 a.m. LA time.
Everybody needs to be asking him as well, did he get paid anything for this? Did they cover travel? Did they cover anything for his trip? I'm just curious, and I want to at least hear him say no, okay? Even if they didn't, I just want to hear him say no to that. Somebody needs to be asking him this. I am very curious if anybody paid any part, covered any part of this. Didn't we see pictures of them recently taking... Weren't they in a first-class flight to Beijing? It's probably anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 per person, right? How many people went? We see Jake and Bake there. Like, if there's like 10 influencers, that could be like $100,000 of flight time. Wouldn't he just lie? I don't think he would lie. I feel like he just wouldn't answer the question, would be my guess.
Okay, and let me tell you, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan and Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, but I don't know what to explain. I don't know how to explain this to you guys. First of all, ni hao fine sheets. Ni
Oh my God. Jake was already in China?
hao to all the fine shits in the chat, okay? Is ni hao. This is my life now. I'm Chinese. I've already become Chinese. In my heart, in my soul, in my mind, in my conscience. I have already become Chinese, okay? We were already white Chinese in this chat. I've already become full Chinese, okay? Let me just start by saying that. It's fucking sick, okay? Like, you have abundant style consumption paired up with a centrally controlled economy and economic system that has yielded tremendous development. You have 1950s Soviet era building blocks next to the Gucci store. If there was ever a country that represented the synthesis, the things that I enjoy so much personally. If ever such a country existed, I do not know. You have to try the premium grilled chicken sandwich at McDonald's China, or I'm gonna report you to the CCP officials. You have met me at a very Chinese time in my life, chat. Okay, you have met me at a very Chinese time in my life. Oh, dude, I'm in a great mood. I'm gonna be honest. The hair, bro, holy shit. Yeah, my hair is crazy. I just woke up, dude. Give me a break. I just freaking broke up. You look.
Wait, is this his first day? I'm sorry, mister. I'm reading chat. Did he say this was his first day here? There's no way, right?
Baked, but it's tired happiness. No, I looked baked and I sound baked because I just woke up. It's 3 a.m. here in Chaoyang, Beijing. Okay, we are in the heart of China. This is the political epicenter of China. This is where the heart of the party beats. Okay, it's the DC, it's the Washington DC of China. And just like Washington DC, it's unironically probably the most boring part of China, even though I love it. But you know, for the rest of the team, when we're out here, this is not like their favorite part. I don't think. Hopefully, they'll enjoy some of the cool palaces and government buildings that we will go and look at. But basically, it's sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan at Piker. Yesterday, I decided, I'm not gonna stream. I'm gonna take it all in. Okay, take it all in. Basically, we got on a flight. There's so much content for you guys, by the way. There's so much BTS content. Austin has been filming nonstop. I think you guys are gonna really love it. But we got on a flight and we basically just entirely slept. We slept the entire time.
Is it normal that a Westoid can even stream live from China, or does he need some special permit? I mean, I don't know the answer. I was about to make shit up. I don't know. People were also saying though he's being led around by someone. I don't know if that's true either. I see people in the chat saying it, but
nobody did the damn thing. Okay, we just slept. 15-hour flight. I basically one-shotted it. No, not even a fucking moment of nuisance. What are your internet speeds? My internet speeds are not great because I'm obviously using a VPN. So, which is crazy. I've never used a VPN before, and now I got a million different applications on this phone. I have VPNs on everything. It's crazy.
His first stop was in Beijing, and there were Billy, which is YouTube in China, reps dining with him. He has a Billy channel now. I'll take your word for it. I have no fucking idea what that means, but okay. Jesus.
Particular circumstance.
It's when transfer is it's hard
I
to
eat food.
imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
Harder to imagine.
Harder to imagine.
I have a different question. What are some signature Shanghai dishes? From food that's
the 小笼包, 小笼馒头 is from my hometown. Yeah.
Okay. What's your hometown?
Nanxiang is the water town. Yeah.
Oh wow.
In Jiading district, there is also Formula One circles in Shanghai. Yeah.
Yes.
Formula One every March.
I'm just imagining an Israeli government official giving me a tour of just oh my god, bro.
Or April, the Shanghai Formula One station hold there, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Right. And also in my hometown, Jiading district, located.
He's wearing a blue version of Mao's gray suit. I think so. Somebody linked the picture of him here. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know. Oh my god, he's so cringe.
Crazy. For people who are traveling to China, by the way, I have AT&T, right? AT&T automatically routes your phone through Hong Kong when you're in China. It's actually pretty crazy. It just has a built-in VPN. Isn't that wild? What do you mean chill, bro? What do you think the fucking...
Why do they have to do that?
Automatically routes your phone through Hong Kong when you're in China. It's actually pretty crazy. It just has a built-in VPN. Isn't that wild? What do you mean chill, bro? What do you think the fucking Chinese government doesn't know that AT&T, as soon as what do you think is going on? You think you land and then AT&T uses Chinese ISPs in China and then instantly takes those ISPs and has its own built-in VPN within the ISP structure, so you can still go on fucking YouTube and shit. You think the Chinese government's wow, we had no idea. You will end.
Completely real and genuine reaction to Hasan's group watching skyscrapers turn their lights on, posted by state media.
It's all coordinated! Wow. Wait, who's
Oh, this is so fucking... Is this how black people felt when white people were posting videos of black person hears Pink Floyd for the first time? Is this what it felt like. White people see city lights turn on for the first time.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
End up in jail. Okay, bro, I cannot begin to explain to you how much I am, like, I live the lifestyle of, I will give everything, I will give all my private information to the Chinese government. I do not care. I want to get a Huawei phone, okay? I want to drive a BYD car. I don't care. I do. What are they going to do with it? What do you want to do with it? Do whatever you want with it, King. Like, that's basically my attitude, okay? How's the jet lag coming for you? I'll be honest, I probably could have slept at a normal time. Last night I went to bed at like 9. We really white knuckled through this entire process because I had to like set this stuff up. And we have a whole team out here. We have a whole Chinese team out here as well because your boy is doing moves. Like, I'm on Bilibili. Well, not right now. We're not live streaming the desktop stuff on Bilibili because, you know, I do talk a little bit about politics here, as you guys know. But like, we will be putting my live streams, my IRL streams on Chinese social media, and you know, we'll be chopping stuff up from these streams and posting it on like all these different Chinese social media platforms as well. So
Wow.
yeah, I am officially now a Bilibili streamer, and of course some of you guys know this, but it turns out I was already popping on Bilibili. Some of you know this already, but the Chinese team that we have out here, the China team we have out here, told me that I'm already known on Chinese social media as Lemon Bro. That's right. I'm known as Lemon Bro. Why am I known as Lemon Bro in friggin' China? Because when iShowSpeed went to China, I was obviously very jealous, as you guys saw. And the Chinese audiences that have a fantastic way of naming people certain things, they called me Lemon Bro because I'm sour. So when I went to China, when I arrived in China, it's the first thing that they gave me. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Also, we are in we're in Shanghai. We're in a sick ass hotel. This hotel is incredible. This is the suite. It's not like, I don't think it's like the craziest one, but it's pretty nice. Dude, everything is so nice in fucking China. It's crazy. It's pretty.
That's maybe I'm reading too far into this, but like we're here rather than like I got like the sickest room or I got a suite or whatever, like we're here in. I'm so curious if this trip is sponsored. If he hasn't said anything specifically about it, I would assume it is. If he hasn't said like nobody paid for this, guys, like obviously we covered it. If he hasn't said anything about it, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Maybe not by China directly, but some company that's an SEO or whatever. They're
pretty crazy because like a lot of people think that. A lot of people still, like, I guess now that like Xiaohongshu exists and now that like, you know, Speed went to China and stuff, like, so people kind of know that it's not that way, but like there are so many fucking people that think that like China is this backwards place, that it's like the room literally looks fake. It's not, it's sick as hell. There's artifacts everywhere, by the way. There's artifacts everywhere in the hotel as well. Have you tried tasting the tofu walls? Like I was thinking like this is incredible. This is an incredible city. What is an artifact, like museum stuff? Yes. Is the North Korea they've seen in Vice Tacos? Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, obviously there's cultural differences, right? Obviously there's cultural differences. There's always going to be cultural differences. But as far as, or there's even like differences within governance. But as far as like this being like a normal ass fucking country and a normal ass city and actually being much nicer than most normal ass cities that you might be in, I already knew. But I will say, we arrived in Beijing, the old Beijing airport, and it was sick, okay? It was actually sick. The reason why I say this is because the old Beijing airport, that definitely does have some Soviet vibes. Like there are parts of China that you can tell. There are parts of China that you can absolutely, I mean, there's a lot of parts of China that have tremendous Soviet influence. And it's fucking awesome. Okay? Okay, Beijing.
I think most likely the government is paying for everything, hotel rooms, travel, etc. Yeah, they can also curate the trip if they do that as well. So they know which places you're staying. That the staff is probably going to be on alert, right? Even at the casino when I worked, you know, when VIPs were coming through, we'd be notified in advance. So I'm sure everybody's on their best behavior, giving like the best possible service they can offer. Everything is going to be shown that they want them to see. Like, I mean, I will admit there are some retarded takes in the West. I gave this before. It got cut up on LSF to act like I was defending someone I wasn't. That was a disingenuous clip. But like, there are people in the West who think like, oh, China's this like weird, dirty place, and like they are North Korea, and they're like capturing Americans all day and torturing them. Like, there are some retarded opinions about the West. Shanghai, Beijing, these are huge cities that are amazing monuments to, you know, construction and everything else, you know, and technology and everything else. And supposedly these are very cool cities. I haven't been there before. I haven't been to Japan either. I need to. Like, I've heard like amazingly cool things about Shanghai and Beijing. But like, to pretend that it's all amazing, like rural people supposedly still have really shitty fucking lives here. Obviously, you have all the censorship that you're dealing with on the internet and everything else. Different groups of people, they can be very racist, although that's true apparently of every Asian country. That there is like massive wealth disparity, that as they started to get a middle class, there's a whole bunch of like ruralish people that got left behind. It's not like they all came up evenly. And the central planning stuff can be cool sometimes, but also overstated. So while they have cool cities that they've built up, they've also had like entire cities that they've basically had to demolish because nobody had the money to actually move there after they built it. Or for like decades, we were scared of the Belt and Road Initiative that China was taking over all of Asia and eventually Africa, but a lot of that influence was probably overstated and the planning on that got bungled and fucked up a bit. So I'm just saying that like China's a complicated place, but it's a real country and it's not like fucking North Korea, which some dipshits in the West think it is. But this level of glazery is just fucking retarded.
There are parts of China that you can absolutely, I mean, there's a lot of parts of China that have tremendous Soviet influence, and it's fucking awesome. Okay. Beijing is the closest to old China in a tier 1 city. Shanghai is way more modern feeling. So Shanghai was already one of the more modern cities, right? So that's why it's like, it's all modern. But I guess Beijing has like what I was talking about, which is like you have literally in the middle of Beijing, you have Soviet apartment blocks, right? Like you'll have the craziest mall. You guys are gonna see all of this when we actually drive around and go to different places. But like in Beijing, you'll go to.
If government official emailed you, would you do a visit like this to North Korea? There are a few countries I would never go to. North Korea and Iran are probably two countries I would just never go to. I would be way too paranoid. Russia is also probably up there. I think I would go to China. I wouldn't be worried about going to like China or Cuba. I don't know how I would feel about some South American places right now.
You'll go to like an incredible mall, right? An insane mall, like American style. Because remember, Chinese people, Chinese culture has a lot of American style attitudes. It's very interesting. It's awesome. Are you meeting any Chinese officials, etc.? No. Are you gonna meet Xi? No. Even though it would be an honor. It would be the honor of a lifetime. But no. That's a compliment. Yeah, normal IQ American is a compliment. It's the same reason why Mélenchon, Jean-Luc Mélenchon was also incredibly shocked because he was like, I've never met an American that has your perspective. Like they're just always confused when they meet someone and the American person isn't automatically like, I hate everything that you stand for without knowing anything that you stand for. And I think I'm the #1 country on the planet. And I think you're not even the #2 country on the planet. That's like the usual average American perspective. Oh my God.
Wow, the foreigner government representative was so shocked at how intelligent and well-spoken I was. And, I felt so, like, it's like,
I think I'm the #1 country on the planet, and I think you're not even the #2 country on the planet. That's like the usual average American perspective.
Russia because of the war or something else? Joe, well, because I'm a very, very outspoken person related to Russian stuff, and because there's an active war going on, so you never know. The chances of anything happening to me in Russia would be almost close to nothing. Again, like the idea that like Russia would start executing foreign nationals, especially Americans, would be unbelievably crazy. I don't think that would ever happen. I would just be a little bit paranoid about it.
Oh my God, Top G's in here. Hey, Top G, what happened? What happened, bitch? I thought I would never fucking get to China. What happened? Groom your face and dress appropriately before visiting Tiananmen? Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm here. I'm in China, baby. Let's go. You said it wouldn't happen. What happened? Yeah. Top G, put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. What cities are you going to visit then? Perhaps I might have a chance to show you Chinese hospitality for people who practice swords under the portrait. Okay, chill, bro. Chill. We're in China. You can't be cracking jokes like that. Okay.
You would definitely be felled off some window or stair. I doubt that would happen, but like arrested because they find weed on me or some shit. I don't know.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Stakes are a little bit higher, don't you think? Okay, chill. So first 3 days we're in Beijing, then we move by high-speed rail to Shanghai.
Okay, no, he's been here for a few days.
And then I think from Shanghai we go to Chengdu, and then we do some gay shit. Obviously, you already know what it is. Chengdu, the gay city. Had to put that in there for Austin, like straight up. We are going to Chengdu because it's gay as fuck. Okay, and then after we have Chongqing, and we have.
Sorry if I sound retarded, but if he was 100% sponsored, would they allow him to make jokes about the Communist Party or say that a city is boring? Well, like people are, I read one of these guides for Russia once. Like the propaganda is not stupid. I wish I still had this. Do I have this? I don't have this. I know I don't have this. Hold on. There's no world where I have this still. Blah, blah. I saw like a thing once related to taking basically what would be a propaganda trip to Russia. And when they talk about, do you? Hold on. When they talk about like sending people to Russia, like the way it's scripted is relatively sophisticated. Like they don't direct your talking points to do whatever. And I think they even encourage like, oh, we know that you enjoy talking about these topics. We encourage you to continue talking about these topics and to do this type of thing or whatever. I don't think that any of these propaganda trips will have you shitting on like America. Like they won't, maybe Hasan does it on his stream. I'm not sure, but like somebody in chat pointed out in this video, like Hasan is not shitting on America at all, which he normally does a ton. He's just saying really positive things about China. Like these places are cool. They've got all this. They've got the artifacts. When you're doing like propaganda stuff like this, it just needs to look like a really organic, cool visit from like a Westerner going to another country, because it like generally warms up the feelings of what you think of when that with that country. Like good propaganda is not like, oh, I remember China is way better and the United States fucking sucks and China is actually superior. That's not good propaganda. Good propaganda is like some politician is talking about China, like China, they sell like, I remember they sell really cool like doll things that you put in your backpack, or they have like really cool nightlife, because my favorite streamer out there. It's just to like generally, I think it's generally just to warm your feelings up about the place. Like that's what you're looking for. So hey, now maybe some places do it differently, or maybe I've only seen the stuff I've seen is just biased in one direction, or maybe there is more aggressively anti, you know, whatever propaganda on the other side, but that's what sports washing is in Saudi Arabia? Oh, maybe, yeah, sure.
Shenzhen, and I think after that we might have Hong Kong. Motherfucker smiling just thinking about the trains. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm smiling thinking about the trains. I'm so excited. I'm so freaking excited. I will not be meeting any like higher level party officials, obviously, because there's a lot of party officials. Like, I mean, it's big. It's a big party, right? It's a big country. It's a big party. You meet a lot of bureaucrats all the time, and I don't think I'll be like meeting anyone that's in the government side of things, I guess. Aside from like the regular bureaucrats that you meet. But what was I gonna say? God damn, this shit is so bomb. I hope this doesn't make me sleepy. They put this next to my bed, so I think it's like sleepy time tea, but it's so tasty. How was dinner, bro? Food so far? It was incredible. We went to a Michelin star place. Cheap hotel. Everything is cheaper in China. The hotel is not cheap. Obviously, this is one of the nicest hotels in the capital. But like, I think I had a regular suite.
Who paid for it? Why are you in there? How do you even know that? What's suite? And
then I wanted to upgrade it like to a nicer suite, like a big hotels in the capital. But like, I think I had a regular suite, and then I wanted to upgrade it like to a nicer suite, like a bigger suite. And in America, that upgrade would probably be like $1,000 plus a night, and in China, it's like 200. Just to give you an understanding, because like this is the most maxed out shit, right? Like we're staying in the most maxed out. Why are y'all Americans saying you can't do this, can't do that in China? None of y'all know anything. Do you even realize how prominent live streaming in China is? People are lining up on the streets filming themselves. Yes, although there are limitations to live streaming.
We were in the regular suite, but then we wanted to get into the bigger suite.
In China, it's true. Right? Like we're staying in the most maxed out. Why are y'all Americans saying you can't do this, can't do that in China? None of y'all know anything. Do you even realize how prominent live streaming in China is? People are lining up on the streets filming themselves. Yes, although there are limitations to live streaming in China, it's true. So I don't know why you're like it's not as bad as silly Americans imagine it is, but there is definitely differences. Like it's just true. Not that it matters, because
everything is presented as kind of like neutral. Like yeah, there are some things that you can't say. Yeah, there are sort of whatever, but it's not like a bad thing. You know, like oh. You know, sometimes they come down on their freedom of speech or whatever, right?
Obviously, it's nowhere near as bad as the way Americans like assume it is. Because look at me, like I'm literally live streaming. I'm literally live streaming, and I'm talking about like American politics. Are you going to Xinjiang? My dream visit? No, we're not going to Xinjiang. That would be really funny if we just went so far. Like I would love to go to Xinjiang, but it would be very funny to bring like Austin and Will. Like it would be very funny to bring Austin and Will to all the way out to Xinjiang for no discernible reason. Do they stare at you when you walk outside? No, not even. There's a lot of foreigners here. Why not? Is it a bad place? No, Xinjiang's awesome. It's just so far. It's just like, it's so far, and it's not like people don't even go to Beijing. They go to Shanghai, okay? Do you understand? Like the amount of flights that are readily available from Los Angeles to Beijing are limited as opposed to Shanghai, because most people are like, I want to go to the fun places. So like that's not a thing that people consider, if that makes sense. China is massive, guys. Again, 1.4 billion people. Hello, Hasan. What time do you want to meet in the lobby? Austin Show, stop trying to get the attention of people in the chat. I have to do news, okay? It's fucking 4. And I have 50 minutes. I have 55 minutes to do the news. And then I have to run downstairs. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Usually when I hear people talk about China, it is about Shanghai. I don't know how many people go to Beijing or not. Fuck. A nonstop from LA to Shanghai is 14 hours. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I agree Hasan is doing really egregious Chinese propaganda, but can you elaborate on his It's Worse Than Fuentes doing Hitler and Stalin apologia on his show to 40K people every night? You kind of glossed over what you think Hasan is worth. Whereas I think Fuentes is a bit more honest about what he's doing. Hasan is like rewriting all of fucking history to make America sound like the worst evil bad guy. I don't know what Hasan's grand design is in his mind for America. It seems like his whole political project is just designed on building up foreign countries and tearing America down. Like, that's all he does. Fuentes, in his, I don't know how much historical revisionism he still does over the Holocaust, but like Fuentes is at least a bit more honest about, yeah, you know, bad things happen and, you know, sometimes you got to be mean and cruel or whatever the fuck else, but it's for America, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I do think that neo-Nazis in their mind generally are prioritizing for their country. I don't know what the fuck Hasan is prioritizing for. And the fact that the scariest thing about Hasan is the fact that he is so whitewashed in our media. Like, everybody, left, right, and center, has seen Fuentes be basically like neo-Nazi painted. Like, I say that like it's not true, but like his views are very much out there. Everybody's attacked him for it. Like, everybody's criticized him for it. Like, people kind of know where Fuentes is. Like, Fuentes is spoken about as like the radical far right part of the party, but Hasan is still this chameleon that gets so much cover by people on everywhere on the left. And then people on the right use Hasan to paint the whole Democratic Party that way. And he's just bad for everybody. Like, Hasan is bad for everybody. He hurts the left, he helps the right. And then for the very far left, he's just like lobotomizing and then propagandizing young people on Twitch. It's just like an insane, like him accepting like the little red book thing from the government lady. It would, I don't even want to say it would be the equivalent of a Mein Kampf book, because I feel like most neo-Nazis would be a little bit more, like they would show more discretion about getting a Mein Kampf book. Like I said before, it'd be like, well, you know, he was a good leader, whatever, but, you know, there was definitely problems. I'm not saying I agree with everything, but like Hasan will just suck off Mao. That's just crazy. What is this? Now we're doing Chinese propaganda on the Hasan subreddit. Based Japanese politician. Japan is a colony of the United States. Japan is essentially a colony. Prime Minister, do you think this country is a colony? It is a sovereign nation. Of course, it presents itself as a sovereign nation, but if that's the case, why haven't the Northern Territories been returned? I don't know if these could be Chinese dog whistles. I don't know anything near enough about any Asian politics to know anything about this, but Russia refuses to something because it fears that the U.S. military base will be placed there, islands handed back, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know. Apparently they've been doing Mao apology as well. Or was this? Oh, fuck. Wait, do I not have this open? Oh. Moustagram.
This is Mao Zedong, the man who made possible China's rebirth to greatness.
Kind of weird. This only has one comment, though. Whoever linked this, fuck you.
Why China block gay dating apps? I don't think that's true. I think you saw that on Twitter. I don't know if that's true. Chatter, this is exactly what I mean. If you get your notes from Twitter, which by the way, like you'll see, we're about to go to Chengdu. What's really funny about this is like China's gay as hell. Like, just watch the stream and you will see. Like Austin's been on the apps. That's so funny. There is like, I mean, it's true. Apple removes Chinese gay dating apps on government order. Okay, but that's Apple. Blued and Finca.
Okay. Fuck, I really don't have the super depth. Okay, so everything I'm giving with far less confidence than I would for like Middle Eastern stuff. Okay, but my understanding is basically every single company in China, like all private companies, there's some Chinese hand. Like definitionally, the Chinese government always has some stake in the companies, and you can never operate independently. So if some company is doing something in China, they remove something, like the government always has like a hand in being able to tell them to operate in a certain way. I believe that's one of the reasons why US companies have so much ass pain about operating in China, is because in order to operate in China, you have to have some Chinese local government there, or not local government. You have to have a corporation that's established in China that you have to share intellectual property with, whatever. And then the Chinese government will always have eyes on that Chinese counterpart. And so that's one of the easy ways that they effectively lift IP from foreign companies that want to function in that market.
Two of China's most popular gay dating apps suddenly disappeared from Apple's Chinese App Store, fanning fears among LGBTQ people. Dude, that's Apple.
Like it says, to comply with government order. Yeah.
Wait, this happened yesterday?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm gonna go ask people if it's like still available on Huawei. Because guess what? Not everything you read in news media is
No, Tesla owns their own factory. This is not true for all businesses. Tesla might have had a special deal carved out, or maybe this has changed, or maybe this is just not strictly true. But that's what I said. I'm 50% confidence takes on everything I say, okay?
as it seems, is all I'm saying when it comes to stuff like this. Especially considering that even the likes of Newsweek, for example, those apps are super fucking popular. For the record, those apps are super popular. For the record, just so you know.
This is true. Tesla's been getting the smackdown by the Chinese government and is already publicly planning to move out of China in 2 years. Okay. Tesla got fucked in China. Look at their market share now, LeMayo.
And I assume, I mean, I might be wrong on, I might be totally wrong on this, but I assume they might have done it for like data related reasons.
What is this cope? What?
Like privacy related reasons, as far as like, it's kind of like Grindr. I think Grindr was about to be sold. Grindr was about to be sold to a Chinese company, and then they refused to. Yeah, see, Top G is correct. We tried to buy Grindr and expand it to China, but your Congress blocked the sale because they feared of being outed. Literally, Grindr was supposed to be sold to a Chinese company, I'm pretty sure, and the American government literally blocked that deal from happening because they were like, no, too many of our dudes are sucking penises on there. Too many dudes in Congress are sucking penises on there. We can't let like the Chinese get backdoor access into this. This is a real thing that took place. And
I'm sorry, bro. Do you think that is supporting your argument? Do you think that is making your side look good?
I assume that this is basically the reverse version.
Jesus. Average anti-China propaganda. The real reason it was pulled was because Blood and Finca was storing user data in Taiwan and Korea. Are there any Chinese queer dating apps? Asking for a friend. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of them. China is one of the most LGBTQ friendly countries in the world! Exclamation mark. Could I have a recommendation on how to find out more info on LGBT rights in China? Someone happened to make a video about this topic today. In my opinion, the video is pretty unbiased. Thank you very much. I want accurate info on China. That's not US propaganda. That is not true. Same-sex couples cannot marry or adopt, and there are no explicit anti-discrimination laws on sexual orientation or gender. LGBTQ advocacy groups and public events like Shanghai Pride have been shut down or suspended, and online content has been censored. All social media must be through government-approved app only. Also, being transgender is still classified as a disorder. Isn't gender-affirming care, including surgery, subsidized in the People's Republic of China, the PRC? Keep in mind that pride washing is a real thing that liberals use as infiltration. Like, why these two specific apps of supposedly many can't confirm were taken down. Oh no, they were trying to infiltrate with the gay apps. Oh no. The PRC is very invested in keeping US influence in check. I'm queer and agree that the CPC is lagging behind on meeting the progressive citizens of the PRC where they are on LGBTQ issues like adoption and marriage, but it's far from hell. Wow. As a queer Chinese person. Somebody said this is the restaurant that they're at. Oh, 2 Michelin keys. It's the Michelin star restaurant. Ooh, what is the Superior Suite? How much do you think it costs? $720 a night. Okay. King Bed Riverview Deluxe Suite. Hasan said they were in the top dog one, right? So that would be the Bulgari Suite. I don't know how you pronounce this. In the top dog suite. How much is this one? 6 room types available. Oh, would it just be the bottom thing here? Is that what this is? So what is this, like $2,200 a night or something? To USD. Oh, wait. No. Hold on. Yeah. $2,253 a night. If they're truly in the toppest of top dogs. That's the deluxe, not the Bulgari. You have to change the dates to find it. Oh, it wasn't available or something? V equals U. It's a jewelry brand name. Bulgari? How far do you have to find the... The Bulgari suite, sorry. Let's go to 2027. It cannot be more than 31/10/2026. Stop! I'm never going to get a Bulgari room. God damn it. Maybe you have to stay for longer to get the Bulgari room? Like they don't just let you do a couple nights? Let's try this. No, we just don't get access to the Bulgari room. Where did you stay in Israel? There's a special King Suite connected room in the Knesset that they let all of the Hasbara propagandists. I don't know. We just found like random Airbnbs and hotels or people's homes. Or your mom's house.
Popular left-wing Twitch streamer Hasan Piker stirred up controversy online while on a trip in China. Piker and his group were attending the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square in Beijing on Tuesday.
The famous ceremony is attended by tens of thousands of people every day. During his live stream of the event, Piker said the whole thing was unusual to him, as he described himself as not being a patriotic person. Let's watch.
What makes it interesting for me at least is like seeing so many.
Oh, wait, hold on. Holy shit. Wait, I wasn't clicking the right tab. You have prepay and save, or you can look at standard rates. The premium suite is 80,000 CNY. The terrace is 100,000. The Bulgari one is 280,000 CNY to USD would be $40,000 a night. He said they were in the top room. Has he streamed it all, like walking around inside this? Does he actually have this room? There is no shot, right? Has there been any more streams from inside? Parking and transportation, off-site parking fee. Bro, if I paid $40,000 a night for a hotel room and they charged me anything for parking, I'd be like, are you fucking serious?
People from all over the country literally travel here just to see this.
That part is insane.
Like I just don't like I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very I care about people.
Yeah.
How do you have no patriotism for your own country and then you're over here glazing China?
So for me, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Earlier in the live stream, Piker's crew were stopped by police at the event and were instructed to put away the phone they were using to record. The broadcast then went offline for a few minutes, but when they returned, Piker brushed off the incident. He acknowledged that there are, in fact, limitations on live streaming in China, but said, quote, "It's not as bad as silly Americans imagine it is."
Piker was ripped by conservatives for downplaying the incident and for his comments about not being patriotic. Right-wing influence.
Levinsky. Oh my god. Speed did not get a fraction of the pushback.
What
yes,
is this
because
suite they're in?
fans are
2
12
rooms?
years
Is that a
old.
closet and a
So
room
if
or a
you have,
bathroom?
like,
It's a hallway?
Serious.
Oh my god, I'm so
if you
curious.
have like serious analysts getting mad at iShowSpeed, their fans just go, dude, shut the fuck up. Half of them don't even know how to read. So yeah, it doesn't hit the same. I'm a political commentator, so obviously like there are a lot of haters. Sometimes
Look at the pictures again. Well, different suites can look differently, especially once you get to like when you're staying at suites and hotels. Just in my experience, it's not uncommon that like every suite can look a little bit different. What you're really looking for, if you want to see where he's at, are like features. So like what I would be looking for is like that special hot tub or like a certain number of rooms. Like you're looking at features to really know which suite he's in because every suite can look a little bit different. It's a green screen.
Recently, a lot of foreign streamers seem to react like, wait, we were just pretending.
Does he actually stream here? Or does he really have to pre-record all of it and then okay it with his fucking handlers to see what he can upload? Obviously, Hasan's not paying 40K a night. If he has that room, then that would mean he might be getting a deal courtesy of the CCP. Yeah, well, of course, yeah. But also the fact that, because am I making this up or Was it him or somebody else posted a picture of them getting on their flight to China, and it looked like they were in business, which my guess is that's probably at least a $10,000 flight. Unless there's some, like, unless they planned this crazy far in advance using some special points multiplier, which I seriously doubt they did.
Isabella DeLuca wrote on X, Hasan Piker says in China, I don't have any patriotism in my heart for America. Okay, stay in China.
So how many of their friends did they fly? Did they really spend $100,000? No shot.
And popular ex-user Drew Pavlu writes, Hasan is literally pro-CCP. He's defended the Chinese Communist Party in his live streams dozens of times. Hilarious. Yeah, I think that was a fair enough. I mean, he is just so disparaging of our great nation and any infringements on his precious liberties, and which he should be, disparaging of infringements on his liberties. But then he's in China, I'm sorry, I don't care what the left thinks about this, a much more repressive country than ours. And I don't really think you're the kind of progressive to deny that, so I'm not actually going to fight very much here, but you know that there are people who do. And they literally tell him to stop filming, and he doesn't care. If anyone in America told him to stop filming, or like a cop tried to say, no, he would go...
He would lose his mind. True.
Which is fine, which he should. We can all be object to, that kind of censorship. But then China, it gets shrugged off. Maybe it gets shrugged off because he doesn't want his streams taken down there or whatever. I don't know, but I get annoyed by that. I'm not someone who feels like a need to be like rah patriotism all the time either. That can be a cover for actually bad foreign policy ideas, as we learned in the aughts. But when you then downplay the harms of a much more repressive regime, then I start to feel a little patriotism twings at my heartstrings. Yeah. Is that fair?
It is. Well, it is fair. I agree with you more about the China element than about the patriotism, because I would defend him a little bit on what he said on the patriotism, because the right-wing commentator portrayed it as purely sort of anti-Americanism. And to me, what he seemed to be saying was he's just not one of those people who is demonstrative in a sort of flag-waving sense about patriotism. And, I would largely share that. I mean, before I came to this country, when I was living in...
Search for Shanghai vlog. And you'll see a ton of people have been there recently. 7 months ago, 1 year ago. I mean, what am I looking for? Oh, hey, it's Pokemon. 1, 2, 3.
Say hi in my vlog.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hello.
She has a Lily phone case. Oh, wait, my friend Lily looks like this.
People keep tagging me in this picture.
Oh no, Lily too.
Oh, shit. It's so cute.
I don't know if she's there, if that was just a meme.
This is the IFC mall, and it's gorgeous. So pretty, so clean. And during the daytime, it's actually quite empty. I always wanted to try their accessories in person. She said that was pretty. You guys are also very beautiful. So cute. Hello. Hello. So beautiful. Can I tell you a secret? I'm limit testing today. I'm wearing a short skirt. I never wear mini skirts because the shape of my thighs, my upper thighs, ugh, there's so much of them. First, my bed is unmade because I sleep in it. I have this because I iron my clothes. I have my second phone with this cute charger from Pop Mart. I got my shoesies. Actually, the reason that these are here.
Oh wait, she goes over her room.
Hello, beautiful people. I'm gonna give you guys a real and unfiltered hotel room tour. Whoa! The weather here has been crazy. Sometimes it's gorgeous and sunny out. It's been extremely hot. But right now, apparently it's also typhoon season. This is a hotel room tour at the end of my stay. I have not cleaned, and I'm gonna show you guys like really how I live when I'm in a hotel. I haven't packed, I haven't cleaned stuff. Let's start at the beginning. The room is gorgeous. There is a nice little guest bathroom here. The toilet likes to say hello. And then when you walk in, there's this huge table where I've put all the stuff I've accumulated. I know it's a lot of stuff. I bought this handmade Labubu a grandma made. Is this not so cute? And then here I have some fan gifts. Look at this, how cute is that? And this as well, a gift from Mimi, my daily hat. This is one of the craziest hotel rooms I've ever been in. This is the first section, like the entrance living room section. And then you have this little door, which you can slide open and closed. And then it is the bedroom area. So yes, unfiltered, don't judge me. I know what you're doing. No, I'm kidding. This is kind of meant for you to judge me, but in a not so judgmental way. But of course, my bed is unmade because I sleep in it. I have this because I iron my clothes. I have my second phone with this cute charger from Pop Mart. I got my shoesies. Actually, the reason that these are here and not where all the other shoes are, as well as this tripod, is because I filmed a little outfit of the day, which I'll insert here.
Miss, you forgot something.
Thank you. I have this luggage always open here because look at a bra. Oh my god, I wear bras. Fucking dog. Who gives a fuck? So I keep this open because it just has a bunch of random stuff that I use day to day. This is my electronics section and stuff that I use every day. For example, supplements. My daily journal, guys. Oh my gosh, no. I can't show you those pages, but my journal is like a drug. Like I need supplements. Isn't this the cutest supplement case you've ever seen in your whole life? Best sleeping mask ever. I wish I got ready like perfectly clean and took things and used it and put it back, but no, bro, I'm using everything, and when I gotta pack up, I'm packing everything. That's it. And bro, they give you a Dyson to use, which is insane, and you get a beautiful—
Is this really typhoon season smog stuff, or is this like pollution smog stuff? I thought, doesn't Shanghai still have a lot of issues related to pollution stuff?
Full view, this landmark. I keep forgetting what it's called because we've been naming it something else. So pretty. I'm in love with this hotel room. Like, why is there a chandelier in the bathroom?
Jesus.
I don't know, but I like that shit. There are 2 sinks for me and for me. Yeah, I just have like my dailies. This is not the skincare that I use. Do not be fooled. I forgot all of my skincare. All of it. I want to die. And then last is a little wardrobe. I hope you guys enjoyed that little tour. Actually, if you did, can you please do me a favor and let me know in the comments? Like, I like to see the hotel. Because I keep thinking when I travel, like, do you guys care about the hotel room or is it like, meh, whatever? I like to see that stuff. And why is that? We had the craziest encounter. Can I tell you a secret? This is one of the craziest hotel rooms I've ever been in. I can't wait to come back. I felt like a princess.
I think if she was sponsored by anybody for this, I think she would include it, right? I think she would say it in the video near the beginning or something, right?
Hi everyone, we're in Shanghai with my little sister, Kanzia, and Jake behind the camera. We're gonna be making some quick cakes to celebrate her birthday. Wish her a happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're here now.
Oh, I wanna taste it. It's really yummy. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this.
That's really cute.
Thank you. I feel like you have a
You're not going to believe what America doesn't have, but China has.
America doesn't have this, but China does.
What you're seeing is something quite incredible. You are seeing an Australian travel vlogger who not only has nothing to do with America and is going to China to say China's better than America, but somebody who's willing to trample on little children and tear families apart. Think I'm joking?
Excuse my regardation, but why would a rich streamer take money to run propaganda for a country like China? Do you think they believe they're doing something good? Well, I mean, it really depends on the type of propaganda you're being asked to do, and it depends on what you're being offered. Like, if you're just like an ordinary streamer and you like to, Jesus Christ. Could you really fly round trip business class to China for like $5,000? I'm just looking at skip lagged. I don't know how normal these costs are. That'd be way cheaper. I feel like that's cheaper than JFK to London, but maybe I just don't find good first class flights. Need to be rich. Let's say that you're just like a vlogger or travel vlogger or whatever else, and some country offers you like, hey, you can come look at some really cool stuff, and we'll just like cover your room and everything. It's like a thing like that. Like, why wouldn't you? You know?
Hey, China's better than America, but somebody who's willing to trample on little children and tear families apart. Think I'm joking? Keep watching. So you may have heard of gaslighting, you may have heard of straw man arguments, but have you ever heard of 20-second flooring? You see, this is when travel vloggers go to China and go on these paid set-up tours around certain areas in order to promote China and do fluff pieces, right? And it comes from the fact that you've got hundreds of these vloggers. They all go to the same place in Chongqing, they walk around and say,
you feel like it's ground floor.
On the ground.
Ground level.
The ground floor.
Ground level.
Ground floor level. Ground floor.
Ground level.
The ground floor.
First floor.
First floor.
Ground.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that we were on terra firma. However,
we are in fact.
I'm actually.
Well, actually is actually.
You're actually.
But actually, we're actually.
You're on the 22nd floor of a building.
On the 22nd floor.
22 stories up.
20 stories above the ground.
You're on the 20th floor.
That we are 22 floors up.
We are on the 22nd floor right now.
To be fair, this guy's whole content is anti-China slop. Apparently, this guy lived in China for 2 decades and then fled.
Yeah. 22 floors up.
You're at 22nd. On the 22nd floor. On the 22nd floor.
And down here, the 22 floors down the side of this building. Oh my days, checking that out.
So as you can see, we've called it 20-second flooring. Anyone who goes to China ends up in the same spots, saying the same things, glazing China, saying how amazing the infrastructure is, or how much better it is than the West, or doing those crummy thumbnails of America versus China, or USA versus China, where they show like drug addicts and a shiny new building or a park and, like a rundown subway station in the USA or something. These are the 20-second floorers, if that can ever be coined properly. Still doesn't really roll off the tongue. Anyway, speaking of getting paid, deep within the corporate offices of a data broker, something is happening behind closed doors. These lists, and that is incognito personal data. And I was searching for a video on one of my channels. I've got a couple of channels. I've got a live show I do every Friday. I hope you can join me. It's super fun. But I have a clips channel. And the clips channel is where we take certain segments out of the show. We edit them.
Okay. Anyway, cringe. Cringe for Hasan to be doing it. Cringe for the whitewashing of Mao and anything bad that's happened in China. Does Hasan believe that the Tiananmen Square thing is all fake? Has he ever talked about that or said anything about that? Or, What is this?
China together. We
Do
said
it. Yeah,
we put out the go. We just committed to it.
Okay.
At 10,000 paid Patreon members, we are going to plan a trip to China together and film, I think, a couple episodes in China from our trip and our experience there. I think the idea is we're going to go, with a translator, someone to show us around,
Or not.
and try to and maybe just freeball it. Maybe let me take the wheel. You know?
Yeah. Dude, I heard you're Chinese.
And I'm really looking forward to that because I think we all are really interested in China individually, and we've seen a bunch of people recently, like from like blog posts or videos we've watched, anything like, all the way to like I Show Speed's clips to who was the article that we all read. The
I've
blog
never
post.
read an article in my life. I don't know.
the blog post.
Oh, Dwarkesh Patel. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did a 2-week trip to
about
China.
his experience visiting there. I think we just talk
Like
about China.
infrastructure, cities that we just aren't aware of in the West, really at all. There are these
Yeah.
massive cities. Like, yeah, there's so much interesting stuff to do there. So it wouldn't just be like hitting tourist traps.
They should go to all the Chinese places. Did you see the new Valve hardware stuff? I mean, a little bit, but I feel like I hear Valve doing stuff like this, and I feel like nothing is... Like, didn't they have like a Steam box a long time ago? Am I making this up? Like a Steam console? I don't know.
Thought about it for a brief moment, which is that China is just another country, just like any other country. There's good, there's bad, there's criticisms that you can make.
Wow, Mihatch, thanks for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs, buddy.
Which I do. And also, there's a lot of good. The people are great.
It's different now. Valve is ultra-mogging everyone else. How can you say they're ultra-mogging? We don't even have a price yet, do we? Link me the specs or stats or something on this machine.
The food is amazing. The culture is amazing. And I am very fortunate. I'm very fortunate to be able to actually experience it firsthand, right? But of course, all the foreign affairs people who are aware of me are not very fond of my they're not very fond of my China trip. Hasan Piker slowly becoming the new Jackson Hinkle, doing Chinese propaganda for a living. Insane.
True.
Yeah, it's stuff like this. It's stuff like this that I find to be so strange. Because, like, you should be able to go to countries. Okay, like there is no comparison between China and like Israel, for example. You know what I mean? Like nobody gives me this much grief when I go to Japan. Okay.
Was he doing propaganda for Japan?
Okay.
Saying Japan was a perfect place with a perfect past and a perfect government and has always been perfect, or I don't know.
Like nobody's like, dude.
Oh, here's a book from the Emperor where they say they've never done anything wrong ever. Or
I can't believe you've traveled to Japan and you love. Oh, God.
He was glazing, yes. No, you fucking retard. There's a difference between glazing the country and engaging in like actual political propaganda about the country. Any Westerner that goes to Japan is probably going to glaze the country. There's probably a lot of people who would glaze fucking Shanghai if you went there. That wouldn't surprise me. But there's a difference between being like politically like, oh, there's a lot of propaganda why people and propaganda. Tiananmen Square, I've never heard of that. Ice cream. Like there's a difference between glazing and doing like political propaganda.
This guy's mentality is so stupid. 3 people with almost identical foreign policy stances.
True.
Oh my God. Finnish PhD candidate. Oh my God. Why is NatSeg Twitter like this? I mean, it makes sense.
What was this? The Tiananmen Square massacre never happened. Hakeem. Video is available for free on his Patreon because it was recently removed. Likely mass reported. Nice. encourage people to watch the video. The title is clickbait. Hakeem doesn't deny that a massacre happened, but corrects the record on what actually happened.
I love what a nerd you are. Also, you know what? I love what a nerd you are.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, no, Jasmine. I'm trying. Is that good?
Insane about this. Like, how is this?
I was literally telling you that I appreciate you. I love you. What was that shit?
5, 6, 7.
It's so performative too. This was the guy who was like, I don't like music. Which is like a sociopathic thing to say.
I don't know anymore. I don't know what you guys like. I don't know what you want from me.
What?
Hasan Piker stopped from filming by police in China. What we know. This is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean. This is what's so insane about this. Like, how is this an international incident? It was a brief moment. A random cop came up, thought that we were around. Okay, we talked to him, and it was fine. Why is this on Newsweek? Why is this news? Like, we cannot have a system where...
Meanwhile, Hasan gets stopped for 10 minutes of questioning at TSA because he's in the wrong line for his global entry. New evidence of Trump administration engaging in crackdown on non-white immigrants who is white and who isn't an immigrant. Like, oh my God, give me a break.
A random Twitch streamer such as myself, who has a ton of haters, will then have something happen that gets highlighted to mainstream media. We can't keep doing this, okay? It's especially funny. It's especially funny because I have been shot at by American police while live streaming constitutionally protected First Amendment.
I can't believe, dude, I would kill myself if I got caught exaggerating some part of my history like this. Shot at by police. Shot at?
Have been shot at by American police.
What he means is that he was in a crowd filming and somebody somewhere in this crowd, I think, got hit by a rubber bullet, is what he means.
While live streaming constitutionally protected, First Amendment protected acts of free protest and free demonstration in the United States of America.
I think they're gonna push in from this side of the road. Oh. Oh shit. All right, so I guess they're pushing us in. Cops are pressing in and pushing people.
Also, what are the cops here for? Because there's a massive protest / I don't know if this turned into rioting. Was this in LA? The day after the cars were burning? What were the police pulling him over for in China? Because he pulled out a picture of Mao and he was wearing a yellow jacket?
Oh shit. Yeah, they're shooting from the federal building now directly into this massive crowd.
During his stream, they literally were blowing up Waymos and you saw them on fire. This was the same day the cars were burning. Oh.
That is not even on the street. The crowd that they're shooting into was not even on the street.
I have been tear gassed in France. I have been tear gassed in America. No news coverage, okay?
They literally shot him in the eyeballs with their tear gas canisters.
A 1 minute conversation with a Chinese cop outside of Tiananmen Square where there's like a misunderstanding and all of a sudden this is like the worst international incident. I do not, that's crazy.
Literally no one is saying it's the worst international incident. It's just funny that a tanky commie fuck goes to China and gets politically profiled and censorship raped immediately, and you're making excuses for why it's okay that they're racist or engaged in political censorship. Oh my God, their Chinese propaganda. I sat down with Hasan Piker, who just started his long-awaited trip to China. He will travel across several cities in 2 weeks. Why was he so excited about China? What are his expectations for a China trip? The interview will be released on all platforms soon. Wow. Let's see, who's our Hasan's fans brigading or Asmongold's fans brigading? That's always the question. On LSF. We've got Dog Lightning based. I wouldn't be surprised if China invaded Taiwan. Hasan would justify it in a heartbeat. All right, is it a DGGer or is it an Asmongolder? Oh, we got a Destiny poster. Okay. We should look at what he said about Taiwan already, because he'd tell you this himself. True. Even Hasan wouldn't deny he's an enemy of America. He hates everything about America. Top 1% commenter. DGGer? Let's go. Hold on, fuck. Ooh, top secret poster. Somebody run his thing through the thing and find out. I like how we're pretending LSF isn't just r/Destiny 2.0 at this point. If you're retarded, that's the take. The reason why it appears to be r/Destiny 2.0 is because the Asmongold community hates Hasan more than they hate me. So any negative posts about Hasan, my community will be there, but Asmongold's community will amplify the fuck out of it as well. But if it's me against Asmongold, then they will shit on me like crazy. Hasan just has too many communities that work against him right now on LSF. XQC, everybody else is going to hate him too. It's whoever is streaming and looking at LSF at the time. I don't think Hasan has enough people now to fight against all of the Asmongolder neo-Nazi people. There have been a lot of Asmon glazing posts lately. Yeah, I mean, his community is huge, and he has, yeah, just... But they both hate you, so wouldn't the same logic apply to both of them? What? What? How is that responsive to anything I just said? What I mean is you all hate each other. How is that responsive to anything I just said? Just because people hate each other doesn't mean there's not a ranking. Asmongold's community doesn't like me, but they like me more than Hasan. So if I'm fighting with Hasan, Asmongold's community will basically always side with me. I don't know how, but don't they all hate each other? I don't know how that's responsive to that. Unless you have like 60 IQ. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I had this sorting by best? Oh, whoops. I guess I'm confused then. What's confusing? If me and Hasan are fighting each other, I will always win right now on LSF. Because Asmongold's community hates Hasan way more than they hate me. If I'm fighting with Asmongold on Reddit, I will always lose that fight. Because Hasan and Asmongold's community hates me. And if Hasan is fighting with Asmongold, he'll almost always get destroyed. Although sometimes he won't, because my community is a bit more principled and also hates Asmongold. And sometimes maybe will, depending on what it is. I think he's trying to imply that if that's the case, Asmongold posts would also be negative or something. Asmongold has, I think, a lot of viewers that are on this subreddit. But Asmongold does get shit on sometimes. Like when Asmongold is against something I'm saying and it's like very right-wing, then I think Hasan's community will kind of support my downvoting, upvoting, or whatever, or just refrain. Hasan's community definitely hates Destiny more than Asmongold. Like, personally, or like parasocially or whatever, maybe, but politically they're going to disagree with Asmongold more. Okay, Hasan China trip, Lila debate. What's my next? Destiny, Lila, Rose, abortion debate.
When we look at things like...
Shut up! Man, so I tried to... I'm trying to do... well, anything live is good for practice. And then trying to do like these prepared debates, I think, is good because I need practice with these because a lot of people like this fucking, like the opening statement stuff. Personally, I don't enjoy this format at all, but I figure it's always good to like learn stuff in case I have to do them. Like I want to have the capability of being able to perform well in these. Oh, so actually I wrote out like a formal, was it really that short? Yeah, it was 1 hour long. You have to be aggressive and mean. You can't be aggressive and mean in a back and forth. It's just timed. There's no opportunity for that either.
Thank you all so much for coming, and a big thank you to...
Don't you usually say tankies hate liberals more than MAGA? Absolutely. However, Hasan's audience is not all tankies. Hasan is the only large voice of the left on Twitch. I don't know what the actual breakdown would be. If I had to guess, it's probably like 30-70 or 40-60 of tankies and like uber progressives. And uber progressives are a little bit too retarded sometimes. They don't realize they're being taken for a ride. That's why you'll see Hasan every now and then, he'll kind of reveal his true self and be like, guys, the social issues are just a distraction. But other times, like more recently, he's been like, guys, the social issues are really important. We got to fight against this horrible immigration policy stuff. And for LGBTQ, it just depends on what mode he's in.
To Destiny for making it here today and agree.
Somebody told me that her opening statement was longer than 7 minutes. Was it actually? Because they cut mine off right at 7 minutes. It was. They let her ramble. They let her yap for 8.5 minutes. I went to this debate and I am wondering if you got paid to do it. I don't think so. It's been a long time. Because they paid me for I know at the very least they cover my room and board. I don't remember if they gave me a few $100. I usually don't get paid for anything because I'm too nice. I should charge people. If they paid me, it was like a 3-figure amount, but I think it was just covering room and board. But it was a long time ago they paid me for this because they paid me to doing these in April and I ended up missing it. So this was me making up for it.
Thank you all so much for coming, and a big thank you to Destiny for making it here today and agreeing to this debate. Before we dive into arguments today, I want to tell you about one of the bravest people that I know, my friend, Liana Robledo. When Liana was just 12 years old, she was taking a walk to a supermarket. She was kidnapped and raped in Mexico City. After a suicide attempt, she was taken to the hospital where she learned that she was 13 weeks pregnant. The doctor urged her to abort, telling her that she shouldn't have to live with the consequences of her rape. But Liana asked him this question that left him speechless. She said, will abortion take away the rape? Will the abortion make me feel safe again?
Looks like this isn't part of her opening statement. Maybe that's why she got more than 7. Well, I mean, at the very least, she's there now.
Liana chose life. She gave birth at 13 years old. Fought through post-traumatic stress disorder from her assault, worked as a cashier while finishing high school, and by 16 years old was providing for herself and for her daughter. She would end up graduating from UCLA, my alma mater, and she started a nonprofit to support assault and abuse survivors. She says something that I will never forget. Liana says, I've never seen in my daughter the face of my assailants. She's an individual who had nothing to do with that. 2 lives were saved. I saved my daughter's life, and she saved mine. Liana's story frames tonight's question that we are here to debate. Should abortion be legal? Here is the core case that I present. It is always wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human life. Abortion is the act of intentionally killing an innocent human life. Therefore, abortion is always wrong and must be illegal. Let's be clear about what abortion actually is.
I also need to ask her raw debates or raw footage of debates when you negotiate. The hijab debate was insane. I'm pretty sure Oxford's going to post theirs. It just takes them a while. Mohammed Hijab doesn't have the Oxford footage. He brought his own camera crew out there to record his own video. Like Oxford, that's not the Oxford footage. That's his own camera crew's footage.
Because it's often used in conversations and debates euphemistically. Abortion is the direct and intentional killing of a preborn child. Abortion kills a child via multiple methods. One of them includes a child being ripped apart limb from limb while still alive with forceps or vacuum suction. Or the abortion may involve stabbing the child in the heart or the brain with a large needle, injecting poison that can cause a heart attack. Or it can involve draining the child's blood until the heart stops. In chemical abortion with pills, the child is starved to death of nutrients,
You have to be able to insult back. Yeah, I'm definitely not capable of doing that. Like on the Muhammad hijab debate, you should have said something about how you were thinking about converting to Islam because you always try to focus mom. Well, I mean, like I'm at Oxford. Like I feel like the forum is a little bit more than that. I don't know. That just felt very weird. My mind was not. I don't know. I don't even know what. I wouldn't expect. I don't know.
nutrients until it is killed. Every day in America, over 2,800 children are being killed by abortion. This is wrong. Just like it should be illegal to kill humans outside the womb, it should be illegal to kill humans inside the womb. Now, here's what might surprise you. Based on previous comments that Destiny has made, including in conversations that he and I have had, Destiny has actually said that he agrees with some of the pro-life argument. He has said before that he agrees that it is wrong to kill innocent human persons. He also has, he disagrees with when life begins, and we'll talk about that in a minute. He argues that human life begins when a preborn child has the capacity for conscious experience, which he says is between 16 and 20 weeks. This does create some common ground. First, according to these past debates Destiny has done, we both agree that abortion should be illegal after 20 weeks. Second, we agree that if there's a living human being in the womb, bodily autonomy arguments don't work. Bodily autonomy doesn't give me permission to take another person's body and kill an innocent human life. Parents also are obligated to care for their children, and those obligations require using our bodies, both for the unborn child and for a born child. So we agree in the sense that my body, my choice as an argument fails. Third, we've even agreed that in cases of rape or incest, like my friend Liana, if there's a living human being in the womb, that child should not be killed. And finally, we agree that if there's a living human being in the womb, there should be penalties for those that take that child's life deliberately. So the question is, where do we disagree? Where does Destiny and I disagree? And of course, he'll share more here shortly. Our disagreement seems to boil down to one key question: when does human life begin? I agree with the science that human life begins at fertilization. Destiny believes that it begins at the capacity for conscious experience. Here's the problem. Consciousness is fluid, not fixed. The brain constantly grows and develops throughout pregnancy and our entire lives. Brain development continues until ages 25 up to 30. In fact, many of us in this room, our brains are still developing. We go.
Sorry, this guy's spammed this question 400 times. Sorry if you already answered this. You've said in the past that you don't really agree with Sock Dems or Dem Socks politically. Given that, how do you feel about the Mamdani victory? I don't feel much about it. He's a New York City mayor. I don't have strong feelings about it. I'm glad that he won probably over Cuomo, I guess. I'm definitely glad he won over Republican, but I mean, he's the New York City mayor. Personally, I would identify as a Sock Dem in terms of the policies I support. I just don't like to publicly say Sock Dem because I find at this point most Sock Dems are just mask on fucking tankies online. So I would just say liberal or center-left liberal, but
in and out of consciousness daily, and in the evening you will go out of consciousness evening. In the womb, brainwaves are detectable at just 6 weeks from fertilization. At 9 weeks, the child can suck her thumb, swallow grass objects, touch her face, sigh, and stretch. Neuron multiplication is especially rapid around 15 weeks. In this process of rapid development, where exactly do we draw the line to determine some should be protected and some shouldn't? It's impossible. Many of us have no memory before the ages of 3 or 4. Maybe very rarely 2.5. You might have a memory, but it's very rare. 3 or 4 is usually the mark. Does that mean that it is okay to kill children before memory? Of course not. Here's another illustration. Imagine that you're sound asleep, not even dreaming. Someone comes into the room and kills you with some painless gas poison in the air that kills you in your sleep. You have no awareness of this happening. You've just drifted from sleep to death. Is that okay? You're not conscious. Of course not. It's first-degree murder. Life and murder aren't defined by someone's present capacity for consciousness or conscious experience. We would never kill someone in a temporary coma. It would be wrong. We should also never kill a human being who will have a future conscious experience like the unborn. All human beings have a capacity for consciousness according to our nature. It is our human nature to develop consciousness. That is a natural capacity that we have, which is different from the active capacity based on development when we can deploy that consciousness. A preborn child or a newborn child has a rational nature even though they haven't actively developed it yet. Today, abortion advocates say that unborn children are not persons, so they can be aborted at will. But every atrocity historically has begun with that lie. They're not one of us. This group of people is not one of us, and therefore it can be justified to kill them. The medical science here is clear. The developing human, a medical textbook states, quote, human development begins at fertilization. This highly specialized cell marks the beginning of each of us as a unique individual. And even Peter Singer, who is a avid pro-abortion advocate who even supports ending the lives of newborns within the first 3 to 6 months, especially if they have a disability, he thinks that's morally illicit. He says there is no doubt from the first moments of its existence, an embryo conceived from human sperm.
Why am I on camera right now? Go to her.
Eggs is in fact a human being. Our founding principle in this country is that all humans are created equal and endowed with that fundamental first right, which is life. The 14th Amendment promises equal protection under the law for all persons. If preborn children are human, and the science confirms that, they deserve protection. After Roe v. Wade was overturned, states protecting life saw abortion rates plummet. Texas saw a 99% decline in legal in-state abortions. The law is a teacher. It restrains evil and it protects the vulnerable. So, should abortion be legal? No, not if we believe in science, equality, and human rights. The right to life, your right to life, my right to life, does not depend on consciousness, convenience, circumstances, your development, or your dependency. It depends on the simple fact that you are human. All human beings should be protected from murder from the moment we are conceived until natural death. So let's choose life, let's protect the preborn, and let's build a culture where every child is loved, welcomed, and protected.
8.5 minutes, what the fuck? I fucked up too in that I wrote my opening statement because I timed myself reading this and it was way too close to 7 minutes because I wanted to speak a little slower than I normally do, but I got hardcore sped up through this. Oh, and I even cut my conclusion out and I saved it for the end. I'm pretty sure they got me right at 7 minutes for mine. What the fuck?
Person is the name that we give to the complex emergent phenomenon generated by the underlying physical structures of the human brain. To pretend otherwise is to strain one's imagination and force one to adopt a position that is both unreasonable and unintuitive. At times, it's possible to over-intellectualize things to the point of absurdity. Like a painter taking a step back to look at his entire canvas, or a composer putting down his pen to play and listen to what he's crafted so far, it's good to occasionally take a step back and explore intuitions to ensure they haven't strayed too far from what is reasonable and what is real. If we have a clear and unambiguous ending for a thing, such as a person's life, then why not investigate that ending to see if we can get any hints as to how it begins? Let's ask ourselves, when do we consider a human person no longer a human person, but just a human body? Is it after their corpse fully decomposes? Is it when their heart stops beating? Is it when they lose a limb? Of course, we all know the answer to this question. It's when their brain loses the ability to host the mind. We could consider, is it truly the brain that's so special? But of course it is. There could be no other answer. If I replace your arm with a bionic prosthetic, are you still a person? What about both arms? What about your heart? Or how about your eyes and ears? If you awoke in a mad scientist laboratory and he was going to separate your head from your body, but he only had the technology to keep one of these two things alive, would you choose your body or your head? Anyone who's played Wolfenstein 2 will know the answer to that question. Okay, getting rid of the rest of my video game jokes in here. All right, okay. No, it's all good. It's all good. Really, though, deep down, we all know the answer to that.
The audience laughed. They didn't mic the audience. They did laugh more than that, okay? They intentionally didn't mic the audience for this. Fuck this editing.
Question. Placing a person's head or brain would not only fundamentally alter who they are, destroying it would change the very nature of what they are and turn them into something that's not quite a human person. Even without mad scientist hypotheticals, we can look to the real world and see what neurodegenerative diseases do to a person and how those people around that person respond. What is more devastating than to lose a person we love to the horrors of mind diseases like dementia? How many times have you heard a complaint from someone that a parent or grandparent truly died long ago and yet their body still remains? It's plainly obvious that a sufficiently developed brain hosts a uniquely human mind, and this is the thing that makes us who we are and grants us the same personhood that we recognize in others. It is the thing we cherish most and is the thing we try to protect when we speak of morality and law. In this debate, Lila's going to bounce between a lot of different words in order to try and force your intuitions to stray from where they would be otherwise. She'll casually swap words like child and fetus and embryo and human and person in order to confuse and obscure, but make no mistake, this confusion is not by accident, it's by design. She'll try to say that an embryo is not simply an embryo, but a human embryo, as though the answer to the beginning of life was always hidden in a Merriam-Webster dictionary waiting for someone to read it. I have a feeling that if the answer were that simple, we probably would have solved this debate a long time ago. I will remind the audience as well that the potential of a thing is not the thing itself. The human embryo, were it to have some features that were worth moral protection, would be worth protecting in the present all on its own. Instead, constant allusions will be made to the future of the embryo. If anything, I treat this as an immediate concession that the embryo is indeed without moral value, which is why Lila will need so desperately to invoke the future of the thing to salvage any moral value from it at all. Lila will argue that a person begins at the instantaneous moment of conception as though conception were a single moment in time. What is she even defining conception as? Is it the moment the egg recognizes the sperm to permit entry? Is it when the egg no longer permits the entry of any other sperm? Is it when membrane fusion has fully finished? Is it when the first set of chromosomes have made copies of themselves, or is it after they've divided into pairs? Conception is just as much a multi-stage process as pregnancy, and to pretend as though there is one spark at a very precise moment in time that defines the entirety of conception is to scientifically misunderstand and misstate the process. Lila will argue that unique DNA is what makes us human, but for some reason this doesn't apply to hair or skin or any other cells in the human body. She will say that a zygote with its own DNA can go on to develop to become its own human, but what if identical twins that split from the same zygote become two? Does Lila consider identical twins two halves of the same soul or mind? Are they each their own person? Did the death of one person give way to two? Lila will make arguments relating to law, but why? It was only a few years ago that abortions were more widely permitted in the United States, and certainly Lila was no fan of those laws back then. I've heard her make references, and she just did earlier, to the 14th Amendment and the guaranteed equal protections, but why does she only consider those protections with regards to the rights of the fetus while completely ignoring the rights of the pregnant woman? And all of this while ignoring the first three words of the 14th Amendment she cites, which are all persons born. Think about the kind of world that Lila's positions would commit us to. We would need identities, legal documentations, and protections for every single newly conceived zygote. Due to the high rate of natural miscarriage, every single conception would need to be registered at a local government office for tracking. If the zygote is not eventually delivered as a human baby, a criminal investigation should be required to determine the cause of death. Why wouldn't it be, unless we're admitting that a zygote is worth less than a baby outside the womb? The CDC estimates that about 1 million miscarriages a year occur in the United States. Forget child protective services, we need a whole fetal protective services just to keep track of the massive loss of life already occurring according to Lila's framework. Also, consider that Lila is demanding that we place a higher burden on a raped child than we would on an adult attempting murder. Even in the case of attempted murder, we would never demand the assailant donate their organs from their own body to the victim in order to sustain the victim's life. Yet, for some reason, we would make the same demand of a young girl who's committed no crime. Far from mandating parents to donate blood or tissue to their children, we actually have special carve-outs for groups like Jehovah's Witnesses that bar their children from receiving life-saving blood donations. Yet in Lila's world, we would force mothers to commit to donating 9 months of their own body to an entity that hasn't yet even developed the capacity for thought. In Scooby-Doo, how is it that a gang of meddling kids and their talking dog always seem to get the best of the monsters they encounter? It's because once the mask is lifted, the monster is not a monster at all. It's simply a person masquerading as such. Lila's arguments against abortion are very much the same. Her worldview is entirely informed by her religion, and the mask of logic is only applied after the fact to sway those who would otherwise be unconvinced by religious arguments. Think if abortion were, as Lila would have you believe, the crime of infanticide, of murdering an innocent baby child, one would imagine she would be compelling us to do everything within our power to limit the amount of abortions that happen. And yet Lila is a relentless advocate for the very same behaviors that tend to produce the most amount of unwanted pregnancy. Lila believes in abstinence-only education, claims that contraception is immoral, and thinks that even forms of sex outside of penis and vagina intercourse are immoral as well. Lila believes that every single time two people come together, it should be only with procreation in mind, as sex was only designed by God for a husband and a wife to conceive. There is no way to collectively rationalize all these positions unless one accepts that her positions on these matters are simply entirely informed by her religion. Every position related to sex, contraception, children, and yes, abortion are ultimately grounded in her religious beliefs. Her secular argument for a pro-life position is nothing more than...
Thank you for your opening remarks, Destiny. That's the time.
I think they got me right at the 7-minute mark. He didn't let me finish my last sentence. Did he? Hold on. I'm curious what the timer was on this.
Loved, welcomed, and protected.
Person is the name that...
Okay, 8:35 to...
Every position related to sex, contraception, children, and yes, abortion are ultimately grounded in her religious beliefs. Her secular argument for a pro-life position is nothing more than...
Thank you for your opening remarks, Destiny. That's...
Okay, 7:05.
The time.
Thank you for your comment.
You let yourself get cut off too easily. Just finish your point. Well, that was literally my last sentence. And you just let me finish. However, rationalize all these positions unless one accepts that her position on these matters is simply entirely from her religion. Every position related to sex, contraception, children, and yes, abortion, all being grounded in her religious beliefs. Her secular argument for a pro-life position is nothing more than a monster in disguise. Because it's tied up my Scooby-Doo analogy. And he got me like on word 4 of the sentence.
Comments and remarks, Destiny. So first of all, Destiny's entire case, I want to respond to some of the things he said and debunk them, but first of all, his entire case rests on this idea that it's okay to exclude an entire group of human beings from legal protection, that meaning it should be a free-for-all to end their lives, and we should permit the ending of their lives based on what standard? And he sort of referenced a standard of consciousness because he made some comment about how at the end of life we should be able to identify what is different, what makes a person's life end, and therefore at the beginning of life we should look to that same standard for the beginning of the life, which never backing up that statement. I want to present as an example the case of Jax. Jax is a young boy who died at age 5. He was born with severe anencephaly, so he was not able to have most of the conscious experience that any other person in this room may enjoy. And Jax was missing.
I should have had more. I think I should have had 1 or 2 personal examples ready to go. The mothers that died of sepsis or whatever, I think, because she leans in on these a lot.
Pretty much all of his brain. He had his brain stem still intact. By Destiny's argument, Jax would be less of a person, less status of a person because he is missing most of his brain. Your brain does not make you a human. Your body parts do not.
It's also hard without being able to see the videos too. Like this Jax baby was not alive. This thing, it sounds mean to say, like it really does, and I don't mean to be, is it Buell? Whatever this was, is not, there's nothing happening in here. This baby is literally missing like the whole middle and late section of its brain. It just has a brain stem. It can do very, very, very basic like movement things, and then it can do what you need for like homeostasis. Like it can breathe and have a heart beating, but it doesn't respond to any external stimuli at all. No sound, no visual stuff. Like it's just, and it's super sad watching the parents interact with this. Like, yeah. But I mean, that sounds mean to say, especially if you can't see videos of it, but Jesus.
Not make you a human. It is your composite that makes you a human. And Jax, just like every other human life, should be protected. We don't protect people based on their development. We don't protect people based on their powers. We don't protect people even based on whether or not they're conscious in any given moment or have developed consciousness. We should protect people based on the fact that they're a member of the human species. Your membership in the human species should give you protection under our legal code. Any other argument leads to great injustice and has historically and continues to lead to that injustice today. Now, Destiny made a number of remarks here arguing against my position, saying, first of all, that our position of making children in the womb legally protected would somehow mean that we would need to create legal identities for every unborn child. It's not workable, therefore, he was arguing, which is completely false, because you don't need to create legal documentation for unborn children. We've had abortion ban before, and we didn't need to do that, and we can have abortion ban now, as we have in many states, and we don't need to do that. So that was an argument that I believe is false. He also said that because miscarriage rates are so high, therefore, that would mean that we cannot investigate every single death, and therefore, we should just allow abortions to happen. I suppose is the argument there. Again, false. We have a 100% death rate as human beings. We will all die at one point or another in our life. We will have our life ended, and usually that will be when we are elderly. You don't investigate every person's death who is an elderly because we know that we have a natural lifespan. Similarly, because miscarriage is a tragedy, I've had one myself, that would mean that you don't have to investigate every single death of a child that's very young and assign a police force to be investigating every miscarriage, as Destiny seemed to imply. Also, Destiny said that mothers are somehow forced to donate 9 months of their life, and this is somehow wrong. In past debates, Destiny has made the argument that it actually is licit for parents, and parents should have obligations, and that if they're past this arbitrary line of 20 weeks, then therefore they have the obligation then to care for that child, even if there's a difficult pregnancy or if there was rape or something like this. I'm curious if that is still Destiny's case or if he's changed his mind.
I don't like this alluding to past positions, I guess. Maybe it can be if she feels like I'm being disingenuous about mine, but it's like I'm here to present my positions now. I don't know why.
But the bottom line is that there is something called parenthood that we've all enjoyed, or some sort of legal guardianship that we've all enjoyed. All of us were ushered in shepherded safely through pregnancy until birth, and we were all dependent at one point in our life. This is the natural state of the human person to begin their life dependent, and often we will end our lives dependent. It is essential for a just and functioning society to protect those that are dependent members of our human family. And that is why parents not just have rights, but they have responsibilities to care for their children, and that right begins, and that responsibility begins in the womb. Destiny also says that my position is completely based on religion. You heard my opening remarks. That is not correct. I can absolutely make a pro-life argument.
To be fair, you brought up her past positions on contraception. Well, those are her current positions on contraception, 100%.
Argument from religion, multiple different world religions actually, but my position was argued from a foundational principle that our country was founded on, which is that we have a right to life and we should be given equal protection under the law.
I'm behind, but I'm 99% sure it was Vosh who said he doesn't like music, not Hasan. No, Hasan said it as well.
Based on the 14th Amendment. And finally, Destiny made a comment about contraception, saying that Lila only wants to allow for sex that is only used for procreation and nothing else, which is a misrepresentation of my position. The reality is 9 out of every 10 people who have abortions are unmarried. Abortions is largely an unmarried people issue in our country because of premarital sex and the sexual revolution. People don't take responsibility anymore for the consequences of sex, which can naturally result in pregnancy. We have seen it now as our right to have sexual pleasure without commitment or responsibility or the lives that may come into existence. And the reality is every single human life.
I don't know how she says that I'm mischaracterizing her position, but then it sounds like she just says that that is exactly what she believes in. So I'm not sure what
life that comes into existence has a right to live, and that is why there should, one of the many reasons why there should be sexual ethics. I think within a marriage, of course, sex is for two things. It's for procreation, and it also is for unity and pleasure between the spouses.
Apologies
It was
for
a
the
misinterpretation
interruption,
of
but we've
the
reached
position.
the end of your allotted time.
Thank you.
So one of the statements that Lila makes is that I'm claiming that it's okay to exclude entire groups of human beings. I will say that we do bracket different rights for different human beings. If you're a minor, there's a whole bunch of things you're not allowed to do. You can't sign contracts. You can't engage in a lot of different types of things. Like we already have an understanding that people of a certain age are bracketed different rights, but I'll be generous and we'll say, obviously, we're talking about whether or not you can kill a person or what you can do with this person's body. I will say that when we look at people who are in permanent vegetative states that are never coming back, when they've been kept on life support for some amount of time and we see that there's some brain activity, we do terminate the vital functions of those people. If you look at a corpse that is a human corpse, the same rights are not extended to the human corpse that is extended to a living, thinking, breathing human being. So clearly there's something more at play than just being a human or just having a human body. The thing at play is very clearly the capacity to deploy our minds. It's our minds, the things we are. When we speak of harm, we always speak of a person being harmed. If I separate my arm from my body and somebody does a whole bunch of things to my separated arm, I wouldn't even refer to that thing as me anymore. It would just be my arm. But who is me? Who am I referring to? It's clearly the mind that's being deployed by my brain. I think it's very obvious to say such. When we look at things like this common argument that's brought up is that, like, well, what about if a person is sleeping? What about if a person is, they get knocked out on playing kickball too much or something? And the idea that these people have somehow temporarily lost their humanity, in my view, there's a person to speak of there when we talk about who might be unconscious. I can't speak of a person when I talk about a fetus as being unconscious. It's not conscious. It doesn't even have the capacity to become conscious. If a friend were to take me to a McDonald's and we were to go outside and it was just a bunch of construction materials and he said, oh, sorry, it's McDonald's, but it's not going to be here for 9 months. I would say, this is not a McDonald's, bro. It's not even here yet. If a friend were to take me to a McDonald's just closed 30 minutes ago and he said, hey, this is McDonald's, I promise, but it closed 30 minutes ago, I can see that it's there. It's just not currently performing the function that I would hope from a McDonald's because it's currently closed. The same way that a sleeping person is not the same as a person who isn't even born or created yet. It's just a sleeping person who can redeploy that conscious experience at any point in time and who has a meaningful experience that we can speak about that would have asserted some preference while it was existing as a thinking mind, which a fetus has never done. We have weird arguments about, like, we don't investigate every single time a person dies. You kind of do. If an old person dies in a hospital or the causes are known and observed, then obviously, you fill out the death certificate and you're done with it. But there are investigations in old person's homes all the time when old people are dying for reasons that people don't think they should be. Generally, child death is something that we're not normally.
It's a really weird argument for saying we don't investigate when old people die. We absolutely, I don't understand if you could just call I don't even know who you would call. Would you just put grandma's corpse in the trash can and call the waste management? Like, hey, just so you know, grandpa's corpse is outside. Can you just go ahead and trash it for me? You just do that?
Expecting to happen. And I don't think that we would be okay with a 1 or 2 year old suddenly dying in a home without some kind of investigation. Maybe not criminal, but at least some kind of preliminary investigation to make sure that nothing bad happened. Sometimes this argument about abortion and rape comes up when it has to do with underage people or really any person. And I hear this weird argument floated that the reason why you shouldn't have an abortion if you've been raped is because an abortion won't heal the first rape. I truly don't understand this argument. When I go to the doctor to heal a wound, I'm not looking for them to get rid of the pain of the initial wound. I'm hoping that I don't have to endure additional infection or other complications related to said wound. If a person is raped and as a result of that rape they are now pregnant, when you're having an abortion, you're not looking to undo the conception. You're looking to undo the following 7, 8, 9 months of having to carry a child that you never even wanted in your body in the first place. I notice there's a lot of moral loading when it comes to abortion. We can talk about the forceps and the vacuums and everything else, but every time I hear this, it just feels like we're trying to move away from the actuality of what it is we're talking about, which is whether or not there's a person that exists whatsoever inside of the however many cells the zygote has divided into before it actually has developed the underlying brain parts needed to even deploy the minds that we consider worth defending as people. I thought the stat of the 99% decline in illegal abortions in Texas was a good one, considering if you make something illegal, of course, there's going to be a massive decline in all legal abortions, given that they're not legal any longer.
That was such a
I'm
weird
also quite familiar with
argument
the case of Jax. I believe Jackson, I think Heel or Buell or whatever was the last name. Unfortunately, sometimes there are things that go horrifically wrong when things are gestating in the womb. In the case of Jax, I believe it was like microhydroencephaly or whatever, but basically there were huge portions of the brain that just didn't develop. And the parents kept this child alive for 4 or 5 years, and it's tragic, but if you look at the child, if you watch the child during any of the speeches or any of the interactions, the child is clearly not conscious, not aware of the environment, not aware of anything that's going on around it. He responds to no stimulus. He is not capable of interacting with the parents in any meaningful way. And you can see this in any video that you watch of the child. And I think it's a bit sad sometimes that parents are kind of kept on this delusional string, hoping that something's going to change because they've been told something by somebody, when in reality, those brain parts will never grow and that child will never have an experience that is anything like ours. You claim to be able to argue.
I should have substituted in there. This is a family that could have had a happy, healthy baby and had an addition to their family instead of keeping what was essentially a corpse alive on life support that could barely roll around. I could have made that a more positive argument, but putting something positive instead of just detracting or attacking the other.
Something by somebody when in reality those brain parts will never grow and that child will never have an experience that is anything like ours. You claim to be able to argue this topic from a rational, secular perspective. So then I would ask you, like I ask myself with any position that I hold, what would it take to change your mind on this topic?
It would take to prove that abortion does not take an innocent human life.
What would it
Which is
take
impossible because that's what it's designed to do.
What would it take to prove to you that a life doesn't begin at the very moment of conception, or that the mind is required, or is there anything that could move you on any of this?
I mean, if the science conclusively said, oh, we were all wrong, the science doesn't show that life begins at sperm egg fusion when a single cell embryo comes into existence.
Her answers here are so weird. I'm not even capable of I needed to reduce myself a lot here. When like science doesn't tell us when, like none of these statements are like logically parsable. If science told us that life didn't begin, it's like, but like a sperm is alive, like an egg is alive. Like these are living things that either have metabolic functions or some biological purpose. I needed to think faster here. These are just like such not good answers. But I'm like mind fucked and trying to navigate these.
And somehow that was somehow completely wrong for, decades, hundreds of years even now, then I'd look at that and say, wow, that's such an interesting thing that's wrong. And then we would look at, well, when does life begin?
If somebody could imbue you with the ability to have memories of every single moment of your life, even before your brain would ordinarily record memories, and the first memory that you had was about 20 weeks in the womb, and you couldn't possibly remember being a single-cell zygote without the capacity for any kind of sensory input or any kind of memory at all, would that change your mind on it at all, or no?
No, I don't think memory is what gives me value as a human being or legal protection. I mean, when someone gets Alzheimer's, very tragically, my grandmother, towards the end of her life,
Like this is non-responsive to my question. I don't think memory is that's not what I'm asking.
suffered from dementia, wasn't clear.
I should have cut her off more too, because I think she was a lot more aggressive in cutting me off here.
Full on Alzheimer's or not, but she lost almost all of her memory, and she was just as much a human person as she was when she had her memory intact, and it would have been morally wrong and should be illegal to take the life of.
Hey Destiny, what do you think about the fact that some of the most hardcore, well-educated people who have really strong views on pro-life are also women? Do you feel weird advocating for pro-choice as a man? No, I mean, a lot of people have. I mean, I imagine most of the strongest opinions on abortion are probably going to come from women on the pro-life or pro-choice side.
Of my grandmother.
Should women who have a high chance of miscarriage be banned from trying to conceive?
No.
So even if it was 50% chance of miscarriage, is there any other world where we would accept two adults engaging in a behavior that killed a child half the time it
for
happened?
the same reason that I don't think that we should ban people. It's Margaret Sanger as an example, right? The founder of Planned Parenthood. Her argument was that we should not permit those that were less fit to breed, to have children. And she actually wanted a two-child policy. She wanted to sterilize. She actually proposed, and she actually was successful in having 4 sterilizations of those that she saw as mentally unfit. Just because someone may die, they're sick, because someone might have perceived lower IQ than someone else. That doesn't.
Like, I only get 5 minutes for my question period. I shouldn't let her yap so much on this. Yeah.
Might have perceived lower IQ than someone else. That doesn't
Here we're
mean
talking
that
about-
they shouldn't live and have a right to be protected the same way that anybody else does.
Sure. So I guess what I'm asking, I'm not necessarily asking from the perspective of the child, although kind of, in the child being unfit. I'm just saying that if there's some reason why 50% of the time the mother were to miscarriage, and that could be known ahead of time, are they not killing half the time every time they attempt to conceive some new life?
Do you see the moral? There's a very profound moral distinction between a natural death, a death that is caused naturally, it's not intended and directly caused by another human person, and then a death that is directly caused and intended by another human person. One is a murder and one is a tragedy. In life, people die. We will all die.
Like, we try to avoid tragedies. Oh God, these talking points are so not. I feel like I prepared so hardcore for the like hard answers on this that I was not ready for. I needed to like, I don't know what I needed to do for this. Like,
whether we directly caused and intended by another human person. One is a murder and one is a tragedy. In life, people die. We will all die, whether we are miscarried before we were even born, or we die at age 10 or age 20, or we hopefully live to be 100 years old. But the fact that you will die, whether very young or very old, doesn't change your humanity or your parents' right to, in love, conceive you and bring you into the world for however long or short that may be.
But there's no other circumstance you can think of where somebody could engage in a behavior that is so reckless that they know that there's a 50% chance of their child dying should they engage in that behavior, right?
Well, you could say that you could use that line of argumentation, Destiny, to say that people that have severe genetic health issues, or they're a carrier for a severe disability that's life-limiting or threatening, right? They shouldn't be allowed to have children.
That's not even what we're
and this was the argument
talking
of Margaret Singer, right? You know, a eugenicist, that if you are a carrier for some genetic
basically, you should have mind mapped every argument and don't assume. What? No, I wouldn't have been able to mind map these. I don't think I would have been able to, legitimately, because I thought about it afterwards. Like, maybe I should have. I don't think I would have mind mapped these, because I did actually. Well, actually, wait, I did mind map a lot of arguments. It was on my counter argument section. These were the ones that I was more prepared for. Person begins at the moment of conception, as that is when a unique genome is formed. This is the most common one I hear. That's when your DNA is formed. Conception begins the potentiality of life. If left to develop, it will become a person. This is kind of like a teleological argument for like the purpose of a human being, the purpose of a womb. Science tells us that life begins at the moment of conception. I thought we were going to maybe more in the weeds on like, well, at the very moment of sperm fertilization, like this is where things begin. If one can kill a fetus, one can kill a sleeping or conscious person. So like differentiating between different types of consciousness, I guess. Profoundly disabled people missing large sections of your brain. Could you kill somebody who is sufficiently trait differentiated from a human? And then people are persons because they have souls given to them by God. I thought maybe we would get into kind of religious, but the whole like, some people might just die from giving birth half the time, but that's okay because it's natural. I don't think I would have ever, like, I thought this was a banger question, and I don't think I would have ever prepared for that counter argument, because I think I wrote out my, where was I? Oh, Should women who have a high chance of miscarriage be banned from conceiving? What percentage should that be? At 50%, it seems obvious that a woman shouldn't be allowed to even try to conceive. Should sex be illegal for these people? If you say no, is there any other behavior that you could think of where we would accept some percentage of totally avoidable child death occurring? If two parents are having sex in bed, knowing their child was sleeping underneath, and there was some percentage chance of the bed falling on their child and killing it, would you be okay with that parent having sex, with the parents having sex? What makes this different? But her answers were so like, sometimes tragedies happen and it's okay. I don't know. I was mind fucked. I got too mind fucked by the answers. I couldn't do it. Yeah, Jesus.
Normality that could lead to the death of a future child, short-lived life, or they have a severe disability, somehow they should not be able to conceive and procreate. And I would say no, every life has value and should have legal protection regardless of how long they live, how developed they are or not developed. Or
These are tier 0 retard takes. Isn't disease natural? Withholding medical care. But yeah, there's like so many like if I sit down and think of it now, it's like there's obviously, first of all, again, tragedies are things that we avoid. So the idea that something might happen naturally, like if I go out camping and I leave my baby in the tent and a bear comes by and eats it, that's very natural. That's a supernatural part of the world. But we wouldn't say that's okay. If I was forgetful such that half the time I went out camping, I left a baby to die to get eaten by a bear, I don't think anybody would accept that. I think I would be held morally responsible, arguably for murder in that circumstance, or at least manslaughter. You're leaving your baby, this is possible. It's foreseeable. Like you absolutely should avoid this thing. But then for her to pivot to the Margaret Thatcher, Sanger, the abortion lady, and it's just natural death. It's different than intentional death. Like I wasn't ready for that one. I got mind fucked on it. It's like, what?
And procreate. And I would say no, every life has value and should have legal protection regardless of how long they live, how developed they are or not developed, or how dependent they are or not dependent.
Do you think that for people that have miscarriages, do you think that there should be some kind of an investigation to make sure that miscarriage wasn't induced?
No, I don't.
What would prevent any
what
other person from trying to induce a miscarriage, maybe excessive drinking or whatever else, physical trauma?
Unfortunately, the law is a teacher. The law absolutely has an impact on lessening crime, but it doesn't eliminate crime altogether.
No, but we would still pass laws to try to curb crime, right?
Of course, yeah.
So would you ever think
we enforce within reason. For example, in this country, we do not have cameras in every home. It's not like the government is surveilling every home to determine.
Like, this is a crazy line of argumentation. We don't allow 1-year-old babies to fucking die with no investigation. What are we talking
whether or
about?
not child abuse or neglect or other illegal acts are taking place. And there's a reason for that. It's not because we don't care about children and we don't want them to be abused or neglected, but it's because that would be an encroachment on the rights of the family to their privacy. So
that is true, but we would absolutely investigate the death of a 1-year-old in a household. We wouldn't just leave that to say, oh, it must have been.
Yes, because it's unusual for a 1-year-old to die. Unfortunately.
But then she changes completely, but then she swaps completely. Wait, so we would investigate all of them.
I apologize for the interruption.
And then
I got cut off. The reason also why I didn't dive too deep on my questions, because I could have gone deeper on some of these. Thank you, Tornado82 Tier 5. It's because I knew I was time limited. And she was yapping a lot on the responses.
In the first trimester. So we both talked about baby Jax. Do you think that because, and you said he doesn't have consciousness, you haven't went as far to indicate that in your speech. Do you think that because baby Jax is missing most of his brain and doesn't have consciousness, in your view, he should not have a right to live?
A right now, if the parents want to have that child and have that experience.
Does he have a right? If the parents wanted to execute him, do they have the right to do that?
Yeah, I think they could have terminated that pregnancy at any point in time, yes.
But as a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old, does baby Jax have the right to live, or can he be executed?
I think you can make the argument that they've already committed to having it. They can't change their mind at that point.
Why?
But
Why? He doesn't have consciousness. That's
because I think
definition
in terms of,
human value.
I guess, the moral answer or the legal answer?
The legal answer.
The legal answer is if I don't think you can create a world where you're giving birth to some children and then changing your mind a year or two later.
But Destiny, your legal position hinges on consciousness as the standard for human value.
It doesn't. My moral position does. She's switching between these a ton.
Under the law. Baby Jax, according to your own statement, does not have human consciousness. Why would it be wrong to take his life at 2 or 3 years old?
So my legal position maximizes the right of a woman to do what she will with her body, because the most important part of my legal position is I'm trying to counterbalance the potential mishap of killing a human that might be a mind or a person before 20 weeks, whenever I decide, whatever the science says on that. And I'm trying to balance that against the mother's right to have an autonomy to her body, the right to her body to not be invaded.
As you mentioned yourself, it is a big responsibility to take care of a child with disabilities at 2 or 3.
Sure, but completely different than having to give your body to it. And that balance is on once the child is born.
Let's say baby Jax at, let's say 6 months old. Baby Jax at 6 months old was completely 100% dependent on the bodies of his parents.
He was not.
We do this a little bit, but she tries to do this argument again of like using your body is the same as working for a thing. Like
breast of his mother if he was breastfeeding.
No,
so
he was not.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't living inside the body of any of them.
Did baby Jax feed himself?
No, but he can be fed. He doesn't have to.
Oh my God. I should ban you for not giving me that saying beforehand. Bro, every time she says executed, you should use your own euphemism like transferred to heaven. Oh my God, that would have been I think we should have transferred the baby to heaven sooner. Oh my God, that would be a keynote. That would be a keynote turn of phrase. I can't believe you weren't here for the debate prep.
You have access
who feeds baby ducks? Is it a robot?
It could be the dad. It could be the mom.
And are they using their body to feed baby ducks?
I mean, in that case, we're using our body for everything.
Yes.
But that's become so reductively absurd that it doesn't really make sense
It's not
anymore.
reductively absurd. This is why parents can go to jail for parental neglect if they don't use their bodies to care for their children.
No, this is why when you put a person in jail, you can imprison a person, you can deprive them of all sorts of rights, but you can't take parts of their body in order to make another person whole. There's
I
no
don't
part.
think it follows that means just abortion just.
There is no other part you can conceive of past conception where we're taking people's bodies and using them for
Let's ask you to define consciousness. You still haven't done this. Because this is your entire legal standard for some people that get to live and some people that can. No, it is your legal standard for people that get to live and people that get to die. What is consciousness?
I think that there is a part of there are parts of the brain, I think it's called the thalamocortex or whatever it is, but around like anywhere from 16 to 24 weeks, the parts of the brain that we believe are necessary for deploying the conscious experience.
When you say
the scientific community broadly.
So you're saying, so would you say your standard is at 16 weeks that abortion should be
I don't know when exactly it is. You could put it at 16 if you want to be.
How can it be a workable standard for determining which people are legally protected and which people aren't? How is that
because we have
possibly a workable
gradients in
standard?
law all the time. There are plenty of things where we might not know the exact moment, so we back it up to a particular moment in time. We could say 16
you're
weeks to make there.
saying that abortion should be legal. Are you saying all abortion should be legal, or what abortion should be legal and which should be illegal?
I would argue that because of how doctors have to approach medically required abortions for the life of the mother, even in later trimesters, that all abortion should be legal, because if you start to make it illegal, then what happens is
okay, this is a new position, is it not? That you think abortion should be legal?
That's the legal argument. Morally, I would say that an elective abortion
is this a new position? I'm just curious. That all abortion should be legal.
That's the position I have right now on stage.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Do you think that a woman having an abortion of a baby at 34 weeks old because she no longer wants to be pregnant, there's no severe health issues or anything, that should be legally permitted in this country?
I would say it's immoral, but it should be legally protected.
Okay. Do you think a baby at 9 months old, moments before birth, it is legal to kill that? It should be legal to take the life of that baby.
My only contention here is I'm pretty sure in those cases they would just deliver the baby.
Well, they would want to kill. I mean, you can deliver the baby at 34 weeks and the baby can survive.
Sure. So I don't know if they would. I don't know if they would ordinarily kill the.
Well, let's just say, do they have the right in your country?
The legal right. The legal right, probably, but the moral right, I would say no.
So why would you restrict infanticide the day after delivery of a baby? Why would you legally restrict that if you even would, versus a day before birth?
Because there's no more counterbalancing of the woman's rights to her body with the right of a child to live.
So you would not legally restrict you would legally restrict infanticide?
Yeah, I think killing babies is bad generally.
But what if a mother does not want to care for that newborn baby?
Should you give it up for adoption or turn it over to the state?
What if the state doesn't want to care for that newborn baby?
Then we're in a different country with a different legal system.
Do adults have responsibilities for children?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Do adults generally speaking have the responsibility to use their bodies to take care of children?
To use their bodies?
Yes.
No, we go to work and stuff, but we don't use our bodies.
Take care of this baby that's being placed for adoption. An adult has to take that.
You don't put it in your body and take care of it that way.
But they still have to use their body to take care of this child, to feed and nourish and house this child. Is that not true?
It's a difference in kind of action.
I'm not asking about difference in kind. I'm asking if you think that adults have a responsibility generally to take care of children.
To take care of children, yes. To use their body like that, no.
So they don't have to
for the interruption, but we've reached the end of this segment.
Thank you.
The first question for discussion is for Lila. How do you view crisis pregnancy centers that disguise themselves to appear as medical reproductive clinics? Instead of offering legitimate healthcare, these facilities aim to dissuade women from receiving abortions or even general contraceptive options. They do this by spreading misinformation or using scare tactics. Do you see this as acceptable, or do you find it hurtful towards your cause?
It is false that pregnancy resource centers falsely misrepresent themselves. They are pro-life centers. They provide options for women, which includes support for carrying a child to term and parenting a young child, as well as adoption referrals. And I think that is real empowerment for women and real support to respect the dignity of the human person. And I think it's really shameful that there have been some very dishonest pro-abortion media attacks against these nonprofit centers that are doing incredible work in communities to serve low-income families. And instead, historically, we've spent money to abortion facilities and chains like Planned Parenthood and not funded the care of our young families. I think pregnancy resource centers are doing incredible work and deserve our support. And we should actually be defunding abortion facilities and closing them and giving our support to centers that actually support human life and dignity.
Thank you for that response.
Hi, Lila. Within the fight against abortion, there's been some division over how the law should treat those who participate. Some believe that both the abortion provider and the mother should face criminal penalties, while others disagree. What is your position on this issue, and how can we go about bringing unity within our movement?
I think that there should be criminal penalties for those that intentionally and willfully take human lives. And that can be the abortion provider, certainly, and that can be a mother and or a father. So I don't think that we should be giving anyone special immunity just because they happen to be a female or a male. I think that if there's willful and intentional, with full knowledge, pursuit of the killing of an innocent human life, there should be legal penalties for that.
My question for Destiny is, pro-life advocates at times contend that allowing abortion sends a message that human life is disposable, and that this cultural mindset contributes to wider social problems. From a pro-choice standpoint, how do you respond to this idea that abortion leads to a broader erosion of the value we place on human life?
Yeah, I would argue that every time these questions are brought up, it seems to only consider life from the moment of conception, which they'll just give, as an assumed given, but then it never really balances the rights of the mother whose body now has to be a host or a gestation incubator for, a thing that they might not want to have anything to do with for the rest of the 9 months. I think that's an argument that is fully informed by your view on abortion. I think that if you believe that life is a human life that should be protected at the very moment of conception, then obviously all forms of abortion would be something that would degrade human life in general. But I think if you sit on the other side of that, and you look at how people speak about babies, they speak of them as responsibilities or consequences or punishments for engaging in immoral sexual behavior, well, then it feels like the degradation of human life is coming more on the pro-life side, and that instead conception is basically just weaponized against women as another form of social control.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, Destiny. So you've argued in previous debates as well as this one that human value begins with their first conscious experience. Scientific literature, however, does not have a consensus on this time frame, even though it's suggested around 16 to 20 weeks, as well as there's no definitive means of measuring consciousness. Shouldn't the ethical and legal default be to protect life rather than to risk the death of an innocent being who you have admitted would be deemed as valuable?
No, I think that sometimes we just have to make tough calls on rights that we dole out to different individuals. The one that I brought up before was the distinction between adults and children. There might be some children that have better mental faculty at 16 than some adults do at 25 or 35 or 55, depending on how crazy the adults are. But this is still a call that we have to make, that we have to roughly bracket off. I know that the counter argument to that is basically, well, aren't you here risking something of a far greater harm, that you might be killing a potential life? But again, I say that it's a balancing act, and the idea that a woman would have to endure a 9-month pregnancy just on the off chance that something at 1 or 2 weeks has a mind like ours that's even worth protecting, I think is a price that some people are too willing to bite the bullet on without fully considering. I think that if that same type of thing could be imbued on a person, that if there was a magical pregnancy wand that imbued you with all the traits of being pregnant for 9 months without the baby, that if a person was coming to you with that wand to touch you with it, whether you're a man or a woman, I think most people would say you have the right to kill that person before they even got to you. But for some reason, when it comes to conception, that's just a thing that every woman is just expected to bear with no say over what goes on inside of her body.
Thank you, Destiny, for your answer.
I don't find the answers very compelling that for some reason we would give a special pass on certain...
Oh, this is conclusions.
Thank you, Destiny, for your answer.
I don't find the answers very compelling that for some reason we would give a special pass on certain types of infanticide, but not other types of infanticide. I think that is very telling. It feels very intuitive, I would say, for Lila's position, that there is something that is fundamentally different about a conceived embryo, a conceived zygote, a conceived prior to 8 weeks, just a bundle of cell thing. There seems to be something different about that in kind to what would be a born baby. I don't think there's any world where anybody would willingly make the concession that a 6-month-old child could just die, that you could present this body to a hospital, and that we should all just go on with our lives and expect that nothing would be investigated or nothing would come from that. We do know that there are a whole bunch of behaviors that a pregnant mother could engage in that could induce an abortion, and especially with abortion being illegal in Lila's world, we would expect a lot of people to engage in such behavior. So I do believe that her world would mandate some sort of investigations or criminal involvement for basically everybody that gets pregnant. To take it one step further, I also think that in her world, I think that we would approach the concept of conception completely differently. We truly believe that every single miscarriage was the moral equivalence of a child dying, even if it is through natural processes. This would literally be the biggest scourge of our time. There's a million innocent, undefended, just totally pure babies that are dying every single year. I believe according to the CDC, a million a year. We would be doing everything we could to minimize the amount of death. And the idea that we would let people engage in sexual activity willy-nilly, that they could be getting pregnant and then killing babies by having a miscarriage and not doing the due diligence that they would need to make sure that they have a healthy pregnancy, I don't understand how that comports with Lila's view. I think that every woman engaged in any kind of sexual activity would basically be mandated to not drink or engage in any behavior that we would deem as high risk to any fetus, because who's to say you could be pregnant before you realize it, and you could be engaging in what would be the equivalent of manslaughter in any other circumstance. We live in a democratic society where we have to tolerate some differences in beliefs. There are many perspectives that exist in this country that disagree with one another, but at the end of the day, we all have to live under the very same set of laws. In my worldview, the abortion question is a simple, one-sided question. In Lila's worldview, it is a balancing act. On one side of the equation, the harm is inarguable. Pregnancy represents a severe injury against a woman's autonomy, as well as her physical and mental health. It requires lifestyle changes, introduces sometimes fatal medical complications, and forces a physical burden to be endured for months while a woman's body is used to gestate a growing fetus. Even if one doesn't fully agree with my position, one must acknowledge that there is a legitimate, substantial disagreement over when a fetus becomes a person who has rights that are morally defensible. When clear and obvious harms exist on one side, opposite of the hypothetical and religious harms on the other, the only collective moral decision we can make is to preserve in law a woman's right to choose.
Destiny's argument seems to boil down to that because pregnancy can pose a burden to women, therefore abortion should be legal at will, at the will of the mother, which is a different position that he's taken in the past, and I respect his, obviously, freedom to change his position. But the reality is, abortion is a direct killing of an innocent life. Abortion is not just a magical, the baby disappears, switch that you flip. Abortion is an active killing of an innocent life. So if you want to talk about the mother's right, absolute right to end the life of her child versus the child's right to life, I think any just society has to weigh the child's right to life as paramount. And that's because our country is founded on that. We are founded on equal protection under the law. We are founded on life being the first human right. And the reality is that we all came into this world dependent, defenseless, and completely in need of nurture and help. We all came into the world this way.
I should have done more on the positive versus negative rights, because there's nothing, no other part of our system requires you to give up your body for anybody. Like nothing, even if you're a murderer, like you can't, yeah.
And to live in a world that says your dependency, the dependency that you have on your mother, in the case of obviously an unborn child, is the reason that you should not be protected legally anymore because you're so dependent, because women have this responsibility now as a mother to carry, to safely usher that child till birth, and then if they want, they can place for adoption, but they still have the responsibility. Even at birth, a child is still valued and needs a responsibility.
Why does she get to speak first and last? That doesn't seem fair. Usually, I think going second is usually considered a benefit, no? So I went second in the opening, and then I go first in the closing.
The mother to carry that child safely to a safe harbor. That's why it would be illegal for a mother to give birth and just put a child in the trash in our current legal system. The reality is we all started life dependent. Many of us end our life dependent. And our humanity is what gives us value and rights. It's not our ability to be strong and independent. If we use that standard, the worldview that Destiny is positing and arguing for ultimately is a worldview of material utilitarianism, to say that if you are strong enough and independent enough, then you have a right to live. But if you are dependent and you're not strong enough, then others who are stronger and you are dependent will have the right to kill you. And that, I believe, is an unjust world that has led to the horror of today's abortion rate of 1 million children being killed every day. Every year, 2,800 children being killed every day. What kind of world do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a world that sees human life as valuable and believes that human rights exist for
Why do you not wear your suits for formal debates? Because I don't think I'm a suit person. Fuck that.
all humans? Or do we want to create arbitrary standards? In this case of Destiny's position, birth is his standard. It isn't even consciousness anymore. He left that standard
She refuses to engage also with there's like a legal and a moral distinction too.
Side, and now it is birth. Birth is the standard for human rights in Destiny's position. And I believe that is an arbitrary standard that is wrong and that has led and is leading today to the great injustice of abortion. The bottom line is any one of us, all of us, need to be protected at some point in our life. You will be dependent even as a person of middle age at some point. Maybe you're in a hospital. Your dependency on other people is ultimately not a remove, does not remove you from value.
The end of your life.
Thank you. Your dependency actually is part of your humanity, and every human life deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you both.
They up the mics on that.
My question is directed at Destiny. If you believe homosexual couples can have surrogates to have a baby, should they be allowed to abort the baby if, let's say, 2 months into the pregnancy, they decide that they don't want it anymore?
I mean, it really wouldn't matter where the baby comes from. If it's prior to that, especially 16-week cutoff, I'd say, yeah, anybody can make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
What trait distinguishes unborn human, embryo, zygote, baby, child, potential fetuses from an innocent animal that makes it right to kill them?
They're members of the human species. So under the law of biogenesis, if you have human parents, then you are human. So if you are a embryo that has a human mother and a human father, then you're a member of the human species and deserve legal protection.
I should have cut in and I should have said, so we're the first, but I don't even know if she believes in evolution. We're the first Neanderthal children, not humans, or I don't even know.
This one is for Destiny. First of all, big fan, and I got that Wolfenstein reference. Really appreciated that.
Thanks.
I want to respectfully ask you, if we intuitively understand that it is immoral for a pregnant woman to drink alcohol knowing she's pregnant to the extent that it would disable her child, then why would it be immoral to disable a child in the womb, but not to kill a child in the womb?
Because you're not causing the harm to the developing fetus, you're causing the harm will be caused to a future person that will basically inherit that harm. So if you engage in a behavior and it leads to, let's say you decide to have an abortion of an 8-week-old, there would be nobody to speak of that's been harmed. If you start drinking alcohol and then you have an abortion later, then you would say nobody was harmed. But if you are setting somebody up to be damaged in the future, that would be immoral, not because you're damaging anything right now, but because you know you're committing a harm to a person that will be there in the future.
My question is for Destiny, and I'm curious if you believe that fathers have any right to the child that would supersede a mother's choice to an abortion.
Do fathers have rights to a child that supersedes a mother's rights to an abortion? I would say, unfortunately, in this case, probably not. It's just because of how I guess God has doled out our roles. Like the mother is the one whose body has to be used for gestation. The man can't share in that responsibility, so it would probably be the mother's call exclusively.
Why would that be unfortunate? You said unfortunately.
Why would that be unfortunate? Well, it's unfortunate because life isn't fair, and unfortunately, genetically or biologically, we dole out different roles to different people. I think the conversation would be much different and much more interesting if men and women had an equivalent chance of getting pregnant, but because all of it falls to one side, the moral burden, then I would say that probably the decision-making all falls to one side as well.
My question's for Destiny. Destiny, how does your view of specifically consciousness not erode the idea of human equality? And so, like, specifically, right, if our value is based on our consciousness, as Lila stated in her opening, that's in flux. And so even if you believe that someone with, let's say, Alzheimer's or something does deserve the right to life, wouldn't your view at least imply that they are...
This guy looks familiar. Fuck, I keep forgetting his name. Caleb? He's been on a lot of Jubilee shows.
Less of a valuable human being than someone that doesn't have Alzheimer's? And wouldn't this erode the idea of human equality?
I don't think it erodes the idea of human equality at all because, I mean, all of us theoretically can start to have, neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease. When it comes to dealing with people who are reaching especially the end of their life, I mean, we literally make these types of decisions, and we already have like medical terminology. So DNRs, do not resuscitate, are already things that exist for people who have reached advanced stages of certain diseases that they can elect to sign. When it comes to Alzheimer's disease, my understanding is one of the more common ways that these people basically die is as the brain degenerates and they lose a lot of motor control. When they swallow, there's a lot of like bad stuff that goes between the airway and the normal tube for having food, and they get infected.
Esophagus retard.
They develop pneumonias and all of this. You can infinitely resuscitate a person, or not infinitely, but over and over and over again to keep a person alive. But at some point, when you realize the mind is degraded enough, you kind of make a decision like, okay, well, if this is how it happens, then this is how it's going to go. But that's in the case of like more permanent mind damage, like Alzheimer's disease. When it comes to people sleeping or waking up, like I go back to my McDonald's analogy, like a McDonald's that closes and then opens again the next day, there's a McDonald's there to speak of. When you go to sleep tonight, you're not disappeared from reality. Like people know who you are. You've asserted some level of preferences. You can be woken up like pretty immediately. There's a person there to speak of, and even if you didn't feel any physical pain, we can still say there's a moral injury or moral harm by ending your life because there's a life to speak of there that belonged to a person that was worth defending. For somebody that's never come into consciousness before, it's hard to even speak of who's being harmed besides a collection of cells that isn't even aware of itself yet.
Mainly for Destiny, I'm sure you're familiar with what Clinton said about abortion, that it should be safe, legal, and rare. I'm wondering how you feel about people getting multiple abortions, like 6 or 7 in 1 year. And I don't know the statistics, how like common that is, but how do you feel about that and the idea of creating laws that enforce and prevent multiple abortions? And for Lila, would you be open as sort of like a compromise to accept a law that limits people's ability to get abortions?
For mine first, if it's before that 16-week cutoff, then I guess I wouldn't really care. It'd be the same as contraception to me. There's a lot of religious people that view Plan B as being the equivalent of having an abortion. If it's after that point, would you make limitations for it? I mean, I'm sure at some point there would be. I mean, if I'm telling her that she would have to begin investigations for, miscarriages, then in my world we would have to commit to some kind of investigation for, a second or third trimester abortion. I imagine there would be behavior that if you would engage in it enough, at some point, there would be a mandatory check-in or to figure out what's going on. And then, I mean, would you ban that person from having more abortions? I mean, I don't know how it would work. You're getting into weird topics of like forced sterilization. Like, what if they kept giving birth to children that they kept abusing or kept having to give to the state? I don't know exactly what the answer would be there, but prior to 16 weeks, it's all whatever to me. After 16 weeks, I think you're looking at a human mind that's being destroyed, and I think it's worth taking a more critical look at that than what I would prior to 16 weeks.
So abortion is already illegal in over a dozen states, and they're not policing every miscarriage. Do I support abortion restrictions? Of course. I support completely abolishing abortion, though. That is the goal of the pro-life movement, is legal equal protection under the law to be enshrined for every human life, beginning inside and outside of the womb. If I'm in a red state, if I'm in a blue state like California that permits abortion effectively up until 9 months, and Gavin Newsom came to me and said, do you want me to ban some abortions? I would say, of course. I mean, I want you to ban all abortions, but I would be happy to see some banned as a first step. But I think it is possible. We've already done this successfully in this country in multiple states. We've been able to abolish abortion. And because Roe v. Wade was overruled as an unjust ruling, we now have the freedom to protect more lives, at least on the state level. So I think that we should be totally abolishing abortion.
During your debate with Lila on the Whatever podcast a few years ago, you used a lot of John Locke's arguments based on personhood and the capacity to have a conscious experience and subjective. When we look at the people who do forget parts of their memories in life, such as a person that suffers from amnesia, who doesn't remember anything, let's just say they're a brand new person with consciousness but has no recollection on who they were or the people around them and have lost all sense of their personhood. According to your framework, Stephen, this person would not be considered the same person pre-amnesia because this person no longer has the recollection of their past subjective conscious experiences, because personhood relies on consciousness relies on memory and subjective experiences. So this is where Lila's question about during that debate was left unanswered. Does that then give a collective society the right to kill a person who has amnesia, since they are no longer the same person?
So I think the ontology of like person or what that encompasses, if you think about it, I think it does include some type of memory. That seems to be a pretty important constituent element of who we are. A thought experiment I had on this was, imagine you are able to consent to you getting punched in the face tomorrow for $100, but imagine that once you consent to it, I'm going to wipe your memory of you consenting to it. And you know this beforehand, so you get to make this full decision knowing exactly what will happen. If you make that agreement and then I wipe your memory and then tomorrow some guy walks up to you, punches you in the face, gives you $100, I don't think you're going to feel like you consented to that punch. Something's going to feel off or wrong. Even if you were shown a video of you consenting to the thing, it would almost feel like a doppelganger because with the alteration of the memory, something is just not there. So when a question is asked about like if a person doesn't have memory, if a person doesn't have this or that, this is like one of the fundamental traits of what I think it means to be a person. Now, realistically, there are some people that have these kind of like amniotic, there's a word I'm looking for, but people that have amnesia suffer from it. 7-Second Man on YouTube is like the most famous version of this. The easy escape, I would say, is just because you're no longer the same person you were before doesn't mean you're not a person now, right? So I could just say that. Like, you might be becoming a new person every time, but it doesn't mean that you could be killed just because you're not the same person you were because your memory is altered so much. The more difficult approach is, I think you truly, at some point, there are things that we can strip away from a human mind where I think we would fundamentally consider this person something completely different. If you could imagine the removal, zombies, I guess, are a really good example. If you could alter a mind such that, they only experience anger, they just want to bite people and turn them into other zombies, and they have no capacity for speech or empathy or whatever. Like, at some point, would you consider the body that's trying to attack you, in a zombie-like manner, is this a human anymore? I think it gets really hard to answer that question. I would say we're looking at something that's ontologically different than what I would consider a person to be.
The question as well. I think if you are defining personhood as dependent on your memory, your ability to have memory, or your ability, of course, to have consciousness, whatever varying degree you pick of consciousness, then yeah, you have serious philosophical issues, because all of a sudden, is that still the person, like you just asked, after an amnesia, that their person that existed before, is this now would it be a new legal person because it's now a completely wiped free brain, and now you have to completely have a new legal person in place, and are the rights of that person now different? Again, these are the kinds of pretzel mind games we fall into when we create an arbitrary standard for humanity, and to say that your development of your brain or the capacity for you to be deploying consciousness or your memories or all of these fluid definitions, because the reality is it's very hard to have one definition. Even Destiny was not able to define consciousness under one definition, and so to say that your moral worth is dependent on this really non-existent definition so far of consciousness is a really dangerous path, and that's why it leads to things like, well, baby jacks could be executed at 2 or whatever it is. It's a far better position to say, if you are human, then whether you're conscious or not, whether it's deployed or not, whether you have memory or not, doesn't matter. If you're human, that's enough. You possess human rights.
Thank you. Hi. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you, Destiny. All the liberals out there, appreciate everything, all the work you do, me especially. Question is directed at Lila. I believe you have a very extreme stance, wanting to make abortion completely illegal, and the topic of medically necessary abortions and what constitutes medically necessary abortion, as well as how that decision is made. Is it made with the mother and a doctor, and et cetera, et cetera. But would you say, because you also stated that sex outside of marriage with the purpose of recreation or not intending to have a child or carry it to term, would you, if you could legislate it, would you make sex outside of marriage illegal?
No, of course not. Because I think people have the freedom to do things that, are morally wrong, and not every moral wrong should be illegal. But moral wrongs that should be illegal have to do with fundamental human rights, like your right to live. You can't enjoy any other human right, like freedom of religion or freedom of speech, if you're not alive and you're not protected from lethal violence against you, which is the case of abortion. It's lethal violence against a child. And you referenced you used the term medically necessary, I think, abortion, and the reality is abortion is not medically necessary. And that's not my opinion. That's thousands of medical experts who say that, both in the United States and globally. And I've worked with pro-life OBGYNs, and we work with them regularly at Live Action, who say that you can love them both in a medical setting and care for both mother and baby. In very rare emergency situations, you may need to do an early delivery, but the goal is not to destroy the baby and kill the baby. The goal is ultimately to save both lives. And that's how I think our healthcare system should run. I think what's extreme is the fact that we're permitting the murdering of children, direct and intentional dismemberment and starving to death of unborn human beings.
What if the mother was to die, even though it's before 16 weeks?
You're saying what if the mother were to die? In what case? You're saying in a medical emergency the mother may die?
Right? What if the mother's to die?
As I said, in an extreme emergency situation where there's no other solution except an early delivery, that can be morally illicit.
I'm sorry, there's no more
But the goal there is not to kill the baby.
Would you make it illegal for at 8 weeks, woman is pregnant, she's going to die if she carries through the pregnancy, and you can't deliver a viable fetus at 8 weeks?
She didn't answer that question.
Would you make that type of abortion illegal?
So this is a hypothetical that's been used multiple times, and I've worked with, again, thousands of medical professionals who talk about this. There's a whole American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists who work with high-risk pregnancies. Usually those, really the only ones that are documented that we have looked at and addressed that there's no other way except an early delivery is later in pregnancy. So this idea of an 8-week-old with a baby itself, the fact that the baby is somehow causing this emergency situation, find me one case where that has happened.
Isn't there a case when a woman gets pregnant for a second time, there could be like an autoimmune reaction, or there's an immune reaction that causes
well, you can treat that, Destiny, and that's the
so
whole
you would
thing.
mandate that, so you would make all of those illegal, regardless of the sex of the mother.
You should not just go knee-jerk reaction, kill the baby. You treat the condition that the mother is facing.
Fuck, I wish I could remember what this is called. I feel like I've heard this before. Does anybody know what this is called? Like the second time you get pregnant, sometimes you have an immune response to the baby and your body's fucked. Does anybody know what this is called? I know I've heard this before. I don't know in what. Second baby pregnancy immune system reaction. So people are saying racist factor? Incompatibility? Is that it? It's called RH incompatibility. I have a feeling you guys are talking about something that's, I don't know if that's. Wait, is it this? I think it explicitly and specifically has to do with like the second pregnancy, not just like some incompatible, like it's a second pregnancy thing, I think. I thought. Oh, it is this. Okay, hold on. Racist factor incompatibility during pregnancy. One of the first tests you may have pregnant, blood test your blood type. It usually isn't a problem in your first pregnancy. That's because the baby's blood doesn't normally enter your circulatory system when you're pregnant. But sometimes mothers and baby's blood can mix. This can happen due to delivery. Tests like amniocentesis, vaginal bleeding, a doctor moving a baby from feet or bottom first to head first before birth, an injury to the mother's belly, a miscarriage or an abortion of the blood mixes. The mother's body sees the Rh protein in the baby's blood as a foreign substance or something that shouldn't be there. The mother's body then starts making antibodies against the Rh protein. If you're Rh positive and your baby's father is Rh negative, it's okay if your baby is Rh negative. You're okay. Their antibodies are harmless until the second pregnancy or a later one. If a mother ever carries another Rh positive child, her Rh antibodies will see the Rh proteins on the surface of the baby's blood cells as foreign. Her antibodies will pass through the baby's bloodstream and attack those cells. Is this a thing that you can treat for, or it can be treated with a medicine called ROGAM or rhodiimmune globulin, which acts like a vaccine. It prevents the body from making this. Chance to develop, you get 2 shots. I wonder how successful this is. Maybe it's fairly successful. You also might get a dose of this if you have a miscarriage. In rare cases, if you think that it was severe and the baby's in danger, the child might need an intrauterine transfusion. After delivery, a baby might need a blood transfusion called an exchange transfusion. Okay. I shouldn't have to push for a specific example here, though. She should be able to answer the hypothetical. I don't need to know every disease.
To save her life and to protect her life and to safeguard the life of the child. When in every possible case, the issue with our healthcare system is that if there's any issue, if the baby, literally, my nephew was missing his hand in utero, they found this out at the 20-week scan as an example, right? They recommended abortion, knee-jerk reaction because the baby was less than perfect. If there's any health issue the mother has, hypertension, high blood pressure, maybe you...
Ectopic pregnancies also, you're just shut up. Well, yeah, but I think she would say that like ectopic pregnancies don't count because it's not a natural course or something like that.
should have an abortion. Abortion is recommended as this panacea solution to really any situation, when the reality is you can, and they do, and there's countries that are totally pro-life and ban abortion. They have very good maternal care and low maternal mortality rates. Before Ireland made abortion legal, they had one of the best maternal healthcare systems in the world and the lowest maternal mortality rates, lower than the United States.
Really quick, what's your best Pizzagate level conspiracy theory around all the new Epstein shit happening? Do you think that Trump was blowing Bill Clinton? I want it to be true. It is true. Donald Trump was giving blowjobs to Bill Clinton. The reality is there was no client list, there was no black book. There was more information that was found, but that information wasn't put in any investigation because it wasn't criminally relevant. That's why when Bondi said there was more logs, there were more files found in the Southern District of New York, she was right. But when she got those logs, she realized, oh shit, I can't publish this. It looks bad. The reason why the Biden administration didn't publish it is because Hillary didn't know this either. Bill Clinton was cheating on Hillary with a variety of people. Monica Lewinsky was one of them. That came out. It was a huge scandal. But Bill Clinton was also cheating on Hillary Clinton with Donald Trump when Donald Trump was blowing Bill Clinton. The reality is Donald Trump has had affairs in the past. He's usually paid for these stories to be, what do they call them, like a buy and kill or something. You'd pay for a story and then you would kill the story and you never run it. Donald Trump has done this in the past with other people. And these were the reasons why the Democratic Party didn't publish this before, is because they thought that it would look bad on Hillary and Bill as well. So that's why there was a cover up. That's why Donald Trump had Epstein killed in prison in 2017, because they thought that he might leak it. And that's the big thing that Trump is trying to cover up. There you go. Boom. That's your QAnon level conspiracy. Run with it. Good luck. Okay.
Which had abortion legal at the time. So you can care for both patients.
My question's for Destiny. Earlier, you tied personhood to the body's and specifically the brain's capacity to host the mind. That being super important to your definition of personhood. With birth coming into play now with this stance, it can change a little bit. But I'm curious, if someone were to have such as Alzheimer's or dementia or a traumatic brain injury, and their body, and specifically their brain, lost all capacity to host the mind, which in your terms seems to define their personhood, which gives them their right to life, would that injury or that disease that removed their capacity to host their mind and thus their right to life, would they then lose their right to life? And not in a case to where if they just die, we don't resuscitate them like a DNR, but would we be then legally permissible and legally allowed to then deliberately, like in the case of abortion, not just let their life end, but take their life and end their life because of that status of their brain and their mind?
Yeah, I think we essentially already do this with people who are comatose or like in a permanent vegetative state. Like the body, I mean, like the equivalent to killing them, I guess you no longer feed them, but I mean, we already make these decisions when the person's mind is clearly unable to come back to any kind of conscious state.
Hi, my question is for Destiny, but Lila, I'm a huge fan of yours. Thank you for coming. Destiny, follow up on the earlier question about fathers. Do you think that fathers have equal responsibility to their children as the mother? And if so, how do you reconcile that the child in the womb is equally the father's and the mother's to only allow the mother to decide whether or not to have an abortion?
So do I think they should have an equal responsibility? I mean, as much as possible.
Oh, also, Putin has access to that blowjob video as well. The whole reason why Assange, WikiLeaks, remember when WikiLeaks, Assange said that he had dirt on Trump, but he didn't want to release it because he said that Donald Trump makes himself look bad enough, so there's no reason for him to leak it. And you know how Putin talked about having like secret tapes and stuff related to, and it came out with the Christopher Steele prepared propaganda file. The reason why nobody's released this, Assange doesn't release it because he's literally a puppet, a tool of Russia. And Assange also fucking hates the Clintons, and he was worried that having something come out where Donald Trump is sucking off Bill Clinton actually makes Bill Clinton look better. Okay, so that's why Assange didn't leak it, and Putin doesn't leak it because he likes having that videotape underneath his thumb, so that if anything ever gets real fucking crazy in Ukraine, that's the one thing people keep asking. Why is it that Donald Trump lets Putin run circles around him over and over and over again? Why does he get mad a little bit and then walk back his positions? Because Trump also knows that Putin has that video, and he doesn't want Putin to leak that video. So that's why the Russian bots and everything don't harp on this conspiracy as well. That's why you don't see them on Twitter amplifying the whole Epstein and Trump connection, is because Putin likes to keep that in his back pocket for propaganda purposes and for control of Trump. There you go.
But I mean, the child can only be carried by the mother. There's no other way for, at least as far as I'm aware, is for the father to carry the child to term. So as long as the child is using the mother's body, then it's the mother's body that has the autonomy threatened the most. It's the one that has to endure most of the gestation and delivery process. It's not the man at all. So I mean, as long as she's the one that kind of has to suffer that burden, she should be the one that gets to make the call on whether or not she carries it to term.
Even though the baby is not 75% the mother's, it's 50% the mother's and 50% the father's.
I mean, the baby might be 50% the mother and 50% the father, but it's 100% in the mother's body.
But it's also 50. It's 100% also the father's child, right? It's also his child.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, somebody could own a safe that I have more than half the money inside, but I mean, if it's their safe and it's their combination, like, I mean, they're the ones with access to it, they're the ones who move it around. Like, the father can have 50% of the genetic material, but the mother is the one that has to endure. Like, a father can get a mother pregnant and then just completely leave and vanish forever. The mother doesn't have that luxury. It's not even a potential for the mother to do because she has to carry the baby to term, and there's no way to share that responsibility.
Should the father have to pay child support?
Should the father have to pay?
Instead of safe, I should have said car. If I put a bunch of stuff in your trunk, I don't own your car. I should have said
child support.
He would prefer abortion, but she's insisting on not.
there's a difference between like a moral question here and like a state question.
Legally.
Well, so legally we mandate the father pay child support because when the courts are looking at the child, they only care about the concern of the child. So it's not more like is it fair to the mom or is it fair to the dad? It's just child support should be paid because the care of the child is that's what the state has the biggest interest in. I think that's probably fair. Generally, it takes 2 to tango.
But even if he wanted the abortion, he's on the hook for 18 years of child support.
Sure, there might be some argument to be made if you have like a written statement or something saying like if I get pregnant, I will have an abortion or whatever, and then if the mother decides not to, then the father might have some financial option there. But it would have to get into that territory, I guess.
Hi, you guys did a great debate. You guys, yeah, it went by really quickly, I feel like. My question is for Lila. Do you place, I guess, the baby's life higher than a woman's? In the case of like Adriana Smith in Georgia, where there was abortion bans, and they used her as an incubator even though the baby was, 6 weeks? What is your stance on that?
So no, the baby's life does not take priority to the mother's life. I think this is something that gets lost sometimes in these debates. I think they're equal in value, and they should both be treated as patients in a medical setting. And in the case of Adriana, she was deceased, and they were using her body to continue to shepherd that baby until the baby had the opportunity to be delivered. And then the transfer of care could go to another adult to take care of that infant. I think that's a wonderful thing. I mean, Chance is now 8, I think, weeks old.
The killer follow-up question to this, I just thought of, is should people be mandated to be organ donors? Because that's essentially what you're doing with that woman's body, is you're mandating her to be an organ donor. Would you mandate that for all of society? She might just bite the bullet on that and say yes, though.
And he's thriving. He's born. He's healthy. I'm so glad he's here. And to say that he should have been killed because his mother was also killed in that tragic accident, I think is completely wrong and unfair to Chase.
Hi, Lila. I'm a big fan of your work from Live Action, so I have a question for you today. Today, you've made the argument based on a secular view from biology, ethics, and constitutional law, but I know you're also a religious person. So for you, is your religious conviction more powerful in persuading you against abortion than your secular support? And should that be the case for society, even though we're not a theocracy?
Thank you for your question. So when I was in high school, and I started Live Action at 15, so it's been a while, I went through a period of time where I wasn't sure if I had any religious belief or I was exploring different religions or lack of religion. And during that time, I was just as passionately pro-life. And so, and I met wonderful pro-life, very secularists or atheists or agnostics, however you want to call them. And so I think that I believe that my faith absolutely makes me passionate about love and loving God and being loved by God. And I do think that it's very clear that faith teaches that life is sacred and made in God's image. And I think that a society that sees that is going to be a healthier society that can flourish more, not just in eternity, obviously, because eternal souls are online, but in this life. But I also think that you don't have to base your argument on religious belief or articles of faith. You can base it on natural law, what can be perceived by any of us, and it's not an article of faith.
Not on articles of faith, but on natural law based.
So in the case of the identical twins, can you explain what you believe is happening there in terms of life and souls? Like, does one life become two, or what is that? If you believe that life begins at the moment of conception, what's happening there?
I think life begins at the moment of fertilization, and when there is twinning that happens, then it can actually come and become 2 lives, which is actually an incredible miracle. So I'm not sure if you're asking about when the soul then.
Well, I guess it's interesting to me that like if we believe, because at that point then it wasn't a life at the moment of conception.
No,
it was after it split, and then it became 2.
It split and it became 2. Yes, and it's an incredible miracle.
See here, she also mind fucks me. I'm like, wait, I didn't expect her to own that. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And sometimes they don't split and they're born as Siamese twins, and they're still, miraculous lives that should be protected.
Hi, Destiny. So my question is, to what extent does the capacity to feel pain factor into someone's personhood? If hypothetically being aborted was more painful than pregnancy, would that change your perspective?
I don't think pain is a great indicator of much of anything. It's hard to quantify. And I think pain, like a pain sensation, like to see like an organism respond in some way to a sensation is a lot different than like the understanding of pain or suffering. I don't even know how you begin to measure up like one versus the other. I think I'd be really uncomfortable saying that like this person should die because they experienced less pain or more pain than another person. I think I would have to, I don't know if I would factor that in as much when you talk about like ending lives.
Yeah, I think pain is an indicator, obviously, of life, but it's not the definition for life.
True. Okay. I think my 3 things. I should have done a better job showcasing why her worldview leads to problems. I kind of did that. Could have done it more. Load more emotional stories or anecdotes to build on arguments, such as women who've died due to new restrictive abortion laws. I could have had at least one of these. And then force her to take a stronger position on and differentiate corpses or reduce state peoples. I think I could have done this too. I think for the most part, I think it was okay though. Okay. I'll probably do something similar for preparing for the Dinesh D'Souza debate. Those will be more politically relevant arguments. Do they edit anything out? Why is the video cut so strangely? Well, there's like some like me walking up to go to the podium, her walking up to go to the podium, people, whatever. It's not, they just cut that out. I don't think anything was cut substantially that had any, whatever. You should drill down on what she means by life. Ask her, if that means she believes herself. The problem with that format is drilling down is really difficult when you're time limited, because if I drill down, then I can only ask basically one question, and that's not good. I don't think. Like, I have to be able to cover more ground. Can we get a cop slop review? Man with chainsaw versus cop with a lasso. What?
What's going on?
My kid needs help.
Where's the kid at?
He's out here with a chainsaw.
He hasn't hurt anybody?
No.
My Kentucky
But
brothers.
he's-
What state is
he's
this?
not right in the
Sorry.
head. He got put in jail here a month ago. And They kept him in there for 15 days, and he.
What's his name?
William.
Okay. I'm talking to the parents. He's just out back. He was involved. He's out back just messing with a chainsaw. What's his first name again?
What, is that illegal now? What, you can't have a chainsaw in your backyard? I'm sorry. What's the law against that?
Billy? Where's he at, around back here?
Yeah.
Billy!
Billy!
Where you at?
Oh, so we're in the nanny state now.
Billy!
Oh, he's over here.
Hey, bud! Hey, put that down, please!
Put the chainsaw down so we can chat.
Put it down.
Okay, put it down, please.
Well, it'll run out of gas eventually, okay? What's the problem? More backup on the way. Oh my god.
Chainsaw.
He should have brought a bigger chainsaw with him.
Okay, but let's talk about it. But I can't talk to you when you have a chainsaw.
Next door. What's next door?
Can you explain why molar pregnancy is not a helpful example? Because she'll just say something about like, well, that's not the natural order. Cancer cells of babies aren't supposed to be in bodies or something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't lean into the ectopic pregnancy
Well,
thing
you
either.
can't do anything about that with a chainsaw.
Danny, he's refusing to put the chainsaw down at the moment.
Want to set it down?
Burnt bodies?
And he's not really threatening anybody with it. He's just refusing to put it down.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
Put it down so we can chat. I'm not taking you to jail, man. You want to talk to him?
No.
We just need one person to chat.
Yeah. Hey, you want to put it down? We'll talk. You're not going to jail. Billy, where are you going?
I want to see.
Billy.
Do you have a creek back there?
Hey, Billy. Hey, brother. Hey. My name's Matt. Can we come forward?
Oh, you want my 40?
If you want to jump in the water and get him, we're trying to get him out of the water first.
What? He's water chainsaw, man.
Just letting one person chat with him, see if Matt can get him. We started walking towards him. He took a couple times. He's acted like he's going to start the chainsaw.
Yeah, problem.
down here. Go bump the boy. I need help. Go on the boy. I need your help. Hey, bud. I need your help. We're trying to help you. Have it come up on this side. I need some help. Hey, we'll help you out, but you gotta come up
He's
on
out of
this side.
gas for his chainsaw.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, come out of the swamp, leave the chainsaw, and come talk to us, bro.
Throw it up on the bank. We'll talk. How's that?
Said he just killed somebody next door?
Did they?
You said he just killed somebody next door?
Did they just kill somebody next door? The dad says that he's claiming the neighbors killed somebody.
Oh.
We'll do a welfare check over there when we're done, just to make sure.
No one's dead.
I ain't going swimming today. Will you come show us so we can go over there and check? All right, come show us, Billy. Show us where it's at. We'll go over there and we'll check on him. But you got to come out without the chainsaw, man. Come up here and talk to us, bro.
Oh, here they come.
We're just trying to convince him to come out without the chainsaw.
Yeah, he's got the chainsaw. He's in the pond.
Somebody was chasing kids?
No.
him?
The neighbors thought he was chasing his parents.
Oh.
And they're like, no, he's just out back playing with a chainsaw, and he's convinced somebody next door has killed somebody.
Excuse me. Why is the CCP coming over here to do law enforcement and oppress our citizens?
Billy,
So wait, what was this guy's response? Has he been out here talking to Billy before?
And they're like,
Where's the cooked dog?
No, he's just out back playing with a chainsaw, and he's convinced somebody next door has killed somebody.
Billy, we want to help you, but you got to come out of the water.
Help me. I'd love to, but I really don't feel like getting wet today, man. I'm sure you didn't have that in your plans today either.
What's his name?
Billy.
What's up, Billy? Hey, what's going on, man? How old is Billy?
Gotta be 40. I think he was born in 82. Let me go see if there's a way around that's not pond.
Who did it?
I don't know. There's Army soldiers got out of the trucks over here.
Did you see the people that got hurt?
They're super soldiers.
Super soldiers?
Yeah. Show us where they're at. I don't know, but they was doing something crazy over there.
Will you come show us?
Yeah, we'll protect.
Chainsaw Man has some insane aura farm moments. Get ready to see it in your reels. What the fuck is this movie about? It looks fucking retarded. Is he literally made of chainsaws? What is this? This looks so stupid. Does he always have chainsaws, or do they just come out when he's mad?
I can't quite see his left hand, but it looks like. Oh.
Let's go figure out what happened next door, huh?
But no chainsaws.
I can handle them saying stuff. What are they telling you, Billy?
You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. What happened to the people next door? You said somebody ran a saw through them?
Yeah, next door.
Like a chainsaw?
What other saws are there?
No, we know it's not you. We want to go figure it out, bro.
Is there a way around that pond that we're not getting wet?
just, you can drive over there if you want. You want me to open the gate?
No, I just make sure we can walk around if need be. You want to see if you can talk him out? See if, well, maybe you can get him to come out of the pond. Hey, we're going to see if Dad can talk him out.
I'm like 50-50 on walking in here.
No.
I don't want to.
No. On what? He's not harming himself. He's not harming others.
Billy,
Yeah, he's fine. Just leave him.
come on. Get out
A
of there.
man wants to walk through a swamp with his chainsaw. That's a beautiful thing.
If need be, there's a road that goes around.
road goes around the back.
I think we should go
Guy's
do a
got
welfare check
COVID,
on the people
Jesus.
next door and see if we actually have anything. If not, we got a dude standing in a swamp.
I'm gonna do that. He said these people over here?
Right here in the blue house.
I'll go check them.
We should make sure they're okay.
Come out and talk to us, bro. Come out now. You're not in trouble. We're just worried about you and want to make sure everything's all right.
If he doesn't come out pretty soon, you can't talk him out. We might just leave until he comes out on his own and come back and deal with him when he's not in the water. You know, when we can keep him from going in the water.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Schizophrenia, you said?
You got a little everything.
A little bit of
What does that mean?
everything. Okay. No drug use or anything like that?
No.
Just pure mental health.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he currently a danger to himself or others? I mean, has he made any threats to harm anybody or harm himself or anything like that?
No.
And he's not charging people with the chainsaw. He's just acting odd.
Swinging it at me.
The chainsaw?
Yeah.
While it's running?
Yeah.
What's his mental capacity? Like, what's his age level? Doctors ever tell you?
17.
And he swung the chainsaw at you today.
What was he saying? Did he say anything while he was doing it? How close was he to you? I can demonstrate with me.
Right here.
How far did the chainsaw miss you?
Oh, about. He said F you while swinging the chainsaw at you. Well, there you go.
So now we got PC to arrest him?
Yeah.
He's just got to get evaluated.
No, I mean, at this point, it's significant enough.
Well,
he's
Hatch,
gonna.
thanks for the $5.
He's going to. I know, and I know it ain't the perfect system, right? But he can't be swinging a chainsaw at you, screaming "F you."
Why not, bro?
My 40 just in case. Hey, we have PC for DV threats. He swung the chainsaw at Dad while screaming "F you,"
my God.
but he also is severely handicapped and has a mental age of 17.
Okay.
Dad's like, he needs to go to Western State, not jail. And I'm like, dude, he's swinging a chainsaw at you, screaming "F you." So I'm gonna go grab
I
a
didn't watch
40.
the stream now.
What else? I can lasso him.
Does he like women?
I don't know. You willing to put yourself down low to get him to come on?
Will he respond to a female voice?
What did the cop think she was suggesting?
Oh, you could try talking to him. Do you want me to grab my lasso?
talking to him.
I thought. What if
We
we're
could
doing that
pull him from the backside?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You need somebody to shoot the 40?
Yeah. Are you certified?
Yeah, I got one.
There ain't one in yet. I'm gonna go around and see if I can lasso.
You want me on your side, Jake, or over here?
You're fine on that side. I'll dive out of the way. I just want to not get into use of force with him.
You want to talk to a guy or a girl? You want to talk to a dude?
Off my heart.
Okay.
What's up, bro? Hey, you're not in trouble, but I want you to come out here out of the water and come talk to me, bro.
Hi.
Come out.
What happened?
You're not in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? And nothing happened, but I need to make...
What up, dude? This is the most oblivion NBC shit I've ever seen in my life.
Make sure you're okay. So I'm gonna need you to come out of the water for me.
Come on apart.
Billy, you're not in trouble. I can't stress that enough.
My heart is not
Well,
there.
I want to get your heart checked on, but I need you to come out of the water without that chainsaw. Come over this way, bro.
I can tell you If you come out of the water with the chainsaw, you will be in trouble.
Come on out.
Oh, I'm afraid.
No, don't need to be afraid.
Man, we're not here to hurt you, okay?
He says with the giant.
What is going on?
Think this will work?
This is not right.
Put that around your head.
It's just not right.
Yeah, come on, man. I don't feel like going swimming.
Does this count if you tell them to lasso them? Okay.
Put that around you right there.
This is not a real lassoer. I am offended. He's tying a rope up and throwing it at a guy, okay? I was expecting to see some yeehaw cowboy shit.
No, you're walking away from it.
What?
Put that around you.
Alright.
I'm gonna help you get out of the water.
What happened?
We don't want you to drown.
Come on.
Kubota boy to take you.
Grab that rope right there, bro.
I want to use those chainsaw.
Just grab that rope.
The rope.
Oh my god.
Grab that rope right there and put it around your waist for me, brother.
What happened?
Just trying to get you out of the water, that's all. Come on.
I need that elevation.
Uh-oh.
Okay, third time's a charm. Oh, he's moving it out of the way this time. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Oh.
I feel like I'm watching the guys in the machine grabber game.
Come on. Can I have your chainsaw?
Is that Hasan?
Oh, come on. Billy.
It's not my fault.
You're not in trouble.
Oh my god.
Okay, fifth time, sixth time.
Oh my god.
this is like a Reno 911 episode.
Come out of the water, please.
Come on, help me.
We're trying to.
Help me.
Oh.
Grab it.
Oh, you had it, Billy.
You're supposed to put it around you.
Don't touch me.
Billy, don't fire up that chainsaw.
What's wrong with it?
Congrats.
Oh.
Did he get him? Oh, no. Bro, this guy.
I don't know if there's gators in there or what, man. I don't want to go in that water.
Oh.
Billy, grab that.
Come on, grab
Don't do not the neck. Oh my god, they're gonna kill this guy next to him.
that, Billy.
Grab it.
Billy, grab it.
Grab it.
Grab it.
Come on.
Grab it.
For what? Grab it for what?
I want you to come out of the water, Billy.
I don't want to go swimming. That's my next step, man. I'm going in.
This guy thought he was like, I'm gonna get my lasso. I've been praying my whole life for this moment to show off these cool skills that I learned when I went drinking 2 years ago at some weird bar, and now I'm gonna fucking show everybody how cool I am. And here he is. He doesn't look very cool.
There's water.
Billy, you know what this is?
What?
It's a beanbag gun. It's gonna hurt when I shoot you with it. Get out of the water now,
Stop,
or
it's
I'm
not
gonna
funny.
shoot you with it, and it's gonna hurt very bad. Get out of the water, or it's gonna hurt. Drop the chainsaw and get out of the water.
Why not shoot the chainsaw? He's got a beanbag gun, so it's low stakes. The guy's standing still, nothing's going on. Why not just shoot the chainsaw until it falls out of his hand? Couldn't he do that?
Grab it.
Drop that chainsaw, Billy.
Oh, he got him! Oh my god. Where is he?
Hey, Billy, drop that. Get up, Billy. Drop that damn chainsaw.
Okay. Help.
All right, got that. Got that.
Ow. Ow.
Billy.
All right. Okay, I'm calm.
Okay.
Relax. You good?
Okay.
You're okay.
All right.
You done?
You done?
Yeah.
We're gonna stand up, Billy.
Stand up. Give me that hand.
I'm sorry, man.
You're fine.
Use your legs.
Let's go. Up we go.
Up.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Okay, easy.
Come on. Come on.
You gotta read.
Uh-oh.
Billy, we're gonna get out of here and pat you down, okay?
Uh-oh.
You're stepping on it.
That's all right. We'll just take it off him.
All right, Billy, let's go.
Come on, man. Let's go for a walk. Thanks for coming out of the water, Billy. It only took 30 tries.
First try. We'll pat you down, Billy.
Okay.
Damn it, Billy.
I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
You just had to come out, bro. That's all. Bro, I'm so wet from this fucking rope. I might as well have gone in.
Oh, there's a flashlight.
Okay, so what's the story? You chased Mom and Dad?
He waved the chainsaw at Dad while screaming, "F you," and in close proximity, chainsaw is whipping across the front.
Because I had to deal with somebody.
And then we checked on the neighbors. There's nothing. All right, let's walk him out to the ambulance.
Yeah.
Billy, you're giving us so much work today, brother.
Here comes the allergies. Oh, shit.
Why'd you swing the chainsaw at your dad?
Oh, I'm telling him that he wasn't doing stuff over there. It freaked me out.
Okay. Hey, sorry that took 35 lasso tosses.
Hey, it didn't take 36. Right?
Thank you, Deputy Moss. I'm deactivating my body-worn camera.
Oh,
What do you do when the same child you once put the...
They're gonna kill him now. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, we're done with politics. I'm playing video games for an hour and a half. Stay mad. Let me do my connections first. The colors on the camera still look a bit cold compared to before. They're probably more accurate. The ones before might have been, I think I had a LUT applied before. I could technically warm the lights up on the left and right, but... Twilight, season, film, period, stage, / time, method, salt, comfort, dash, flavor, character, colon, buffer, spice. A season, a period, a time. Wait, fuck, hold on. Oh, wait. Punctuation. A period, a slash, a dash, and a... Wait. Colon. Okay. Things you put on food, like salt, spice, flavoring, and seasoning? What the fuck is this? Okay. Twilight. Comfort, stage, film, character, method. These are like theater things. Kinds of actors. Okay. Character actor, stage actor, film actor, method. Okay, I guess. And then comfort, twilight, buffer, and time. Buffer, twilight. Comfort. These aren't like inns, like a comfort inn and suites or whatever. Am I making this up? Comfort inn? I don't know. Twilight inn? No. Buffer and time. I have no fucking idea. Oh, a zone. A buffer zone. What is a comfort zone? Like in a plane? Time zone and twilight zone? What is that? Like just the hour of the day? Oh, no, like a TV show, The Twilight Zone. Oh, my God. Cringe. Oh, get out of your comfort zone. It's still cringe. Even more cringe. Shouldn't you be able to download a generic Rec 709 LUT for the camera? Maybe. I don't even know how to do that, though. I haven't looked into color spacing or any of that bullshit at all. So I just have it set to either video or extended video. Whatever the fuck that means. Video games. I'll be back tomorrow at normal time for political stuff. Okay. Ugh. Hold on. Let me grab my controller out of my bag. Do you think Asmund is legitimately turning into a Nazi beyond the average MAGA tards?
Admitting we lost the battle. Everyone likes Nick Fuentes. Everyone's anti-Semitic. What do we do now?
The framing, man.
They said we got to make sure we fire them and we prevent them from taking over the institutions. That's why we have to subvert them. We have to get.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. You find out every single person that is there, and you control it as much as you can. To the extent that you can use the power, you exercise it against the people that you disagree with. That's what you do. If you want to consolidate power, if you want to win, that's how you win. And that's what they have been doing forever. They have been doing this forever.
In there. And you can do it in the private sector, too. The public sector, the private sector, academia.
Sounds tedious. I know. It's very tedious.
What should I do? Where should I do it? Think about the institutions the Jews control. If they control it, that's where you want to go.
God, it's so cringe that Nick is so focused on like politically effective stuff, and then Asmongold is a fucking retard who also just happens to be focused on politically effective stuff, and then the left on Twitch is Hasan Piker going to fucking China and simping for fucking Mao. Kill me. Fuentes. You know all those conspiracies we have about Jews controlling all these institutions? Well, if it's so bad that the Jews are controlling those institutions, then those are the institutions that we should seek to control. We need to flex the levers of power on these things that give us more say in what's going on behind the scenes in these congressional offices. Hasan Piker.
China is actually so cool, guys. Like, listen to this state leader. I got the Red Book of Mao quotes. Oh my God. Did you guys know that China has electricity? Oh, like. Is Fuentes even banned on Twitch? He might have already gotten unbanned from Twitch before me. Do you still submit Twitch ban appeals? No, because they stopped responding to my last one. They haven't rejected my last one that I submitted like...
Was there something?
I think like a year ago. The one where you put in the Matrix quote? Yeah, and it was true too. Oh, ew. I think this is the first time you run into summoners, isn't it?
Ready and able. Let's go.
Ready for battle.
What was the quote? I think I just copy-pasted whatever Neo's quote was to the machine, saying that, like, Agent Smith has grown beyond your control, but I replaced it with, like, Asmongold. I'm the only one who can stop him. But I submitted this, like, a year ago, and they never rejected it. I think it just, like, sits in the burn pile, and they forgot to set it on fire, so it was...
No turning back.
Yeah, they probably still forward all my bans to that one guy who was supposed to look him over, but he got fired
there.
now, so...
We've no quarrel with you. Leastwise, not yet.
Okay.
Our quarrel lies with the machinist. Hand him over and be on your way.
These bonger fucks.
Our way is his. If you wish no quarrel, I advise you withdraw. Your blood need not be spilled this day. And when you next see Ludovic, remind him that those who live by deceit
That's a Jew.
are the first to die by it.
Just saying, that's the donor class.
Pity. I thought our offer more than generous. You leave us no choice then.
Can you retract it and resubmit? I don't think you retract your appeal. I don't think that's possible. Damn. How long is the disabled for?
Right. Come on.
My Reddit account got banned for no reason? Did you say retarded? Really? Have you seen this? Whoops. Pink masturbator. No clue. There's a sound glitch. Cringe.
Ooh, also cringe. It'll be okay. Face. Okay.
Right then.
Come then.
This will suffice.
Now I'll show you.
Right then.
You're
No revive. Nice. I feel like the fall damage used to be so much greater in this game. What? Update us on the story. What's happened so far? Well, basically. You had to have been there. Okay. Why is Ramses so fast? There's no. I don't win this fight. And I have nobody to revive anybody. Oh my god. Can none of these people use items? %. Thank you. I feel like she can. Oh, thank you. Oh no. What? That kid! I didn't even know that ability could miss. Whoa. Okay, that one will hit. Wait. And the crit. Good one. don't think I am ever winning this. Good one.
Come on.
Nice.
Let's go.
Stormwind.
Loser. $92?
Easy, Todd.
Play Soma? That game is unethical. Kill him. Based. Okay. Nice, good one. Oh, good planning. Cool.
My time is now.
Okay, this fall would be catastrophic, right?
I see you.
96 damage. That's what the fuck I want to see. There we go.
Coming through.
No way does she get to go before me.
My turn.
$32, that'll kill her for sure, right? I don't even know why I did that. I should just attack her. Now I'm gonna get slowed. And I deserve to get slowed. Because I was greedy. Oh, never mind. She's slowing. Maybe he'll die. And I deserve to die because I was greedy. What if he shot her and killed her? Good job. Loser. Dude, these guys also break your shit like crazy. I'm pretty sure I stole that shield from Gafgarian too, and she just broke it for no reason. He's not gonna win this battle. Why is he breaking my shit? Good one. Wow. Worthless. Stop breaking all my shit. Was that 92%? That's what missed last time?
My thanks.
Thanks. Bruh! Fuck, I want to loot that or get that crystal.
Let me see.
Just kidding.
Why does Ludovic pursue you and hold your father captive? Will you not tell us even now?
He's not gonna tell you, bro. Oh, I see what's going here. Eat fresh slime. Hell no.
I understand. I cannot tell you. Not yet.
That's kind of sus.
Our little mockingbird is taken wing, Efgarian, and it leaves me wroth.
Oh!
She must be returned to her cage. But of Lady Agrias and the others, we have no need. Silence them where they are found.
And Ramza?
Not your half-brother! Certainly he wouldn't tell Efgarian to kill him as well.
The fool. He soils our name. Dogs my every move. I thought this a chance to let him learn the harsh truths of the world. But the boy is too stubborn.
Too much of his father's penchant for justice, that one.
Wow.
Father coddled the boy too much. If he stands aside, more the better. Should he interfere, there's naught can be done.
And you, his brother. The blood curdles. If the Cardinal moves to defend the Mockingbird, what then? Juglarg himself could not reach them in umbrage of the Church's wing.
Worry not. That potentiality has been addressed.
Ever 3 steps ahead. You are a frightening man, Dystog Beowulf.
Truly. Would it not be prudent, then, to better guard your tongue? There are so many frightening ways to silence a bothersome one.
Come now, my lord. I am your ever-faithful man. And not near so stubborn as a particular knight devout, if I might be so bold.
Wait, is that a Zalbag reference?
Be bold. But let there be no more missteps.
On the matter of missteps, what buffoon did you charge with the princess's kidnapping? We were besetting daughter as we gave chase. Not quite how we'd discussed, I'm sure you'd agree. At first, I thought them mayhap the Black Lion's paws, but it would seem not. I would guess your kidnappers were wooed away by better coin. But whose hand it came from, I couldn't say.
The men I sent were found dead in the woods near the monastery. Someone has indeed caught wind of our plan and seems intent on disrupting it. No matter. As long as Ovelia remains with Lady Agrias, we will have chance enough to steal back our prize.
I pray you're right. For both our sakes.
Wow.
Looking for aught by all, will that be aught catch your eye? May I don't? Looking for aught after aught in particular. May I help? Good choice.
Nothing, right? Monks can't wear helmets, I don't think, right? Shield. I had a gold shield.
This is your grand
Now, it's broken.
May I?
Friendly.
Who are you?
Wait,
and
this
what
isn't this
errand
fight
brings
already,
you to
is it?
Lionel?
Oh no. No way.
I am Agrias Oaks of the Lion's Guard. My companions and I have journeyed from Orbon Monastery seeking sanctuary. By the grace of Saint Ajora, I bid you open your gate.
The graces of Saint Ajora are in the keeping of His Eminence here. All who seek those graces are given like treatment. The gates of Lionel stand open to them. Raise the gate!
I see, Lady Agrias. In such circumstances as these, I am fain to lend you whatever help I can.
This guy doesn't even look
I
like a
shall
good guy.
dispatch a courier to Malond at once. I, Confessor Marcel, will have this news from my own hand. We will expose Duke Larg's misdeeds and ensure that no harm befalls you, Highness.
Your Eminence, think you the High Confessor will hear our plea?
Fear not, dear lady. The matter is in my care now. Princess Ovelia can scarce feel at ease, while those tasked with her safety are vexed with such worriment. You may enjoy the comforts of the castle, wanting though they are, while we await a reply from Malond.
You are most gracious, Eminence. Thank you.
So long as Saint Ajora is our guide, we have naught to fear, child. As for you, my young machinist, I have given consideration to your troubles as well. Yours is not the first account to reach my ear concerning the true nature of the Bart Trading Company. In the Father's name, I shall dispatch a company of my finest to Gorg, and have Ludovic answer for his many sins.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
Conditioned upon this, I would hear the reason they choose to pursue you and your father.
That is... I mean to say, it's not...
Come, come. Mayhap this will give voice to your words.
A crystal?
You are familiar with the legend of the Zodiac Braves?
Indeed. In my youth, I often heard a fanciful tale of that name at Mass.
Lady Agrias, surely you do not aver that the Church would mislead its flock?
No, No, of course not, Your Eminence.
Long ago, before the mountains had ceased their wandering and struck their roots into the earth, the demonic Lucavi held dominion over the world. Seeking to end the chaos they wrought, the God of Light bestowed a refulgent blessing upon valiant and worthy souls. 12 were these warriors of light who emerged to challenge the Lucavi. In a long and bitter struggle, they succeeded in driving their malevolent foes to the spirit world, and Ivalice again knew peace.
This is what you sound like when you're religious, by the way. It just, you know, in real life, 100%.
The 12 each bore an Orosite crystal emblazoned with a house of the night sky. And so, in time, the Warriors of Light became known as the Zodiac Braves. Thereafter, whenever the Lucavi have again threatened the world of men, they have ever returned to save us.
You have clearly been a most apt pupil, my child.
Elder Simon personally taught me this at Aubonne, Eminence. He also said that Saint Ajora, son of the God of Light, was himself one of the 12. Together, they saved the people of Ivalice from the tyranny of the Holy Edoran Empire, which had strayed down the path of darkness.
We call the crystals of the 12 the Zodiac Stones. That which you see before you now is a stone from that very legend.
Orosite. It exists. I did not think it possible.
Or that it held the power to keep the forces of darkness at bay? The power of the God of Light? I confess, I feel some power deep within, but my eyes see only a common crystal.
Mustadio, are you well? The color has left your face.
You have seen a stone like this one beneath Gorg, have you not?
Machines whose fires have long since guttered out lie strewn in the tunnels beneath the city. But pass such a stone near them, and you can hear them stir.
Then that is what Ludovic Bart seeks. Your Orosite.
I do not know what power these Zodiac Stones hold. I know only that Ludovic hopes to find some way to harness this power and make a fearsome weapon. My father would not give them the stone, so they took him instead.
Yours is a pure and righteous heart, my young machinist. Proud am I to count you among my subjects. Be at ease now, Mustadio Bonanza. The Church will take responsibility for this matter. Our forces will strike at the villains, during which time I bid you retrieve the stone and deliver it into our safekeeping.
Of course, Your Eminence.
I will go with you to Gorg.
Thank you, Ramza.
I too am grateful. We would never have succeeded in reaching His Eminence the Cardinal without you. You have done us a great service, Ramza.
I can only wish you well.
Aww.
Small aid, I know.
Your words are all the aid I could ever ask, Your Highness. I swear to return ere long.
Watch, when they go away, they do the Lauren de Laguna walk. Hmm.
Good day to you.
Do the errands
What'll it
disappear
put your
after some
interest in?
time, or do they stay here until you do them?
Anything else I can help you with? It's just rumour, mind you. Need anything
They
else?
stay?
Come back.
Okay. I think there's like optimal job classes you can choose from, so I'll look that shit up later. Fuck.
Welcome, or catch your eye. Blah, 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 blah. May I be of who needs outfitting?
Coral sword.
This is your grand total. It's all to you. It won't be.
Lightning
This
bow.
is your grand most that. This is anything. This is your most that. May I be of further assistance? Come back.
Very well.
Okay. What's up, Ninu?
Of course.
Sometimes there are chronicle events partings. What?
Let us trace the journeys of those who shaped history.
This is AI art, I can tell. Well, we tried to save his sister, and then the one, not Albus, whatever they named him, shot and killed her.
Tetra?
Because she's a low blood.
What was that? Delita! We must away! Delita? Delita! I had lived my life the only way that I had known.
Okay, that's it, right? Oh. Where's the rest of the party?
But when the pillars of that life came crashing down, I did not stand by and watch them fall.
What did these people think? What compelled them?
Wow.
Take care.
What the fuck is WCAT? Why do people keep saying WCAT? Losers.
Leave it to me.
Right.
Aye. Just try and stop me.
It's time. Just when I thought this fen could grow no fouler.
Solid footing scarce enough and rain to rob us of that. Be careful.
Oi. Bruv.
What to do?
I'm concentrate.
In certain battles, you will face undead foes. Even after being KO'd, units afflicted with the undead status may sometimes be reanimated when their heart icons have all disappeared. However, restorative items and abilities, such as potions and a cure spell, will inflict damage on undead foes. This knowledge may help you dispose of undead foes more quickly. Wow!
I am blessed.
We can win this.
Can you still throw Phoenix Downs at them and one-shot them? Or do they patch that? No! Oh, okay, never mind.
What's the plan?
Look at that punch. That's a big... Cringe.
Right then.
Wow, good job, dude.
Rethink.
No time to waste.
Wait, can items go through people? Nope. Cringe.
I shan't succumb.
Cringe. Based. 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 Make more mods in kick chat. Maybe I like that guy. Maybe that guy was my favorite chatter, dude. Did you ever stop to consider that for 1 second?
I must do all I can.
Damn. No, unban your subs? What? Did my subs get banned?
We can win this.
This doesn't like poison you if you stay here, does it? Yep, it does. Good one.
What?
Good one. Jeez.
Mustadio, are you hurt?
No worse for the wear. The channel shore lies just beyond the fen. Gorg is not far now.
This guy's a gun and sits in the back of every single fight. Why would we think this guy is hurt? I should take his gun and put it on my chemist, right? I don't remember if Mustadio leaves your party next or not.
Very well.
Fuck, I should have done this one. Whatever. Healing's always good. Oh my god. No!
Yes?
Oh, this one.
Of course.
Give it to me. But this guy can't just use a knife like a normal fucking person?
May I help you?
Hell yeah.
What is it? Yes?
You play FFT Advanced? A little bit, but I don't think I like it very much. I felt like it was made for kids. That's the game that opened with a snowball fight or whatever, right?
Yes?
Whoa.
Bart's curs are nowhere to be seen.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's no sign of a battle with Lionel's griffins. Something's amiss. I'm going to see what I can find out. We'll meet afterward.
Where will I find you?
The Gorglow town is just down this road. We're not like to draw much attention there.
All right. Be careful.
Okay.
Don't worry. I can take care of myself.
Ha! Now I'm glad I took his gun. Fuck you. Get out of here. Skedaddle.
Welcome after all in particular.
What? You can just buy pistols? Did they must have added this to the game.
May I be of good choice?
No, you can always buy guns at
May I help
Gorg
you?
once
Don't be
you
a
got
stranger.
there. Is that? I don't believe you.
Good dating. Of course. Will that be all? Want to earn some gil?
I absolutely
Ain't
don't
anything
believe you.
coming.
No shot. Or maybe I just didn't realize that chemists could wear pistols until really late in the game. I just didn't know it as a kid. I was stupid. Maybe that was it. So I didn't bother buying them. Maybe? No, but then why were they even... I don't believe you. Were they really available in the original game?
I will do my utmost.
Right.
No.
For victory.
Ready for battle.
To battle! Where are you, Mustadio? He should have been here by now.
Uh-oh.
Could he have been captured?
A friend of Mustadio's, eh?
Who's there?
Fat
him
dude.
out.
Not good. Always bad. Fat people are never good. That's true in real life. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, Ramza.
Idiot.
Have they hurt you?
Not a step further. I'd prefer to keep a little distance, if you don't mind.
You must be Ludovic. Let Mustadio go. Now.
You're either brazen or foolish if you think you can make demands here.
Yikes.
Come now, Mustadio. Hand over the stone, and we can avoid a lot of needless unpleasantries. So, where have you hidden it? Tell me. Is that how you want to play it? Maybe this will hasten your speech. You there! Out with the other one!
Father!
Loser alert.
What have they done to you? I'm fine, son. Don't tell them where it is.
How do you switch classes? P, I have half
Show
those
him
young fellows high.
inside.
Because you got to master the classes before you switch classes. You can't
You
change
know
classes without
full
learning all the
well who
abilities.
you're dealing with. And if you know what's good for you, you will give me what I want.
The chimney behind Ramza. You'll find it there.
Bring it to us, would you? Small enough work to spare your friend's life.
This must be it. Let them go.
Give me the stone.
Release them first.
It seems you do not grasp how this works. Let me make it nice and simple for you. Throw me the stone, then they go free.
Why is Ramza so retarded? How can he be so naive? What's the point now? Oh, they did let him go. Fuck, now I'm just gonna.
A true Zodiac stone. And what a pretty bauble it is. This should bring a smile to the Cardinal's face.
What? The Cardinal?
You've been most helpful. Most helpful. But given what you know, I fear I cannot let you live. Take care of them. And see you do a proper job.
The Cardinal. He was with them from the start.
What? That's crazy. Wait, did they give him another gun, or does he just have a bit?
I fear
loser. Wait, I don't have to protect him, right?
I won't disappoint her.
Nope, I don't. Good. Get fucked. Oh my god. Wait, what does this do? Turns in a circle, striking with backhand blows. Vertical range 0. Oh. Cringe. $113. God. Loser. Gill snapper, what the fuck is that?
Right here.
Nice. Obtained 63. Was that stolen from me, or did he like invent that? Nice. He's gonna get one shot. No, he's not. Thank you. Go be a big boy.
Let's go.
Good one. Good one. Turn on TTS. Listen, when I get my Vesta board set up. Renlocks. Not safe word, do not play. Stop! Nope. Right. $78 damage from a staff punch? Or hit?
What's the plan?
I should have done a higher charge. Whatever. What class was this guy? Don't care, I'm taking it. Fuck, that sucked. Don't care. Wait. What am I doing? Crystal farming. I need these guys to turn into crystals so I can take their abilities. Oh, there's one. Wait, was that a summoner? That was, right? I should have this guy take the summoner one, I think. Maybe? Oh my god. Whoo-wee. Cringe, cringe.
Why? My father. I hope we're in time.
He's dead.
Are you all right?
My wounds will heal. But the aura site, Ludovic will use it to wake the machines. The weapons beneath the city.
The Roombas.
In time, he may even learn to harness the sacred power of the stone itself. I never thought the man we turned to for help would turn on us. We've played right into the Cardinal's hands.
God damn it.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
Oh my god, it was a fake the whole time.
I thought something of the
he
sort
hit it
might
up his
happen.
ass.
So I took the precaution of readying a false stone.
And that's the one I gave Ludovic.
The same. By now they've probably realised. Oh, to see the looks on their faces. That'll teach him for underestimating machinists. We can knock out simple replicas like that with our eyes closed.
Wait. 'Tis well and good that we have the True Stone. But Princess Avelia and Lady Agrius are still in danger.
Danger?
Simpler.
The Cardinal was working with Ludovic to get the stone. With his scheme laid bare, he will scruple not at the means to obtain his prize. In all likelihood, he will now try to ransom the Princess and Lady Agrius for it.
That's ridiculous. He would only make an enemy of the crown.
Why do you think he wants the Orosite in the first place? The people tire of war. They tire of these endless struggles for power. They are afraid, and they seek salvation.
Ramsay wouldn't be an Israel supporter.
I suspect the Cardinal
Absolutely
means to use
not.
the legend of the Zodiac Braves to bring it to them. To create new heroes who would enthrall the masses and be his to command. For that, he would need the stones. The common folk look upon the Cardinal as a guiding hand. But it seems he looks upon them as naught but fodder for his ambitions.
It's as Ramses says. We cannot give the stone to the Cardinal.
Then we must rescue the Princess and Lady Agrius.
And we will. But the roads leading to Lionel Castle will surely be blockaded. We'll never be able to approach from the fort.
Just like in the West Bank.
Let us go by ship to take them unawares.
Oh my god, it really is Israel-Palestine.
For Wargilis. Right, let's get going.
Whoa!
That's welcome by all means.
Crazy.
Are you any?
Where is he?
May I be of come?
Was there something?
What are you doing?
Moody
here?
Moody! Ooh, what's up?
Okay, I wasn't crying. They were just spamming you.
Maybe I just wanted to talk. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. So what's going on in this game? I've been trying to follow, but I'm not understanding.
If you don't get it now, you'll never get it. So.
If I don't get it now, I'll never get it?
It's like Game of Thrones.
That's not true. You can watch Season 8 of Game of Thrones and watch...
Really? You can watch a little bit of Game of Thrones and pick it up? Really?
Well, Season 8 was coherent. Oh, incoherent, so yeah.
Uh-huh. What did
oh
you do
God,
today?
They're saying I'm right. You want to hear about the couch?
Oh yeah, you got it. You got it, right?
Okay, we got it in.
Okay.
But Peach, she told the guys, get it through the door, get it through the door. They tried for like 10 minutes. They're like, ma'am, this is not gonna fit.
Right, I have
and she was
finally-
like, we'll just figure it out. So then he came inside and he went on our balcony. And he had the other guy stand downstairs and like, I don't know how they did it. They handed the couch up and this fucking warrior, apparently, he just one person pulled it up over the balcony. and
What
into
floor are
the
you guys
fucking
on?
Place. Like the third.
How
but
did they?
there's like a landing on the second that they
Okay.
could technically have done it.
Interesting.
So I don't know. But it got done. And now it is in. So it's nice. Was it worth all that? I don't know.
Do you like your couch? Is it enjoyable?
If the rumors are
yeah,
true,
we had a
the
leather
city
couch
should be
before.
free of
Send it
Lionel's
back.
griffins.
I love the leather couch, I'll be honest. But my cats were gonna ruin it.
Wow. Wait, what kind of couch is it now?
It's like just a fabric couch from Struck Tube. It's kind of like a cloud couch.
From Struck 2?
Struck Tube?
Struck Tube?
Yeah, it's a Canadian.
Uh-huh.
You couldn't understand.
Struck Tua? Struck Tua!
Delita? What are you doing here?
Okay, so you're on a ship? Where are you going?
To some
We
place
have
to
ears in
save
many places.
the princess and the
Few
Lady
things
Agrius
escape our
defending
hearing.
her.
Oh shit, the princess is there?
The princess is there. Yeah, duh.
Our? I say this for your sake, Ramza. Return to
I mean, hey,
Eagles.
if the princess is there, you gotta
Delve
go,
no
brother.
deeper into matters of
You
royal
already know how
maidens,
she's gonna reward you.
or those of sacred
Whoa,
stones.
what do you mean by that?
With money. She's rich.
That's not what your mom said. Oh my god, it's Taylor. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
How's Pokemon going?
It's going. Actually,
You're obsessed with Pokemon, Steve.
I've pulled some heat. It's my
yikes.
Gonna be my next livelihood after football.
Your next livelihood? What are you gonna do? Like professionally compete or open packs or stream it or what does that even mean?
I opened up a trading card store this summer in Ann Arbor, Michigan. How about that?
You open? Wait, say that again. You opened a store?
Yeah.
Oh my god, like a comic book store, or is it just Pokemon
No,
cards?
not
Or
comics. It's Pokemon cards and then like Japanese imports and like anime stuff.
oh,
We
you're
have-
like fuck no, not comics. Actually, it's anime imports and Japanese stuff, and like okay, my bad for assuming. My bad.
Yeah, fuck that domestic shit.
It is your bad.
It is my bad. You're right.
Everybody's laughing at you.
GinzaMKT.com, Ginza Marketplace, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Yes, Magic the Gathering. Yes, One Piece, English and Japanese.
Do you have people who speak Japanese?
Hi.
I mean, yeah, that's good enough.
Watashi wa Tabor. Tabor-san.
So how's life?
It's good. Moot, do you want to play D&D?
Fuck no. I already am busy with my goddamn campaigns. Jesus Christ, that's I already play too much D&D.
Ugh. I need to play some. It's been too long.
Wow. Have you played
Reverend
Arc Raiders,
present.
Tabor?
No.
Why not?
I don't have enough time. Because I'm training to still play in the NFL and running a card store. And trying to be a dad. That's a lot.
Oh my god. Quit the football. Donate your kid.
Kill the kid.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry,
You think that's
I'm on the
funny?
wrong side of the abortion
You think
debate.
that's funny, Wooten?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's a death threat, so now the whole NFL union is coming after you. Good luck.
We're on kick. I'm good.
What have these ears of yours been telling you?
He will never play.
You think to
just
save a
brain-
princess from a burning town.
Right now.
In
Right now.
truth, you would but set her on a higher floor.
I'm about to set fire to this smoke.
Don't worry about that.
Wait, what are you doing, Mooten?
I'm wrapping a fucking present, man.
For Christmas? That's like a month and a half away, bro.
Peach's birthday.
Cool. Just give it to her all on Princess. Or on fuck.
Oh, dude.
On her.
Princess.
Oh my
Princess
god.
on the brain. That's a throwback.
Give
That's
it to
a
her all on
throwback.
her on Christmas, okay?
Princess. He called me princess.
Is Anna still around? What happened to her?
I think she shows up in
She is-
the Justical Obsession room every now and then.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a huge.
Yikes.
What if she hears you rapping it on stream and now she can guess what your present is?
She will not be able to guess this.
Okay.
What is it?
We can't say
I think
it.
she might be watching, so I don't want to say it right now. I'll text her.
I tried. I tried.
Dumbass
Sorry.
Idiot.
I tried. I'll never. I have this image in my mind whenever I think of Mr. Mooten. My mother-in-law actually asks about Mr. Mooten. She goes, "How's Mr. Mouton going?
I'm doing good."
I walked out of my apartment bedroom and he's cuddled up with my dog on the air mattress in my small ass apartment that we had. He
Dog
did
warts.
Christmas with us. He did Christmas with us actually. Believe it or not.
Those were good times.
Miami days. Do you remember when you came and hung out during COVID?
Yeah.
That was good as shit.
I miss COVID. We need another.
Much simpler times, weren't they?
We gotta get one more bag. We run a bag.
No, we're not taking pre-orders for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Commander boxes. We will, however, have Avatar: The Last Airbender Magic boxes in. But you
Magic the Gathering has gone off the fucking rails.
It really has.
Where's my fucking Sex in the City edition?
That would actually be based.
Steven, have you been watching the Marjorie Taylor Greene shit?
Yeah, duh.
Right. Who's winning in the meme war? Trump?
It depends on how you define winning. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene has a political career ahead of her. Trump is probably going to die like in a year or two from old age or disease, not from assassination. So who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Why do I see these stupid posts on my subreddit? Does Destiny not know that Fuentes is pro-China and pro-CCP? I haven't listened to Fuentes' take on this, but just saw Destiny say Hasan is worse than Fuentes because he carries water for China. Doesn't it know Fuentes is also pro-China? My guess is if I watch this, is it going to be Fuentes saying, wow, I wish the United States would turn into communist China because China is much better than the United States? Or is it going to be Fuentes saying China is smart because they prioritize the health of their own nation, they're China first on everything, they're racist as fuck, and they do what they need to do in the interest of their own nation, and they don't pretend to give a fuck about anybody else around the world? It's like a totally different approach. Like, how fucking retarded. Now, what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just Fuentes glazing China, saying that communism and Mao and Stalin are actually such cool people, and the United States need to be Maoists. Fuck me.
And they're building bullet trains, just because they're taking over Africa and they're building bullet trains. You think they have a fundamentally better system of government? They're highly centralized, one-party rule. You think that's a better system of government?
China is actually a competent country with efficacy. You can't say that about America. You can keep sputtering and saying, you really believe China? Yes, yes. Look at the trajectory of China and look at the trajectory of America. How is America doing right now? Shortages of essential goods. You go to Costco and they won't let you buy 2 cases of water. But we're comparing ourselves to a first-rate country like China. We should be embarrassed. We are a white civilization. We can do better. White people have dominated the globe for 500 years. We put a man on the moon. We had an industrial revolution. We invented the nuclear bomb. And now we're just being basically raped from the inside out by Judeo-Bolshevik entertainment,
from immigration, yeah,
academia, and intelligence community, State Department, and by all of this sludge pouring across the border from the south. We're not a serious country. China is
genociding there.
1,000-year-old Confucian principles. They are returning to tradition. You know that China means the middle. They're the center of the universe. That's how they see themselves. They don't believe that China begins. China has existed forever. And there's something about that which is so inspiring compared to how we see ourselves, which is that the greatest thing about our country is that, you know, black people can come here and get a job working at Walgreens or something. That's our mission statement. China believes that the whole earth revolves around them. They have foreign leaders come and bow their head to the floor in front of the emperor, and we compare ourselves to them. We got to get a fucking clue, man. So, yeah, I'm 100%.
Hey,
I cannot imagine how fucking retarded you are to hear this and think like, well, actually, Fuentes is pro-China and pro-CCP. Johnson can sound hybrid. How fucking retarded do you have to be? To what level of analysis are we on here? What? Fuentes needs to go to China for 1 year. He will completely change when he gets back. He will become anti-racist after being discriminated for a full year. No, well, no. Fuentes celebrates the aspects of China that you guys would criticize, or that I would criticize, and that Fuentes likes China because he thinks that being unashamedly or unabashedly racist, authoritarian, single-party rule, that these are like based aspects of China. But when Hasan talks about China, these are the parts of China that he doesn't talk about, that he likes to pretend don't exist. Also, that's a
video of Fuentes from 5 years ago, so I don't know how much his views are the same or not. But usually when like authoritarian type people talk about their appreciation for nations like this, they appreciate, they're like, I wish I could be as authoritarian as that. I wish I could be as dictatorial as that. Okay.
There is only one person who can truly save her, and that is what I will do.
What do you mean, Delita?
It's simple, really. Noble endeavors do not always reach the end we desire. You cannot save the princess, however hard you might try. You do well to remember that.
He's talking about Diana.
Wait, Delita. What is your end in all of this? I fear I do not know.
The Dukes Larg and Goltana, your brothers, and all the rest. They are all of them swept up in a mighty current. A current they cannot see or feel. I simply swim against it. Nothing more. We'll meet again, I should hope.
Delita! Wait!
You would use the princess as bait to regain the stone?
What?
I would not expect such cunning of a man of the cloth.
Is that really that cunning?
You've some gall to speak, sellsword. It was you who let them escape.
That I don't deny. But it was not my task to stop them.
Still your tongue, Ludovic. We will hand Princess Ovelia over to Count Dystag as promised. That much serves us both. But it is no concern of mine if those who know the truth of her kidnapping live. I had no hand in it. Be that as it may, the Beowulf boy, Ramza, has chosen to aid the gem thieves. If we use the princess to lure them out, we get 2 birds and 1 stone.
I won't deny the truth of it, but such a plan has risks.
Hardly words I would expect from Goffard Gafgarian, the Black Bull.
Yikes.
Your reputation would not cast you so craven.
I am cautious, your holiness. A soldier does not live to become old and grey, charging onto the field of battle unawares.
Very well. I will see that every possible precaution is taken. And let us sprinkle a trail of crumbs to ensure they find our snare.
I'll assume responsibility for the rest.
Was there voice acting in
You
the
do well not to rely on
Nope.
that bungler anymore.
How dare you! I shall leave the matter to you, Gafgarian.
Your Eminence, you jape, surely.
Whoa.
Go in the light of the gods.
I fear their light is lost on this old sinner.
Your Eminence, you cannot mean to trust this to a man like that!
I trust things to those who can be trusted. Men who fail me time and again are rewarded in another way.
Your Eminence?
How was the gameplay in this?
Classic. You wouldn't understand it. It was before your time. Loser.
When did this come out?
Looking for aught catch your eye.
1998 or 7? Maybe literally before your
If it's
time.
97, it might be before my time.
Oh,
If
no.
it's 98, it's after.
May I help? You're in safe hands with me. This is what you won't be. This is most. This is your great. You won't be. This is your most. Will that be all? Come back.
A warm rumor, sir. Will that be right?
Okay, well.
You're done?
Yeah, problem?
Yeah. 8 minutes early. We don't like that. The board is not happy. So how about we fill that time with one chess match?
Go, link me.
Alright, I'm gonna fucking do it. 1 second. 30-second, 1 second. They're gonna entice him to play Arc Raiders. I mean, I would play Arc Raiders. I got it downloaded. I can just click play on it.
Okay.
Why are you
Hank's
spamming?
Already making huge mistakes.
Check.
I'm good.
Oh my god, you fell right for my trap. That is
Are you
disgusting.
even trying right now? I
It's
can't
not
even
on the
tell.
screen. It's not on the screen.
Oh, we're gonna have to reset then.
What's not on the screen?
Why is it not on the screen?
It's literally on the screen. Why are you listening to retards? What's it like listening to retards?
I don't know.
Well, ask Tabor, because he listens to retards. Got him.
Listen to your stream, buddy.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Nope, because you just got
Owned.
Ooh.
He fell for my trap card. Oh, it's
Shut
over
up!
for you,
Shut
man.
up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Oh, it is over for you, Steven.
You're not ready.
You dead long time.
You're not ready for my traps, old man.
Oh, we got him. Oh, we got, ladies and gentlemen.
You didn't get shit.
We got him.
Now you're fucked.
No. No, Steven, no. It's been so long.
You don't even know.
And you're cooked.
You don't even know what you're doing.
I'm setting you up right now. Okay, now he's going to start spamming the chess pieces just so I lose on time.
Careful.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to take a stand. Please don't fuck this up. Check. Checkmate, bitch. Boom.
Okay, go again. I wasn't even...
I don't remember. You're doing like the cringe fucking move.
Yeah, you know what time it is, bitch.
Yeah.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I just don't remember.
Well, you better remember.
Do you remember the time? No. I rebuke that in Jesus' name.
Not looking good for you, Mooten. Now it's looking real bad. Now it's looking real bad for you. Now you're getting real...
Don't like that. Yeah, you're getting in there.
Now you're getting real fucked.
I think you had mate, but you're not smart enough.
I definitely didn't have mate. You don't even know how to play this game. Now I do though.
Oh, I know my next 6 moves.
No, you don't. I've already got a whole.
Yeah.
I'm running a whole line on you right
No,
now.
I got 8 moves lined up.
I'm running a whole. I already got an engine lined up right now.
Yeah, 8 moves are lined up right now. You're about to feel a burn. Bernie burn. Boom. 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 Check. Oh, you are so fast, Steven.
Stop making those noises. That's it.
Oh, you got me real good, Steven. Oh, no. Very naughty.
Okay, this is...
Okay. Boom. Boom. I'll take that.
Okay. Planned. 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 You know what they call me on the left?
The one pump jump?
They call me Plandus Owens because I'll plan this whole game out. Your whole defeat.
Too much time added. I think I can go for a stale.
There it is.
No!
You're done. You're done.
like where I'm at.
You're donezo. You are donezo. You're done. Boom. Gated.
Come back here, man.
Boom,
Come back here.
Boom. 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 You know what they call this one, Mooten?
Don't mess up.
You know what they call this one, Mooten? You know what they call this one?
What? You're so scared. You're thinking about it. All right, best 2 out of 3. Final one. If I win, Arc Raiders.
Oh, okay. Sure. Fine. Good luck. Don't disappoint all of chat by losing now. Yikes. Not a good look for you. Ooh, already getting checked. Already checking. Yikes. Yikes. Oof. Now you're mad. Now you're mad checking. Careful. Careful.
You want me to be careful?
Yikes.
No, it is you who needs to be careful.
Okay. Oh, man. That was a huge mistake.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. You see it coming now, right? You see the line I'm you see the line I'm running, right?
I see it. I feel
you see
it.
the line?
Yeah, I don't like it, but I see it.
Oh, no. Careful. Ooh, that's not the play I would have went with there.
Not looking good on time here, but I think I can jerk it off real good. That's disgusting.
Oh.
You're a nasty little boy. Shut the fuck up. Don't mess up. Oh, it's GG. Checkmate. Checkmate. No!
Stop!
No! Okay.
You're not even... You're so down. Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
No! Boom! He's done! Yes, no!
Okay,
You're
back in it.
cuckold. You are cocked, man.
Back. We are in it to win it, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
The Aura Farming Tournament.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, the Aura farmed with his queen sacrifice.
damn
Oh my
it.
god, you were so close to the Arc Raiders. And you were in it for the whole
it
chat.
was like 0.1. I even boomed it. What are you gonna go do?
I'm gonna go build my
You just sit
Vesta.
on your couch and watch fucking reels?
I gotta build my whatever that. What do you call them? Vesa mount stand for my giant
Visa-
board.
I thought you said you already built it.
No, I said I ordered it, but I have to put it together.
No, earlier in the stream you said you built it.
I unpackaged it all. I unpackaged all my other stuff, but I need to build it.
Okay. All right.
Don't worry,
I
we'll
guess
play Arc
that's
Raiders.
fine.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're gonna get there. I just gotta win a chess match.
Moon, you could have had that today. How did you fuck it up?
You know, you could have had a bullet in your fucking mouth, but
Whoa!
you chose not to.
Whoa! Bullet chest.
I'm
bullet
just
chest,
saying it's
bullet chest,
possible.
Bullet chest. Bullet chest.
Bullet
that's what it
chest.
meant.
Bullet chest. Bullet chest. That's what we were
Oh,
playing.
bullet chest. Okay, yeah.
Jesus. Chill.
Bullet chest.
Christ.
In Arc Raiders.
In Arc Raiders, guys. True.
Can we do another before you go? Can we do another conductor election soon?
Not now. Not now that you
I
misspoke.
misspoke. Yeah.
Why? Wait. What's wrong with the current conductors? Did they just leave?
What's wrong with the current conductors?
Yeah.
They're just not. They're not being the first line of defense, which is the problem. They're putting up any random movie that chat throws in the fucking chat room. So then we have 30 actual dog shit fucking movies half the time to choose from. And then they're also putting in fucking 1957 movies that nobody wants to watch.
So you can't watch
and
Kino.
we have the worst rank choice voting.
You just want cape slop. You want cape shit constantly. That's what
That's
you
not
want.
true.
That's what you want.
That is not
really.
true.
What's the
No.
last movie you wanted to watch?
The last movie I wanted to watch was Balls of Fury. I'm gonna be honest. I'll
There
throw
you
that
go.
out there.
Cape shit.
That's not cape slop.
It's definitely not.
That is absolutely not.
He just
cape
wants to
slop.
watch the prequels on repeat. That's all he cares about. Okay.
Well, I don't want any conductors out. I just want them to start using their fucking brains.
Okay. I'll
No, I don't want to watch the prequels on repeat. I do want to watch them sometimes, though.
I'll look into that. Okay.
So,
all right, good. I'm out of here.
Have fun. Okay. Be careful. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful, guys. I love you.